Okay. Hello, everybody. It begins. We're taking calls today. Hi there. Pepper. Psst, 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 psst. Hey. Hey, that's enough. Nope. Okay. What was I going to pull up? It doesn't matter. Let's go. All right. Save file is corrupted. I don't know why it keeps saying that even though it's not corrupted. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Are we ready to do... Elite 4? Holy crap. Let me let everybody know. All right. Let me pull up my stream. Okay, looks good. In we go. All right, let's take a look here. So you face the Elite Four one by one. If you win, a door opens up to the next trainer. Good luck. Max potion and then full restore. Really what we should be doing is just full restores. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I need, and then we're going to win this. Yeah, we're good. That's it. Let's go. We're done. We're ready. All right, is there anything else I can do? I think that's it. All right. Let's beat this game. You done. You done. You done, Lorelei. You ain't got a chance. Excadriller says, what's up? Hello. Hello, Excadriller. How are you doing? Dugong. Wow, they're level 52. This is like just starting out. Holy crap. This might be rough. This might be rough, chat. Holy cannoli. We are taking calls, by the way. The phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a debate, we can do so. Otherwise, I'm just playing Pokemon. I'll play fly. Safeguard. Foe's party is covered by a veil. Apparently not a very good one. Okay, hail. They've just got like an ice Pokemon. I think I gotta swap. What's weak? What is ice weak to? Fire, right? Yeah, it's fire. All right, let's bust out that Charizard. Bulbro says, "No, I'm driving home from the mountains. Means I have spotty data." Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm not first. No. It's funny. All right. I'm not really worried about hail or any of that stuff. I think I'm just going to flamethrower them and move on. What are you going to do? What? How does that not just... What? Wait, what? Surf? I thought it has ice. Oh, dude. I thought Dugong is ice. Was I wrong about that? I'm just going to bust out that Zapdos and just drill pick him. I don't know. We are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Want to have a conversation? Let's do it. Yo, yesterday we had that one guy who was like saying that January 6th was a planned, it was a planned setup, and what determined him to figure that out was he watched Woo's news. Excadriller says, bro, it's also a water type. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Well, okay, maybe I did know. I just didn't think about it. I didn't think about it. What do you want? Excadriller says, Zapdos is the right play. Just use Thunderbolt. I don't have Thunderbolt. It's fine. I'm just going to keep drilling these things. Bro doesn't have Thunderbolt on a Zapdos. Dude, I don't know where the I didn't get it. I didn't get the option. Zapdos. Fire red move set. So he's saying Thunderbolt. There is no Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt doesn't exist on Zapdos. But do you know what does exist? Thunder at level 85. 85, chat. You gotta get to 85. Bro, brutal. I'm frozen. What does that mean? Does that mean they can do nothing other than get murked by this slow bro? Holy crap, guy. Chat. I'm not gonna lose to this. I'm not gonna lose to the Elite Four. Here's what's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna reset, and we're gonna do what we did earlier. We're gonna train those Pokemon, bro. That's what we're doing. I'm gonna train up them Pokemon. You can buy Thunderbolt at the game corner. I can? Really? I want that. Where's the game corner? I gotta go to the game corner? That sounds great. Isn't that like in what's that big town called? Pokemon. Okay, looks like AWOL is in the house. How you doing, AWOL? All right, let's Pewter, Cerulean, Viridian. Let's see. I think Game Corner is in Saffron, isn't it? Excadriller says, "You still in the mountains?" He says, "Nah, he's at the Elite Four." Nah, bro, we're gonna level up our Pokemon so we can murk these guys. All right, we're gonna have ourselves a good old fashioned montage. Is what we're gonna do. Where's the game corner? Isn't there a game corner here? Isn't it here? I think it's here. Yeah, my Pokemon aren't strong enough to do the Elite Four. At least not yet. Where's the game corner? I don't know where the freaking game corner is. Let's see. Game corner Pokemon. Fire Red location. All right, let's look this up. Okay, so game corner is in Celadon City. Okay. All right. I knew that. I didn't know that. I have no idea what I'm doing. To the left of Saffron. Okay. I figured it out eventually. All right, let's go talk to... Let's go to the game corner. Where's it at? That looks like a game corner to me. Is this it? Oh, this is the that big giant like store. No, this ain't it. Dun, 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 dun. Where the game corner at? We gonna go to the game corner and we're gonna find it. Is this it? This is the game corner. Okay. You can buy Thunderbolt here? Do you need coins? No. Welcome. You can exchange your coins for fabulous prizes. Next door. That's not what I wanted. Excadriller says, yo, First Amender is learning. First, you need to update your hot topic list. Do I really need to update that? I thought it's up to date. Is it not up to date? Which prize would you like? Oh my god. Yeah, Clefairy, Abra. That's great. Let's see. Which prize would you like? Yellow flute? What the fuck is this stuff? No, no! No, no. That's not what I wanted. Alright. Why doesn't it tell you the name? Are you stupid? No, I don't want Irontail. Oh, good, good. I get to ask each one. Thunderbolt. Yeah, I want that. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Fabulous. Glad I did that. That's so annoying. Why would it not just tell you the name? You gotta... Whatever. It's fine. This is normal. Let me actually just pull up... Let me pull up my YouTube channel, make sure that my my thumbnail is correct. Yes. It's correct. All right. I just posted on Twitter, taking calls live. Call my show if you're pro-MAGA to debate a woke liberal. All right. I'm in the lion's den, bro. Let's see. Trainer tips. Guard spec. Protects Pokemon from... All right. Well, we got what we needed. awolthoughts says, first, if you consider joining the panelverse, I don't know what that is. But I'll go on any panel that people want me to be on. All right, so strong electrical. There's Thunderbolt that may also leave the foe paralyzed. That's really good. A brutal lightning attack that also leaves the foe. Like, what's like the difference is PP10. Should I do Thunderbolt or Thunder? I feel like Thunder's the move. Oh, but the accuracy is 100 versus 70 accuracy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Thunderbolt's the move. What do you think, Exka? Are you there? Thunderbolt is way more accurate. Okay, yeah. We're going to use this. Yeah. Zapdos does need better moves. What move should be forgotten? Okay, so I do like Thunder Wave. It's a good move. Detect is so stupid. The user relaxes and lightens its body to sharply... Agility is also stupid. Dropek is freaking psychotic. So I think I'm going to get rid of Detect. I just see no reason to ever use Detect ever at any point in time. There's not a single moment where I'm like, ooh, better bust out that Detect. All right. All right. Now that we have done that, I'm going to go on a training montage, chat. We're going to go down, 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 down. That's what we're doing. We're going to train So remember when I said that I would get the Pokemon up to, what was it? Level 65 or 60? Nah, bro. We're going to get these Pokemon up to level 80. That's what we're going to do. Starting with Zapdos. Can I move abilities around? I'm curious. Is it possible to, like, reorder their moves? Like, can I, like, set Thunder Wave to the bottom? And, like, oh, I can. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. All right. All right, training montage, baby. Let me open up. See, I said I wouldn't turn it on, but specifically for training, we're going to do it because we're not going to. Anyway, hold on. Where's the options? Input, set, config 1. Okay, so the speed up button is going to be this button. All right. We should... I should turn down the music because it's just going to be annoying. But I don't know. Let's see what happens. Victory Road, gentlemen. All right, so we just got a Thunderbolt, I guess. Oh, it doesn't hurt him. How long do you think that this will take? This will take a while. Oh, looks like my Zapdos died. Bust out the Charizard. Excadriller says, you probably don't need to do that. I think you're fine. But I want to murk them. I don't want to beat them. I want to murk them, dude. Oh shit. Oops. Bust out the Charizard. Alright. Pokemon. We're gonna switch Charizard out. Yeah, there you go. We're just gonna... Oh, dude, I never caught an Arbok. That's cool. Stop learning Fire Spin? No, I don't want to stop learning Fire Spin. Charizard can't learn more than 4 moves. Alright, let's look at Fire Spin, see what we get. It's a power of 15. Why would I do that? Exca, Fire Spin is trash, right? By the way, we are taking calls live. The phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to debate a woke liberal? I'm right here. All right, why don't we review the hot takes list? Well, look, I'll do it. I'll review it. Let's review it. All right, let's go over it. Let's go over the hot takes list. And while we're at it, why don't we play some music? While here, we'll play some Final Fantasy X music. I've been on a Final Fantasy X music kick lately. Let's see. Which one do we do? We did Besaid Island. But what we want is... Let's see. Which one should we do? Let me look. I'm looking. Luca? Is Luca a good one? No, that's not what I wanted. What the hell? Ah, there it is. All right. Just trying to keep it low. Okay. Let's open up my Chrome, see what we get. All right, we're going to review my hot takes list. Because I got some hot ones in there. Okay. Trans women are women, trans men are men. That's perfect. Capitalism is the best system. I really should say with social safety nets. Kamala's better than Trump. I mean, they are better than Trump. I don't know why I even crossed this out. Kamala was better than Trump. I could just say was and uncross it out. Let's see here. Where's my strike through text? Okay. Globalism is better than isolationism. Socialism results in the destruction of society. The problem is like, what happens? What do you mean by socialism? Like, if you mean the worker's ownership of the means of production, it tends to not work out well. I don't know. I may remove this one. I don't think it's accurate. Being pro-trans is extremely pro-American. Being pro-trans is extremely pro-American. Yeah, fuck yeah. Based. Almost everybody is a liberal. Yeah, I mean, I think like almost everybody has like liberal ideals. Like they just kind of assume liberalisms, you know. Austerity or laissez-faire Austrian is worse than Keynesian economics. You need to say economics. The Bible promotes slavery. It does. Trans children deserve gender-affirming therapy. Yes, that has not changed. It is unlikely that aliens have visited us on Earth. I agree. Ow! This is a kind of a clunky one. Pepper! What? This is like a really clunky one. Like, I do like the idea behind it. Like, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think it's clunky. So I'm going to remove it. Jeffrey Epstein did kill himself. Yes, I do believe. Pepper! 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 Psst. Hey. Hey, duties. Hey, stop. Stop biting. Pepper! Psst. No. 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 Oh my God. I'm picking you up. No. You are not doing that. Out. Out. Look at the naughty. Naughty. You're being naughty. Don't be naughty. You're being naughty. Okay. I'll put you down. I love you, lady. No, okay, fine. She's in an attitude. Okay. Let's take a look here. So, let's see. It is unlikely. Yes. I do believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I do. I used to be on your guys' side where Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. But after reviewing the information behind it, like official sources, it became more and more apparent that he did. Spanking is child abuse. Yeah, 100%. 100%, dude. Spanking is horrible. Don't spank your children. Lobbying has far less impact on what people... No, this is not true. I don't believe this anymore. I used to believe this. That's not true. Ale Lopez is great and shouldn't be... Yeah, I think she is great. I love the Gorlock the Destroyer. You know, that like really fat... Yeah, I love her. I love her. I think she's got a vibe that I think is like... There's a reason why she's so popular. I mean, she knows what she looks like. I don't think she gives a fuck. And I'm here for it. Mind-body dualism is false. Yes, 100%. You can be an atheist and have a cogent moral system. Yes. Objective morality is false. Yes. God can be dismissed beyond a reasonable doubt. This proven requires a scientific inquiry. More of an argument from an epistemological perspective requires a non-scientific. This is such a clunky. I'm just going to remove it. I'll just say God isn't real. Simple. Just say God isn't real. Liberalism won. The fascist lost and the communist lost. Authoritarianism lost. I mean, that's true. The afterlife is false. Okay. I really should like pair this stuff up. Like, you know, with the God isn't real one. You know, just kind of put it right there. It is okay to be a furry. Yeah, based. AWOL says, lol, what makes Gorlak so great? I'm curious. Because she knows. She knows what she looks like. There was a video I saw of her where I was just like, I was like, shit, she like plays into it. Let me see if I can pull up like one of Ali C. Lopez's like bits. I saw it on Instagram, but I don't want to pull up my Instagram because then you'll have my Facebook. Let me see here. Where is it? I'm trying to see. Yes, this one. Yeah. So like, look at the, like, here's the thing, right? They've got an unironic, like, here's an instance here. We'll just play it so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh my God. She's beautiful. Really? The most beautifulest girl I've ever seen in my life.
All
right. So you're telling me, right? Obviously they're doing a prank with the guy on the left being the, you know, not in on it. I think she knows what she looks like. I don't think she cares.
I'm gonna take this. Come on.
I love her. I love her vibe. I'm here for it, dude. My name is Optimus Prime. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, dude. I think she's great. I think she's a really cool person. I do. Calling people pedophiles is the witch hunt of our time. It very much is. But at the same time, it's kind of like one of those things that it's like, ooh, why are you defending that? So I'm just going to remove it. Like, it's fucking whatever. The United States was born and bred in liberty. I don't believe that anymore. Both Israel military and Hamas actions are terrible. I mean, Hamas sucks, but man, what Israel did is just a goddamn nightmare, dude. I'm going to remove that. The medical field is not on the side of anti-trans advocates. The medical field is not on the side of anti-trans advocates. Yes, that's correct. Leah Thomas, as in the trans swimmer that broke records, should be able to swim and compete with other women. 100%. 100%. All religions are nonsense. I'm going to pair this up. Yes, they are all nonsense. Trans surgeries are not mutilation. That's correct. All morals are subjective. Didn't I say this already? Yeah, I said all morals are subjective and objective morality is false. All right, trans surgeries are not... What is a woman can either be a question of sex or gender. Not can, is. It's not, it can't, oh, it may be, maybe, no. Liberalism is the way forward. I think like progressive liberalism is the way forward. I agree with that. Progressive liberalism is 100% the way forward. If you want the best society, this is the move. The move is progressive liberalism. Get some J says, morning libtards. Hello. I'm a libtard. We should celebrate cultural differences, and it is not racist to say so. Why do you have to say it's not right? Just celebrate cultural differences. Is that even a thing? Just remove it. Fuck it. I don't care. Abortions should be legal. Yeah. Hell yeah. Based. Retribution is the cocaine of right. Dude, 100%. Couldn't agree with that more. Retribution generally does not work. In some cases it does, but yeah, it's kind of wishy-washy. Smartphones in combination with social media are destroying adolescent brains, and it is the cause of increased anxiety and depression. Yes, 100%. Read The Anxious Generation. Blew a hole in my entire worldview on this. You should not be afraid of who you are, even if who you are is weird. I agree. Provided no harm to individuals, of course. But be weird, bro. It's better to be honest and say the truth, even if it hurts you, than to hide it generally. How much is it hurting you or other people, for that matter? I'm going to remove that one because I'm like thinking like, oh, World War II, like there's like a Nazi in front of you and they're just like, do you have any Jews in the roof or in your basement? And you totally do have Jews. Like, bro, just lie. Sorry, just lie. Like, I'm sorry. All woo-woo is nonsense. Yes. Let me take this, though, and put this in the religion section. Yeah. If it has no interaction with reality, it does not exist, with subtle exceptions to current evidence where it is likely to exist, such as galaxies where light has not reached Earth. If you're anti-trans, you are a transphobe. I mean, that's just true. I don't need to like definitionally, if you dislike trans people, that would make you a trans. Yes. I don't even think I need to say that though. Like, that's so obvious. Like, water is wet. Like, hot take. Water is wet, guys. If liberalism won, then why are we still arguing? Well, because there's people that are not liberals that don't like the current consensus. Going against a scientific consensus is putting a giant middle finger to thousands of scientists that know more than you because you watched a YouTube video, dude. Man, I was spitting facts there, bro. Excadriller says water isn't wet. I swear, you guys are gonna pull up some what is that? Vsauce. Vsauce here. Water isn't actually wet, and it turns out fuck. Please. It wasn't about water fountains then. It's not about bathrooms now. Yeah, 100%. 100%. This is regarding the segregation of black people. Women are just as good as men at chess. Dude, true. There is no inherent difference in intelligence between men and women. Yeah, 100%. We should enact red flag law. Dude, base, dude. The Wuhan lab leak hypothesis is false. Is likely false. Honestly, I'd be fair to say it's just false. You can become the bourgeoisie by investing in stock. That's true, but I'm not... I don't know, it's just kind of a boring topic. Your vote matters. It does matter. Taxation is just. Yes. There isn't anything wrong with chasing class. Since I got proven wrong on this, I'm gonna clear it out. Evolution is true. Yes. The best society is the society where as many people can pursue their internal desires as they see fit. Yes. Without supplements, veganism sucks and isn't substantial based. Love is a chemical. Do I really have to say that? Like, is that really necessary? I'm gonna fucking remove that. All things are chemicals, and saying something is a chemical and should be avoided is stupid and chemophobia. I mean, all things? Like, what about like math? Math is a thing. I'll probably just say saying something is a chemical and should be avoided is stupid and chemophobia. Yeah, 100%. Abortion is not murder. Yes, I agree. IQ is mostly environmental and has numerous problems. I thought it was like even, like it's both environmental and it's like there's like a genetic component to it. But I'll be honest with you, I do not want to have an IQ discussion with a race realist. So I'm just removing it. Politicians are regular people. They are regular people. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. They are actual people that grew up somewhere and they like had aspirations and they were successful in doing so. Alexander99 says, read my comment, you schmuck. Where is it? Scrolling. Where the fuck is it? GGM says, this fucking retard just said spanking is worse than taking a fucking child's eye out. What the fuck are you talking about? Prove to me you're not a bot. Globalism is the best system. No, that's just... Excadriller saying, yeah, 47 is just wrong. That is not true. Globalism has increased everyone's quality of living to a substantial degree. I'm sorry. How are you enjoying avocados and coffee in freaking December? Explain that to me. Alexander didn't send. Okay, YouTube. Oh, cool. We got an anti-Semite in chat, everybody. Great. Fun. Why don't you call in, buddy? You fucking piece of garbage. Arguing anti-science sentiment from technology is incredibly ironic. That's true. It's just true. Wikipedia is a valid source and is not biased. Yes, I think so. Roe v. Wade being overturned is a religious desire being ad hoc reason to law. Yes. We need to apply people-centric development, not car-centric. Yes. People-centric cities. We should remove right-to-work states and allow unions. Food is boring without diversity. Food is boring. Yes. We should ban green laws by the waters. Green laws? Green lawns. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, we should. Yes. This should be illegal. Green lawns by the water is freaking... I'm astonished that there hasn't been like a federal law that says, dude, you are not allowed to do this. There should be a federal ban on green lawns when you are right by the water. 100%. The problem is that there's a nitrate runoff in the water, which then causes estuary environment decline. It causes algae to grow at the top of the water, and when that algae grows at the top of the water, it basically covers the sun of the estuary, and the estuary is like super necessary for a whole bunch of different species in spawning grounds. And so basically, just so like this rich motherfucker who could afford waterfront property is like over watering their lawn and over nitrating their lawn just so they could have a big green lawn. They're basically destroying the environment just so they could have their stupid green lawn. Should be illegal. LGBTQIA should not hide their identity. They should be unapologetic in their frivolity and behavior. Is this even a hot take? Like, they shouldn't hide their identity? Like, why would they ever hide their identity? They should be unapologetic in their frivolity and behavior. How about this? We'll change this. There you go. All Alexander says, what even is anti-Semitism, and why do Jews get a special privilege to call people anti-Semites for speaking against them? You're such a slave. Dude, you're the fucking slave. Number one, not all, like, are you going to tell me, like, all Jews are like this? Like, fuck you. You're a piece of garbage. Eat shit and die. Like, I don't know. Like, fuck you. Like, like, oh, we gotta stop the Jews. Like, okay, just fucking put on the freaking the bandana or whatever, the fucking red Nazi armband and fucking walk around and march around, you fucking Nazi. Ew. Stop wasting my time. Education is largely correlated with lacking faith. The more education, the less faith. That's actually true. Education centers are not indoctrination centers. You're just stupid. Wait, I love that. That's a good one. There is nothing inherently wrong with HOAs. Yeah, I don't actually have a problem with HOAs. I think they're great. With that being said, though, there is a factor of HOAs which were used to be discriminatory towards minorities. And so on that basis, I would have to say that that's a defeater for that argument. Believing in something with the absence of evidence is no different than believing in leprechauns. Dude, true. There are male typical behaviors and female typical behaviors, yes. Having sex typical behaviors does not mean the opposite couldn't be the case. Saying we can't teach kids this trans ideology is the same as don't teach kids how to share because it's like Marxism. Dude, very true. Ruben Booster says anti-Semitism was made up to make Jew hate. Am I getting raided? Am I just getting raided by Nazis? I'm not gonna have it, dude. Republicans do not give a crap about children. They just want to control women. Republicans, yeah, that's very true. The Bible argues in favor of abortion. It does. Masks worked. The vaccine worked. The classical family model of women at home and men at work, 2 kids and a dog, white picket fence is dead and it's okay. Yeah. AWOL says 64 is ridiculous. Bro, call in. Women are likely better leaders than men. I do believe that. 69. All anarchism, left and right, is stupid and it is destroyed on its own by ambitious people. Yes, 100%. 70. We ought to celebrate the success of others. 71. Draconic positions towards pedophiles, i.e. we should kill pedophiles, is wrong. I would rather have a justice system apply rehabilitation as opposed to retribution. 100%. We need to apply gun legislation that is empirically shown to work at a federal level. Hold on. We need red flag laws. We can remove this one. I know Hitler was a deist. The religions of today will be the mythology of tomorrow. It's okay to be a landlord. There's a level. Like, if you're like slumlording and you've got like 100+ tenants, like, there's like a level where it's like, you know, there should be like, I don't know, like a level of ethics that need to be upheld when you are a landlord. Pineapple or anchovy on pizza is good. This is great. But it's not really political, so I'm just going to remove it. George Soros is ultra bait. Dude, he is. You're a product of Jewish ideology. Yeah, and you're a product of Nick Fuentes. Like, what? You have no internal thoughts. Your thoughts is, things are bad, therefore Jew bad, stop the Jew. You're an idiot. The problem is that you have the ultra wealthy that is eroding away at the middle class. The problem isn't Jewish people. The problem is you look at the problem and think, well, the Jews are to blame because you're a Nazi. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Let's see here. You do not have a right. And by the way, what got me to this conclusion of George Soros is open ultra based? Where I got this was I read his Open Societies book. All right. Let's see here. You do not have a human right to... Okay, no, I do not agree with that anymore. I just don't agree with that. Humans are apes. Yes, we are apes. We are apes. Climate change is real and humans are causing it. Yes. 100%. It is safer to leave a kid with a trans babysitter than a Catholic. I like that one. Oh my God. The bailout of the banks, the TARP Act was needed. It was. Either cover men's nipples or free the woman's nipples. It's sexist to force women to cover up and men to be exposed. Dude, so true. So true. There is no objective meaning for human existence. 100%. Women are just as smart as men. Didn't I already say this? I said this. I don't need to say it again. It's already there. Republicans in 2024 are useful pawns for Russian psyops who seek to destroy the United States. True. We'll go ahead and say 2025 at this point. Passing off, I'll just say today. Passing off AI artwork as you did it is immoral. It should be clear that work is AI generated. I mean, honestly, just like AI in general is making us stupid. Yeah, I think it's making us stupid and makes us unable to critically think for ourselves. 83. Being anti-trans on the basis of protecting kids and also being pro-Second Amendment is highly hypocritical. You don't want to protect kids. You just hate trans people. Dude, very true. Almost everything is solved with education. We need a 21st century solution of a GI Bill and or indefinitely increase the Pell Grant to access and solve almost all problems. It wasn't. It was. It totally was. Do I need to like curtail like Elon Musk, like Elon Musk's salute? Biavar says, why can't you take calls in Discord? I can. You can call First Amender, 1ST Amender. I'll even disable my streamer mode just for you, buddy. Secular humanism is the best moral system. Secular humanism is the best moral system. Yes. MAGA Republicans are wrong almost everything. Yeah. We should have hate speech laws in the U.S. Yeah, true. Nobody should have more than $999,999,999. That's a really high bar, by the way. That bar is really high. Any dollar earned past that is taxed at 100% with the express purpose of giving people social safety nets. Yeah, that's great. I like that. Okay. There you go. Are you happy? I updated it. My hot takes list. Review it. Hell yeah. Let's go. All right. GGM says, I didn't say humans haven't influenced the climate. I simply said that you're a fucking idiot because you think humans caused climate change. Did you know that the Koch brothers spent literally millions upon millions of dollars casting doubt into climate change because they don't want to be responsible for the negative market externality that they cause that's basically immeasurable at this point? Because they are oil tycoons and they would have a vested interest in sowing doubt. There were tons and tons of think tanks that pushed that idea throughout 2007 and 2008 that were literally funded directly by the Koch brothers. And you're going to tell me that, oh, you know, I'm the idiot, right? Meanwhile, all the scientists they're all in agreement. They're like lockstep in agreement with this on multiple fields of study. Pepper. Nobody, no. No. You're being mean. You're not going to be mean. I don't know why my kid is being feisty today. Pepper. No. Don't bite. You're not going to bite. Hey. 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 No bite. No bite. Okay, bubbies? I love you. I love you, baby. Okay. Okay. Yes. All right, you can go. I'm sorry. Don't be mean. Let me see here. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. The Mo Dogs says, can you swallow your spit? It sounds like it's about to drip out of your mouth. There's no spit in my mouth. Maybe I should drink water. Texlac says, MAGA is wrong about almost everything. Dems are never right about anything. No, that's not true. Let me grab water. Just grabbing some soda water here. We're taking calls. Call in 202-998-5218. Where was I? Okay, we're gonna go back to playing. All right, we're gonna turn that off. Go back to playing the game. All right, so I don't want fire spin. I don't want fire spin. It's bad. Yes, stop learning. I don't want fire spin. Fire spin's trash. I think I could just... GGM says, okay, good. It was an ice age and that there were less or more life during that time period. Well, we're actually supposed to be in an ice age now, but it's like warmer than ever. Also, just FYI, right? Those that are pushing the anti climate change agenda that are literally funded by George Soros. I'm sorry, George Soros is literally funded by the Koch brothers. Just FYI, I want to let you know that. That was proven, by the way. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Yeah, so here we go. I'm going to show you right here so you can see for yourself. So this is an article. It's over 12 years old at this point. What is going on with this site? Is that the an ad? That's an ad, right? Yeah, it's an ad. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, okay, cool. It scrolls away. Good. All right. So secret funding helps build a vast network of climate denial think tanks. Anonymous billionaires donated $120 million to more than 100 anti-climate groups working to discredit climate change science. Conservative billionaires used a secretive funding route to channel nearly $120 million to more than 100 groups casting doubt about the science behind climate change, The Guardian has learned. The funds, doled out between 2002 and 2010, helped build a vast network of think tanks and activist groups working for a single purpose: to redefine climate change from a neutral scientific fact to a highly polarizing wedge issue for hardcore conservatives. The millions were rooted through two trusts, the Donors Trust and the Donors Capital Fund, operating out of a generic townhouse in Northern Virginia suburbs of Washington, D.C. Donors Capital caters to those making donations of $1 million or more. Whitney Ball, chief executive of the Donors Trust, told The Guardian that their organization assured wealthy donors that their funds would never be diverted to liberal causes. We exist to help donors promote liberty, which we understand to be limited government, personal responsibility, and free enterprise, she said in an interview. So just FYI, right? This is the way that they fool you, right? Now, the part that they don't want to talk to you about is that personal responsibility part. So it's personal responsibility for thee, but not for me. The reason why is because the Koch brothers cause a crap ton of negative market externalities by having oil effectively be burned, their oil products be used in mass, and increasing their total output to increase their overall wealth at the expense of the entire planet. Now, a personal responsibility would be, okay, well, our products are creating a negative market externality. We should probably push away from that product. But that's not what they did. What they did was double down, triple down on carbon emissions. And they did everything in their power to restrict government from being able to tell them what to do. Anyway, let's keep going. By definition, that means none of the money is going to end up in groups like Greenpeace, she says. It will not be going to liberals. Ball won't divulge names, but she said that the stable donors represents a wide range of opinion on the American right. Increasingly over the years, those conservative donors have been pushing funds towards organizations working to discredit climate science and block climate action. This is literally big tobacco, bro. Big tobacco telling you that cigarettes don't cause cancer, and they hired a bunch of scientists and they pushed a bunch of studies and a bunch of think tanks. It's all about that personal responsibility, everybody. Why not smoke up? There's no responsibility as a part of the tobacco industry. It's the same fucking talking points, same fucking thing. Donors exhibit sharp differences of opinion on many issues, Ball said. They run a spectrum of conservative opinion from social conservatives to libertarians, but in opposing mandatory cuts to greenhouse gas emissions, they found common ground. Are there both sides of the environmental issue? Probably not, she went on. Here's the thing. If you look at libertarians, you tend to have a lot of differences on like the defense, immigration, drugs, the war, things like that compared to conservatives. When it comes to issues like the environment, if there are differences, they are not nearly as pronounced. By 2010, dark money amounted to $118 million distributed to 102 think tanks or action groups, which have a record of denying the existence of human factor in climate change or opposing environmental regulations. The money flowed to Washington think tanks embedded in Republican Party politics, obscure policy forums in Alaska and Tennessee, Contrarian scientists at Harvard and lesser institutions even buy up DVDs of a film attacking Al Gore. The ready stream of cash set off conservative backlash against Barack Obama's environmental agenda that wrecked any chance of Congress taking action on climate change. The same groups are now mobilizing against Obama's efforts in an act of climate change in his second term, a top recipient of secret funds on Wednesday, which put out a point-to-point critique of the climate content of the president's State of Union address. And when it was done, with a guarantee of complete anonymity for the donors who wish to remain hidden. Of course they wish to remain hidden. Because why would they want to divulge the fact that they are actively destroying the environment, and they suppress the idea that climate change is caused by humans, and they publish their own think tanks, their own studies saying that we don't know whether or not humans caused climate change. And I'm the idiot. Nah, bro. You're the idiot. You're the dumb one. The funding of the denial machine is becoming increasingly invisible in public scrutiny. It's also growing. Budgets for all these different groups are growing, said Kurt Davies, researcher of director of Greenpeace, which compiled data on funding and anti-climate groups using tax records. These groups are increasingly getting money from sources that are anonymous or untraceable. There is no transparency, no accountability for the money. There is no way to tell who is funding them, Davies said. The trusts were established for the express purpose of managing donations to a host of conservative causes. Such vehicles, called donor-advised funds, are not uncommon in America. They offer a number of advantages to wealthy donors. They are convenient, cheaper to run than a private foundation, offer tax breaks, and are lawful. The opposition hardened over the years, especially from the mid-2000s, where Greenpeace record shows a sharp spike in funds to the anti-climate cause. In effect, the Donors Trust was bankrolling a movement, said Robert Bruhl, a Drexel University sociologist who was extensively researched on the networks of ultra-conservative donors. This is what I call the counter-movement, a large-scale effort that is an organized effort in part of the parcel of the conservative movement of the United States, Bruhl said. We don't know where a lot of the money is coming from, but we do know that the Donors Trust is just one example of dark money flowing into this effort. In his view, Bruhl said, Donors Trust is just the tip of the very iceberg. Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, what you want to talk about?
Good, good. Well, just I want to say I appreciate you taking my call. My first time ever calling in. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I see that you're trying to get out there in the ethos. I've caught you on a couple other channels, and I had a couple things that I was kind of working through, and from your position, I'm really truly trying to understand it.
Okay.
I guess a couple things. One, I'd like to talk about, I guess, gender. I know that that's something that you've done quite a few debates on, and I'm hoping just to get a little bit of clarity on something. Would that be all right?
Sure.
Okay.
Can I ask your name?
So I guess, sure. My name's Adam.
All right, Adam. All right, go ahead. Sorry. What's your question about gender?
Yeah. Can we at least can we start off with this this statement that if a position leads to more inconsistency and absurdity, it's more likely to be false?
Inconsistency or absurdity.
Yeah, so let's just say hypothetically.
My only pushback is that it's possible for somebody to kind of tie somebody into knots, which would cause it to make it seem like that it's more confusing. And as a result, it's like this assumption that, then it's probably untenable. But all that is just like some rhetoric as opposed to like, what are the facts of the matter?
Sure, I would agree with that. And I wouldn't say confusing. I would say inconsistent or absurd. So, for example, if I've just proposed just that bugs have the same moral worth as humans, and I tried to convince you that bugs and humans are morally equal, what you would see is you'd probably see that, hey, Adam, your position is leading to massive inconsistencies because you will eradicate a house full of bugs, but you won't eradicate a house full of humans. So, ergo, your position is
Why don't you give
absurd
me your
and
position
leads
instead of
to
like
inconsistency.
getting stuck on the whatever this is? Help me out here, right? What is your position regarding gender? Like, what are you trying to say about it?
Well, I want to see if my position is where my position is inconsistent or absurd. And so
Okay.
I would say
What
you're
what
either
is gender to
born
you?
male or gender to me would be somebody's expression of their biological, like a direct expression of biological sex and interacting with an environment.
Okay, so the way that I've been
So
able to break it down is it's basically an internal sense of your sex.
an internal sense of your sex. Where
Correct.
did you get that from?
A lot of reading. It took a long time to like really break it down. Like, what is the predicate of all of this? And it came down to it is an internal sense of your sex.
Okay, I guess maybe I don't want to get hung up so early on in the discussion. I think right here we maybe have a fundamental disagreement. I'm not sure how we can move on in the conversation because I like to do jujitsu, and there's certain rules and regulations in jujitsu. And if somebody came along and they started changing the jujitsu, let's just say they said to do jujitsu now, you can actually, it's more like WWE, but we're going to call it jujitsu. I would say, well, what you've done is you've changed what jujitsu means to me. It was very concrete and fundamental in how it had always been described. And now you've come in and changed what it was, but you haven't given me a justification on why you changed it.
Okay. I think what
So
you're saying is that this is not how you think of gender. Is that what you're trying to exhibit in your analogy here, or?
Yeah, I guess so. Can you say it one more time? What you believe?
It's an
gender
internal
is?
sense of your sex.
Internal sense of your sex. Okay,
Yeah.
and my definition would be it's an expression of your biological sex interacting with the environment.
So gender expression
And I guess
that expression that you're talking about is predicated upon how you feel internally. That's why I say
okay,
that it is an
okay,
internal. Yeah.
okay. So you could have no attributes, like, because normally when I think of somebody who's a woman, they have feminine attributes, right? There was
Yes.
always masculine and feminine attributes, right?
Yeah.
But what you're saying is you can have none of those things. You can have absolutely none of those feminine attributes, but just relying on your own self ID, but have none of those things.
Well, so it's not necessarily a self ID thing, because when it comes to an internal sense of your sex, it is predicated on a person's hormones and hormone levels and how their brain has developed from an embryonic stage into adulthood.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this, and I think this is maybe where I get confused. Can you say that one more time?
Yes. How you feel internally in your brain is attributed by the hormones that are happening in your brain, as well as the formation of the brain at an embryonic stage.
Okay. Okay. So if I made the claim that I felt a certain way, how could you falsify that?
It's not really intended to be falsified. I don't know what's going on in their brain.
So what that would mean then is that you have an unfalsifiable claim.
It's not an unfalsifiable claim. It's just that I don't know what's going on in the brain. I don't have an MRI scanner. I don't have a way to analyze them in that moment.
So
Like, I'm just going to take them at their word.
If somebody felt right, well, so like just hypothetically, if somebody felt that they were a certain way, and we did a brain scan, and we see that, hey, actually these things in your brain aren't going on, would we conclude that then they are incorrect in that statement, that they are what they claim to be?
Well, I would say that they're likely going through something in their life and to just, support them for whatever they're going through.
Well, I guess what I'm
I
saying
don't.
is I'm trying to
It's
figure
not
out,
onto me to like say it's a complicated thing, right? I don't know what exactly they're going through. I don't know what they've been watching or whatever that would imply them to behave in a way that is opposite of the way that their hormones are. I'm not aware of a situation like that.
Okay. Do you see how that position, though, could lead to a lot of inconsistencies and absurdities?
No.
For instance, okay. So, I guess maybe we can, I'm trying to think, so if you're a woman, can you identify as a trans man?
If you're a woman, can you identify as a trans man? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If
it's literally what a trans man is.
If I'm right. Okay. Maybe I didn't phrase that correct. So if I'm male, and I prefer men, but identify as a woman, am I gay?
Hold on, repeat that. There's a lot of variables there. Why don't you?
If I'm a male, if I'm a biological male,
you're a biological male,
and I am sexually attracted to other males, but I identify as a woman, am I gay or am I straight?
I don't know. I don't know. It becomes like a subjective position there. It gets to the idea that being gay or straight is not a perfect binary.
Okay. Do you have a dad?
Yes.
And you have a mother?
Yes.
If your dad identified as a woman, would you then have two mothers?
Yes. By gender.
Can you explain to me how you could communicate that to somebody who was outside of, that wouldn't make somebody confused? How could you approach?
Yeah. I would have to tell them the difference between sex and gender.
And how would you do that to describe that situation?
Well, I would tell them that sex is the XX or XY chromosome that results in either large or small gametes that results in secondary sex characteristics in puberty, and a gender is an internal sense of your sex. I would like to show them
you don't think
at an embryonic.
That's confusing?
Yeah, it is. Well, it is confusing. It's complex. You're talking about an instance of endocrinology as well as embryology, as well as neurobiology that is more complex than just our binary understanding. This also accounts for the fact of intersex individuals as well. But I wanted to point out, right, that there's, and I talked about this in a previous stream, where there are two surges of hormones that occur at an embryonic stage that aligns you more towards male or more towards female. It is the presence of testosterone that makes you male. You start off sexually ambiguous, and then it is the presence of testosterone that allows the creation of gonads. And then later on, I believe it's like around 20 weeks, where there's a secondary surge of hormones that happen there, where it is either the presence of testosterone or the lack thereof. There are people, for example, who will have a surge of the first set of testosterone, which allows them to develop into gonads, but then under the second set of where there should be testosterone does not surge, which causes their brain to be more female-like. This is empirically proven. I could show you studies that show this.
Yeah. No, I've heard that. I've heard something similar before. But what I hear you saying is there is some sort of objective standard we can point to, some scientific standard we can point to verify that claim.
I'm saying that there are things that we can look at. I'm saying that there are things that we can look at regarding trans individuals that shows that there's a reason why it is that way.
And would that be concrete? Could we actually validate
Yeah,
that
it's
claim
concrete.
by using the measure you just provided?
That is a way, yes.
So if you're saying there's no instances of somebody who would claim to be something that maybe wouldn't have those attributes?
I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some level of social of a social push there as well. Maybe I could, but a lot of the times though, you're talking about somebody who they end up growing out of it. It just, it's complicated.
Yeah, I agree. So like there's people that, have other conditions, whether it be schizophrenia or bulimia or something like that, where you can actually, they do tests. They measure certain things in their body.
I wouldn't want to compare being trans to schizophrenia or bulimia, because schizophrenia is that is a mental disorder. And and bulimia is also that is another mental disorder. Being trans is not a mental disorder.
Well, but if we use your same standard,
hold on. You're aware that it's not a mental disorder, right?
That gender, well, it technically was, isn't it called gender dysphoria?
Not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
Diagnosed as a psychological condition?
Yes, that is considered a psychological condition. That is, but not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Being trans, and how would you in and of itself,
between somebody who has gender,
a trained psychologist.
So it would be somebody.
And I use the DSM-5 specifically to the DSM-5 TR is the latest form of the DSM, and I would use that as the medical criteria for determining whether or not somebody has gender dysphoria.
Okay, and so you have one person in one chair that has gender dysphoria that's been diagnosed by looking at their hormone levels and their brain activity and this.
No, they look at a series of behavior and criteria in order to. It's a mental disorder.
Well, what's the distinction between one person sitting in one chair that has gender dysphoria and a person sitting in the other chair that has... So
gender dysphoria is like an internal feeling that you have, an intensely negative internal feeling that you are not the desired gender. Your external body does not match with your internal, and you have a difficulty living a normal life as a result of this. That's gender dysphoria. But there do exist transgender individuals that do not have
that criteria.
There do exist people who do not.
It feels like you're adding.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out gender dysphoria. I'm just pointing out gender dysphoria. That's it. That's all I did. Right. I mean, I can go over the individual gender dysphoria thing, right, and talk about the individual criteria if you like. It's very boring. We can go over it though. What is the exact criteria for gender dysphoria? But just FYI, what I'm referring to is there are trans people, for example, that do not exhibit gender dysphoria but have gender euphoria, as in that they have a sense of happiness by being their gender assigned, but they themselves do not have gender dysphoria. So just FYI, not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
Okay. Would you say that not all anorexic?
I just want to point out, right? Being trans is not a mental disorder. You agree with that, right?
I don't know if I do. I'm trying to see if we can falsify these claims.
No. This is not This is not a falsification thing versus not falsification thing. I'm telling you what the medical associations say. I'm telling you that this is backed up with a lot of evidence. Like hundreds and hundreds of studies and deliberation of thousands of psychologists and psychiatrists came to this conclusion. You can pull up the APA that shows that not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Well, that is empirically the fact.
Okay.
So it's not up for debate. You could sit there and logic it out in your brain, but really at the end of the day is that you'd be going against the medical consensus on this. And I got news for you, man. Neither you or I are medically trained in this thing.
I'm just going by what your criteria. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that. But what I heard you say is that the difference between gender dysphoria, what I heard is that you were associating a negative connotation with that, and somebody who was unhappy with the way that they were feeling, that it has a negative impact in their life. So by that standard, then what you would have to say is that somebody with anorexia, if they did not feel that it was having a negative impact in their life, there's actually nothing medically wrong with that, if they were happy with it.
So yes, they would have
so
gender
then that
euphoria.
would not be,
So it's not a mental disorder.
well, no, they would have right. They would have anorexia, euphoria.
Wait.
So
Why are you
would say
talking?
that, hey,
No.
that's actually
Why are we talking about anorexia? Anorexia has nothing to do with gender dysphoria, nor does it have anything to do with trans people. I'm just pointing out that being trans is not a mental disorder. Get that out of your head. It's total nonsense.
Well, but you said it is all mental. It's a subjective feeling. How could it not, if it's disordered?
No, it's not. No. Stop. Where did I say that this is entirely subjective? We have spent the past 17 minutes. No. We have spent, stop for a second. Stop. We have spent the past 17 minutes discussing how somebody ends up feeling the way that they do, which is based in a biological premise. I gave you very strict mechanistic functions that leads to somebody's brain not matching with their external genitalia. I've exhibited that. I can show you the book that shows that exact criteria. I can show you the medical papers that provides that information. So I've provided a legitimate medical basis to the existence of trans people. Okay, so we're not going to pretend them away or act like that it's nonsense or it's just all in their head. It's all bullshit. That's not the facts. And secondly, being trans is not a mental disorder. Do you agree that it is not a mental disorder?
I'm trying to figure it out right now. That's why I'm having the conversation with you. I want to be convinced. I do. I want to be convinced.
Hold on.
By your logic, can I just say, okay, that do you agree that gender dysphoria is a psychological condition?
Okay, so I'm going to just pull this up, right? This is straight from the American Psychiatric Association. Give me a moment. This is psychiatry.org, right? This is the APA. This is about as authoritative as it gets when it comes to the discussion of this topic. It says right here, right at the beginning, like, what is gender dysphoria? The term transgender is not a psychiatric diagnosis. It is used to refer to a person whose sex assigned at birth, usually based on the appearance of external genitalia, does not align with their gender identity or one's psychological sense of their gender. Someone who's identified as transgender do experience gender dysphoria, a psychiatric diagnosis that refers to the psychological distress that results from the incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. Though gender dysphoria can sometimes begin in childhood, some people may not experience it until after puberty or much later. So I just want to, just once again, trans is not a diagnosis. It is not a mental disorder. It is telling you right here on the American Psychiatric Association. There's also the fact that the DSM-5 in previous iterations referred to gender identity disorder as being a disorder. However, they had removed that after further evidence, realizing that having a separate gender identity in and of itself does not cause you to be like, does not match the criteria necessary for a mental disorder. It used to
be in there, but they removed it. It used to be in there, but they removed it.
Yes, because it doesn't match the criteria for a mental disorder.
For them originally? Okay, and what can you list for me what those criteria are that would classify something as a mental disorder?
I don't see why it's not really.
Well, it's not really happened over the last 15 years, and they took it out. So you're using
it was a discovery. It was
I'm okay with that.
No. It's the current basis on the basis of evidence. So as studies had continued going out, they realized, oh, not all trans people have a negative sense. And when they realize that not all trans people have, that means it's not classified as a mental disorder. A mental disorder requires an intense negative experience. If you're not having an intense negative experience, it's not a mental disorder.
Okay, then anybody with anorexia who's not having a negative mental experience does not have a disorder.
If they're not having a negative experience from anorexia, then they would not. Then it wouldn't be. But again, like anorexia, that's a mental condition that leads to very serious physical outcomes.
That's inconsistent and absurd. That is absurd.
Not. It's
that's
not.
An absurd claim.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, right? Hold on, no, stop talking. Stop talking. I'm asking you this. So I just want to be clear. The American Psychiatric Association has this wrong. You've got it right.
I'm just basing it off of, well, they used to have it wrong.
Okay, so hold on, I'm just saying, right? The American Psychiatric Association has it wrong right now, 2025, you have it right.
I'm saying they had it right and they made it wrong.
Okay, so you're right, they are wrong.
Well, hold on. Can I just? Yeah.
All right. What is your accreditation? What do you know about psychology or psychiatry or embryology or neurobiology? What do you know about this topic?
Well, why do I need that to follow a logical conclusion?
You need that because you don't actually understand the relevant material necessary to come to these conclusions. Right? It's like if you're going to be talking, if you never took algebra, you wouldn't be capable of talking about calculus. You are incapable. You do not have the tools necessary to even discuss the topic.
Well, yes, I would.
And you're the one that's put, by the way, FYI, you're the one that's pushing against, you're the one that is pushing against the medical consensus here. I'm simply telling you what the medical consensus
What's wrong with
is.
That? Shouldn't we be doing that?
No, you shouldn't. Not if you are not a trained a psychologist. 100%, you should not be going against the medical consensus on this. No, that would make you an idiot. No. What happened? That's a feature, not a bug, right? Science, what it does is that it gets new evidence and then it changes on the basis of that evidence. Like, that's how that works.
And hold on, dude, I'm not interrupting you. Every time you tell me to stop, I stop. Okay. I just appreciate a little bit of respect back and forth. I'm really trying not to offend you. Okay. I'm really, truly not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm just following.
You seem to be saying that, listen, I want to be here's what I think based on what you have just told me. Here's what I believe I think you have an intense distaste towards trans people. You would prefer that they do not exist. And so what you want to do is you want to grasp at straws, try to find as many reasons to deny the existence of trans people. And you want, and this goes so far to the point that you, an untrained person,
the most respectful conversation
you as an untrained person, right, is going to sit there and go against the medical consensus. Yeah, because you're going against the medical consensus in order to be a transphobe. It's idiotic. It's super stupid. It's like a really dumb thing to argue.
You won't let me finish. Just dude, don't get mad at me, okay? I'm not trying to make you mad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pretend that trans people aren't real and it's a mental disorder. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Is being trans a mental disorder?
You said this was confusing.
No. Answer the fucking question. Very simple. Answer the fucking question. Is being trans a mental disorder?
Dude, I hope your audience can see the level of disrespect that you're showing.
Hey, answer the fucking question. Is being trans a mental disorder?
I would say 20 years ago, yes. If we want to go by the medical standards, and I'll agree
is it a mental disorder?
I will agree with you.
It's not a mental disorder, right?
Based on the medical association that you just described to me, they would not classify it as a medical disorder. Now, let me tell you why it's absurd to make that statement. Because now anything that would have been classified as a medical disorder that does not negatively impact your life cannot be a mental disorder anymore. So that means bulimia, anorexia.
That's not what happens, by the way. That's not how that works.
Affecting your life, and it's not. That's what you said. That's what you claim.
No, it's not. And I'll be honest with you, man. Like, if you really want to, I don't know what to tell you, man. Ask a psychologist. Call the APA and ask for the information on this. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You debate this
there's a reason. I'm telling you, there's a reason why this had changed. And you decided to lock in on that in order to disprove the existence of trans people.
How many hours have you spent researching this topic? How many
hours? Try weeks. Try years.
Weeks. I've spent like 5 hours, okay, in total. And if you can't give me, and I'm not,
I gave it to
experienced in this,
you.
but
I
have
gave
done a
you
piss
the
poor
fact how
job, dude,
trans people
of
exist,
explaining this.
and you're still saying you're saying that you don't believe that these you thought trans people to this day had was a mental disorder. Thankfully, we're now more intelligent about that, where we know it's not. It's not, right?
It used to be. If you 20 years ago, you
Yeah, I mean, there was like anthropology that thought that black people were inferior. Like, what happens is you get new evidence, and then you change your system based on new evidence. That's how that works.
So, okay, so if they change that standard 5 years from now, I'll call back, and you'll agree with me that it's a medical disorder. It's a disordered mental process. Once they change it again, because it looks like there's a changing standard.
Yeah.
So 5 years, I'll call you back, and then we'll see what their definition says, and then you'll agree with me.
Yeah,
right?
you realize, by the way, just FYI,
right,
the studies are not going in your direction. By the way, I want to point out, the studies are actually going in my direction. I have pulled up numerous studies that shows instances of differences in neurobiology, like the literal physical brain itself being different for trans people prior to there even being hormone replacement therapy, which would coincide with embryological studies and the increase of hormones on the brain in two separate fields. Here, I'll even show you the relevant paper. It's a pretty good one.
Hey, I'm not saying I actually agree with you. Okay, if the studies are showing that stuff, I want to agree with you. Would you then say, would it follow then that somebody who was attracted to children, who was a PDF file, that if we could show that in their brain they were born that way, that this is how it makes them happy, they're not acting on it, they're not causing any harm, but there's actually nothing wrong with them because it's not negatively impacting their life. Would you say that that is a medical disorder?
Yeah.
That's a mental disorder by what standard?
What I think if you're like having a hard time living your life, and because you're just thinking about kids all the time, then yeah, that would be a pretty nasty disorder.
Yeah,
I mean, standard? Like me personally, like if you want me personally, like I would say, I would look at the American Psychological Association. I would look at the DSM-5.
And what standard are they using?
Empiricism.
But if they did the study and they showed that, hey, there's an increased hormones after you were born and you couldn't control this, and this is just who you are, why would you say that it's
I think there probably is.
Why would you
I think there probably is. I mean, but that doesn't mean that you act on it. That means you get them the help that they need so they don't abuse a child.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I agree with you. Get them the help that they need so that they don't act on that behavior.
Okay, but you're equating being trans to being a pedophile.
I'm saying somebody that has those.
Do you think that it is appropriate to equate being trans to being a pedophile?
No, I think that you shouldn't act on everything.
It's not a good argument to compare trans people to pedophilia. Thank you.
And I don't
appreciate
think the way that you feel should be acted out.
I'll clip that.
So yeah, and so you agree with me that trans people we should try to tell them not to act out the way that they feel. Because it's no different.
No, you don't agree with that at all. And the reason why you don't agree with that is because you think that it is not appropriate to compare trans people to pedophilia. You already said that. So bringing up a comparison of trans people to pedophilia is already invalid. You disproved yourself, sir.
And how did I do that?
Because I asked you, is it appropriate to compare trans people to pedophilia? And you said no. And then when you sit there, you're now comparing trans people to pedophilia in order to prove your point.
Well, what does it mean to compare to somebody? I'm giving you.
Oh man, look at this. The epistemological sophistry. I love it. I love it. I love the What does it mean? It depends on what the definition of the word is.
Well, to use something to show an absurdity in your logic, it's just showing the absurdity.
I didn't show any absurdity in my logic, right? You're the one sitting there coming up with, it depends on what the definition of the word is. And you're sitting there trying to compare being trans to abuse of a child. You're sicko, dude. That's insane.
Well, no, he's not let's just say they're not acting on it. Let's just say they're not acting on it. We're trying to tell them not to act on it.
Good talk,
buddy. What's wrong with the statement that's saying you were born this way? if you were born that way,
Because it's not
the
an
medical
appropriate
showed that your
comparison,
hormones were,
silly.
but you couldn't control it, right?
And you even
can't
agreed
control
that
it
it's
the way
not
that
an
you feel. What's
appropriate
wrong with that?
comparison. I asked you if it was appropriate to do that. You said no. And then here you are comparing trans people to pedophilia.
But I'm just showing you that
No.
it's the claims that you made are leading to absurd conclusions.
They're not.
That I can apply that to other people that are
they're not
clearly mentally
absurd. I mean, I
disordered.
provided
I would say,
my information. The information is there. You can either take it or leave it.
we'll let the
Say
audience
it's
decide, man.
it's
Like,
right or
I'll leave
wrong.
it
I mean,
there.
whatever.
I'm okay with leaving the conversation there, dude. I'm okay with leaving the conversation there, and I think the audience will see that the claims you made led to absolute absurdity.
Okay. Have a good day.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for taking me on, and maybe I'll call back once I do a little bit more research, and maybe we can have a little bit more productive.
Read the book Brain Gender by
All right,
Melissa Hines.
All right, man. I'll try and add it in. Hey, again, no disrespect. Okay, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you taking me on.
Peace.
And man, the only way we figure this stuff out is by talking. So thanks a lot.
I'm trying to find this paper. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to here. I'm going to save this in my, because I keep bringing it up. All right. For those who are not aware, I'm going to provide this. And I'm also going to pull that into my sources doc, Google Drive. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a quick second. Oh, let me put down the timer on that. 1:36:30. Let me see. Where's my... Okay, sources doc. All right. All right. So I want to share this real quick before... I mean, we are taking calls. Call in 202-998-5218. We're taking calls. Anybody who wants to call in and have a discussion, we can do it. We can see here this abstract shows during the intrauterine period, the fetal brain develops. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, good morning, Amender.
What's up, Extremo?
Hey, bro, listen, a lot of these guys, they don't know your history, bro. They don't understand how gay you actually are, bro. There's no point in arguing with you about something like that because you have such a pool of information, to gather from that, they really can't argue against anything that you say because you have sources, right?
Like in terms of, yeah, I mean, the fact that I sit down and research a particular topic and then I learn about that topic
Right.
and all they have is some fucking podcast. Yeah.
It's an opinion, yeah. And like at the end of the day, like this shit is like being studied and changed every day, bro. Like there's no point in arguing with you about it. And plus, most people, I made this point last time, most people actually don't care, Contrary to popular belief, people actually don't give a shit about this at all. They just don't want like men inside like women's restrooms or like in the most like in the most part they don't want men playing in women's sports. But other than that, like people really don't give a shit. So I won't speak on that, bro, because at the end of the day, I really don't give a fuck. It really makes no difference to me. But I do have a question for you, bro. And it's something that I've been pondering with all like the craziness of today, bro. And I'm just gonna let you really stew on this, bro. In your opinion, bro, do you think America's gonna last forever?
No. I don't think any
How so?
nation can last forever.
Okay, then what is it gonna look like?
I think eventually society will collapse.
Okay. When
That's
it collapses,
inevitable.
how do you think that's gonna look? But how is that gonna look, in your opinion?
I don't know.
You have no guess.
Yeah, I don't know what it would look like when society collapses.
Well, don't you think that like if you have this belief that society will eventually collapse, don't you think that there would be signs that we could find to prevent that from happening?
Yeah.
What would be one of those signs?
Well, I think we need to address climate change as number one. I think we could actually have a great deal of harm to the ecosystem, which causes a cascading effect to a sudden degradation of all life on Earth.
Do you think that like natural disasters will destroy our country before like economic shit or political shit?
I don't know. Okay. We could have Yellowstone explode on us in the next day, and then all societies would collapse. We would all be dead.
Correct. But that's why I asked you, like, what do you think is going to get us first? Do you think it's going to be like Trump Jr. for his running for his fifth time? Finally, people have had enough, and then they like overthrow the government, or do you think like Yellowstone?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what will happen. I really don't.
You're not.
I wish I could tell you.
Even slightly skeptical?
I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. I don't know. I don't have an accurate way to tell you what will happen over another.
Well, you can't use like history as a reference, like in your head. Like, well, maybe this is how it's going to start to look, or you don't think it'll look.
I can only speculate, but I don't know what will happen.
Right. Which, to be fair, is what I'm asking. I'm asking you to speculate. Like in your head, bro, how does it look? Like, you know what, bro? Let me put it into this scenario, right? Grand Overlord Space Apache has enslaved all scientists and has forced those said scientists to discover a way to live forever. And he's only allowing people
Why are we
that
talking
are
about
super
Space
gay
Apache?
and super.
We don't need to be talking. He's not here.
I'm not talking about him. I'm just using him as a placeholder for anybody. It could be Grand Emperor GJMP. It could be anybody. I'm just using Space Apache because me and you both know that is something that he's spoken about, and he is the first person that came into my mind when it comes to the prospect of living forever. So I digress, right? Let me go back to where I was, right? Lord, Space Emperor, and Intergalactic King of all that exists, Space Apache, and that is the official title, has enslaved all women and scientists and has forced them to come up with some sort of a serum that for some reason has to be injected through the asshole that makes you live forever, right? And he's only offering this to people that...
Dude, are you high? Are you high right now? You okay?
No, I'm actually not. I'm just.
How are you not high right now? What is this? What are you doing?
Bro,
this is just you talking?
It's normal operating procedure for Extremo. You know this, bro. All right? Well, damn it, bro. Let me finish so you can understand the context of the question. All right? Where was I?
I'm clipping that.
Asshole injections that make you live forever. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, right. So, he's only allowing those that accept that sex is bimodal to be immortal.
Okay. I mean, sex is bimodal. It is.
Right. Sure. So the point is that, like, obviously you believe that sex is bimodal, so you will get said injection in the ass that will make you live forever, right? So now you're able to live forever, and it's 250 years from now. What do you see? Like, you wake up in the morning, you take the butt plug out, then you go wash your hands, brush your teeth, and then when you look out the window, what do you see?
I don't even know what you're arguing at this point. That's why I was asking. Are you high? You don't sound like you're making any cogent statement at all.
I'm not making a statement. I'm asking you a question. 250 years from now, you look out the window after, of course, removing the butt plug and brushing your teeth. What do you see? Like, what do you see outside?
I don't know what you're arguing, my dude. I really don't. I don't get
I'm
it.
not arguing anything, bro. I'm asking you a question, bro. Like, what do you see outside? Like, do you see trees? Do you see volcanoes erupting and Yellowstone killing everybody? Do you see like a
I don't know, maybe
utopia?
like an overexhausted environment. I think there'd be likely too many people, and people would live a much lower quality of living standard. Radiated robot men will eat other radiated robot men.
Damn, bro. That's pessimistic as fuck.
Well, I mean, it kind of is inevitable. I mean, there's only one Earth, and there's only so many materials. And so I just feel like our technology will only take us so far.
You don't believe in human beings' ability to innovate their way out of problems?
No, they do and have and do all the time. I'm saying that there's a limit. There's like a point where there's no amount of technology that's going to pull us out of it.
Well,
I believe
yeah,
that.
right. Like if we blow a hole into into the Earth's core, like obviously we're gonna fuck ourselves. But I don't see that happening. Like when you say, excuse me, when you say like robot shit taking over man and all that, like, do you mean to say that like people are gonna be enslaved? Like it's gonna be way worse?
Well, have you ever heard of the poem Dinosauria We?
I've never heard of that in my life.
Here, pull it up.
That's very pessimistic.
It's written by Charles Bukowski. All right, here. I'll read it. Let me put some music on. I don't know what I'm gonna put on for the music.
You're saying techno, but not gay.
Let me see.
I know that's a fine line to walk, but I mean, just try
see.
your best.
Yeah. So, all right. So, I'll just play this. You can't hear it on the phone, but the chat can hear it. All right. So I'll go ahead and read it. Oh, it's kind of loud. Let me. Wait. There. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah. So here we go. Here, it's a poem that's written by Charles Bukowski, and it's called Dinosauria We. Born like this, into this, as the chalk faces smile, as Mrs. Death laughs, as the elevators break, as political landscapes dissolve, as the supermarket bag boy holds a college degree, as the oily fish spit out their oily prey, as the sun is masked, we are born like this, into these carefully mad wars, into the sight of broken factory windows of emptiness, into bars where people no longer speak to each other, into fistfights that end as shootings and knifings, born into this, into hospitals which are so expensive that it's cheaper to die, into lawyers whose charge so much it is cheaper to plead guilty, into a country where the jails are full and the madhouses closed, into a place where the masses elevate fools into rich heroes, born into this. Walking and living through this, dying because of this, muted because of this, castrated, debauched, disinherited because of this, fooled by this, used by this, pissed on by this, made crazy and sick by this, made violent, made inhuman by this. The heart is blackened, the fingers reach for the throat, the gun, the knife, the bomb. The fingers reach towards an unresponsive God. The fingers reach for the bottle, the pill, the powder. We are born into this sorrowful deadliness. We are born into a government 60 years in debt that will soon be unable to even pay interest on that debt, and the banks will burn. Money will be useless. There will be an open and unpunished murder in the streets. It will be guns and roving mobs. Land will be useless. Food will become a diminishing return. Nuclear power will be taken over by the many. Explosions will continuously shake the earth. Radiated robot men will stalk each other. The rich and the chosen will watch from space platforms. Dante's Inferno will be made to look like a children's playground. The sun will not be seen, and it will always be night. Trees will die. All vegetation will die. Radiated men will eat the flesh of radiated men. The sea will be poisoned. The lakes and rivers will vanish. Rain will be the new gold. The rotting bodies of men and animals will stink in the dark wind. Only the last few survivors will be overtaken by new and hideous diseases, and the space platforms will be destroyed by attrition, the petering out of supplies, the natural effect of general decay, and there will be the most beautiful silence never heard, born out of that. The sun is still hidden there, awaiting the next chapter. That's what I think what will happen.
Damn, dude. Bro, you really got to get laid, bro. That is not how it's going to go down, homie. I'm telling you, that is not how it's going to happen, homie. I'm sorry to tell you, bro. Look, dude,
I'm clipping that.
To a certain extent, I'm a pessimist too, you know? Like,
I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. I think this is what will happen. I do. I believe that.
Well, and I'm not.
It'll take hundreds of years. It'll be way beyond our lifetime, but I think that's what will happen. I think that will be the end of us.
I think a version of that will start, bro. But because I am a little bit of a pessimist, bro. Like, I actually do believe that there's like a battle between good and evil, and that evil will always win, no matter what. And that the way evil wins is by making you believe that good exists, you know? And the reason I'm saying this is because ultimately what will end up happening, in my opinion, bro, is that, yes, we will go through a phase in humanity where we're going to start reverting to, like, fascism or whatever to try to, like, make order. But ultimately, bro, it's going to be another 1776. It's going to be another series of events that lead to a better version of whatever is going on at the time. And then it'll eventually morph into, like, spacefaring nations and shit like that, bro. I don't think that we're going to destroy this planet.
How are you going to have a spacefaring nation?
Well, we have the technology, right? Like, it's not like if it's out of the realm of imagination. We're going to build
the problem is that you have a bottleneck, right? The amount of fuel is increasing the amount of weight, but you need more energy to escape Earth's orbit, and so the amount of weight is very, very crucial. And there's only so much weight that you can put out there. And I mean, at best, you just will not be able to have like these big, giant, circular donut space stations like you see in Space Odyssey. Like, it just would be very, very difficult to do that. And I just don't think that we would be capable for this.
But you see, that's the thing. This is where I come in, bro. This is where my mechanical brain is actually pretty effective at, bro, because I think that clearly we have sources of energy that we have enough sources of energy for us to create the things that we need to go into space. Our problem is our efficiency, right? Right. As of now, we're not capable of extracting enough energy from the sources that we have for it to be to create an effective form of transportation. But in the future, we're going to figure that out, right? Like, obviously, AI is going to have to play into this. Like, they're going to find inefficiencies in our processes, and they're going to get rid of them. And then next thing you know, we're going to be like, whoa, fuck, nuclear energy is the best. Let's just focus on that.
Hold on. The problem is hopefully. Hopefully that happens. But it's not hopefully, bro. But there is a non-zero chance that won't happen.
Well, but sure, I get it, but I'm being optimistic here, right? Like, too, like, at the end of the day, bro, you're underestimating the Jews. They really want to live. Yeah, absolutely. They really want to live, and they really want to do well. You know what I mean?
didn't know it'd
And
go
it's
into
really-
some weird anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's not an anti-Semitism. It's actually a compliment towards
Like it's
them
the
as a people.
Jews.
they're-
Like what do you
yeah.
as opposed to what? Like
Yeah, I don't
regular
know.
like other humans? Like I don't
Other normal
understand
humans
your
are not as
argument.
smart as the Jews, bro. The Jews are pretty smart. They figure things out pretty quickly. I mean, if you look at the world's greatest scientists, most of them are Jews. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I think they're gonna figure it out, bro. They're definitely gonna figure it out. Like, all they need to do is figure out a way to extract energy as efficiently as possible. That's all they got to do. But we can create the tools to do that. As a matter of fact, I think that, like, we're able to power a computer that with enough, like a small little die computer with enough power to fuel a whole city, bro. I don't see why we can't fuel a space station, you know what I mean? Or like a spaceship, you know? So, like, there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to do it, bro. Your opinion is that the world's going to end before we get to that point.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I just don't have any indication
Yeah.
that, I mean, unless if we can get new evidence that shows that, you know, yeah, they're going to be able to do it, then great, fabulous. I'm into it. Let's do it.
But you're like, you also have that part of your head where it's like, okay, well, what's, you know, there is a
I
possibility.
mean, it'd be cool
of
if we
us
became a
creating, like,
spacefaring civilization and we were
Yeah.
able to sustain ourselves out in space. Like, that would be really freaking cool. I just don't think it's likely. I just think very unlikely
Yeah.
that that's going to happen.
Yo,
I think we have like
100% believe-
ideas that maybe it will happen, but we're kind of limited by physical reality here. Like, there's only so much we could do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, bro. But, like, again, it's like anything, bro. And this is why I said, like, I don't know how you cannot have faith in man's ability to innovate when in the matter of 100 years we went from, like, fucking bipedal planes.
Yeah, but
to
like, I just don't
fucking
think that this is, yeah, I mean, I see it. I think that you're talking about a situation where it's like, you know, we were able to get that level of success because we took energy from the Carboniferous era and we burned it into the air, right? That's what happened, right? But now
Right.
there's no more. There's no
Well,
more of that. We don't have any more of that. There's
but fossil
less.
fuels-
And it's
fossil
going to get to the
fuels can
point
only
where
take
it's
you
just
so
not going to
far.
be economically feasible to keep going for oil. And we may actually destroy our environment before that even happens. And it's like, what is that going to look like?
One, I don't ever think we're gonna run out of oil, bro. I think that's never gonna happen.
Why would you not
second-
run out of oil?
Why would we run out of oil? The world is constantly shifting.
Well,
and
so first of all, I
constantly
didn't even
creating
say
oil.
running out of oil. I said that there will become a day where oil drilling will no longer be economically viable. That's the day
Correct.
that oil
When we
stops
have
getting
better
used.
sources of, yeah, whenever we have better, more effective, and efficient sources
Yeah,
of
well,
energy.
as oil starts to run out and it becomes harder and harder to drill for oil, guess what, dude? That's end game
We're
right
gonna
there,
have
bro.
Well, no, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't believe. Do you really believe that that's gonna be the thing
Hell
that,
yeah, it
that
will.
fucks us? But when you recognize, even now, that there are better, more efficient forms of energy that we can easily start, you know, reverting to, bro. Like nuclear, obviously, is the first one that comes in mind, bro. Like if we were to just have like nuclear power everywhere and just have everybody driving electric cars, we would kill two birds with one stone, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
Like
I
we-
think you can stave this off by doing it, but sorry, that there's too many people that won't do anything about it.
Well, it's not really up to people, bro. It's up to like the economics of things, like you said, bro. Like once the Jews are like, oh, you know what? It makes more sense to fucking create nuclear energy than to fucking, you know, dig holes in the floor to extract oil. We're going to do that, and then obviously whatever comes with it. My thing is that like if we do transition to nuclear energy or some form of more efficient energy production, the innovation that will come with that is what's gonna take us to space. It's almost an inevitability. You know, in my opinion.
I don't
Like
I'm not as optimistic as you, I guess. I just don't think we'll be able to pull it off. I don't.
Nah, bro. I really do think we'll be able to pull it off. And not only do I believe we'll be able to pull it off, it's gonna look exactly like Star Trek.
Maybe.
Exactly, bro.
Hopefully.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully we get lucky.
Awesome. No trans people, robots, slaves. Fucking great, bro.
Why is the society no trans people? Okay, bye everybody. I guess I'll stop existing.
Nah, bro. It's just gonna be like normal, healthy, you know, people. You know what I mean? Like,
there's nothing wrong with trans people.
Well, Amanda,
Jesus
do you think
Christ.
do you think that, like, I'm not gonna call trans people crazy. I'm gonna say this, right? Do you think that it brings comfort to a trans person being a person born with the sex of a male, but with the brain, quote unquote, of a female? Do you think it brings comfort to somebody, or do you think that they would rather not have this?
Does
this
what
comfort?
bring comfort to somebody? I don't.
Having the brain of a quote unquote female, but the body of a male. Do you think it brings comfort
depends.
to a person?
It depends. I don't know how their brain formed. I don't know how they react to it. It's a lot of factors there.
Right. If you were born with no arms, but you are a human being, do you think that would bring comfort to you? Or would
probably not. Yeah, you probably have comfort in having arms. But
right. So my point is
person
that,
not having arms is not the same as being trans, dude.
Well, essentially what I'm trying to explain to you is that there's a person that is born with a physical flaw, right? And a physical
there's
flaw
nothing.
does not
Yeah,
mean
there's
not
no.
human
But there's
or
no
not,
flaw.
not
It's not a
deserving of
flaw
respect.
to be trans.
Well, okay, is it a flaw to be born without a leg?
Yes.
Okay, is it a flaw to be born schizophrenic?
Yes.
So anything out of the abnormal is a flaw.
No.
Or everything out of the normal is a flaw.
No.
Okay, so you can be born
There are abnormal
without
things
legs.
that are perfectly acceptable. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, they're
It's not a flaw.
They're being socially acceptable, but they're being medically flawless are two different things, right? Like very few people in this world
Medically
are born
what?
medically flawless, right?
Flawless. What the hell is this?
Well, where like you don't have cancer, you're not born with cancer, you're not born with any like mental disorders,
Like a
or,
malady?
fucking missing limbs.
Not all trans people
Yeah, like-
have gender dysphoria. I've already pointed this out. We don't have to bring it up,
okay,
right?
but I'm not. Okay, but like let's say we could have a society where there is no dysphoria ever. There's no cancer. There's no nothing. Do you think people would rather be born?
maybe like allow people to exhibit the gender identity that they'd like to be is probably the move. Wouldn't you
Right,
agree?
but you would like if you're born a man, you would rather that those gender things to be conformed to.
What I would like to have in my society is acceptance of people.
Oh, then we've already achieved that, bro.
No, we haven't. There are laws being put into place specifically to discriminate trans people, and I think it's wrong. We need to fix that.
Nah.
Yeah. There are laws. There's thousands of laws already being presented.
Nah. Well, I
Yeah.
think that those laws that you're saying that discriminate against trans people are actually laws protecting women.
No.
You wanna get rid of
There are
laws
laws
protecting
that are designed to discriminate against trans people.
right for the sake of protecting women. Like we discriminate.
Well, that's the
against
guys,
men
right? But the
by not
reality
letting
is they don't give a
them
fuck about women, because for every single one of these states that
And-
want
and you
to
do?
protect, quote unquote, protect women, they also want to restrict access to abortion, which is not protecting
Right.
women. That's harming women.
Well, no, that's protecting. That's protecting.
Yeah,
babies.
yeah, got it. Yeah. No,
Right.
it's all about control, bro. It's all about control. That's what
Well,
it is.
Well, yeah, we want to control.
They've never hid that
the
shit. Yeah, you
murder
want to
of
control
babies.
people for living their life as they see fit.
Well, yeah,
I agree.
that's what laws do. Yeah, that's what laws do.
Yeah, but they're just not harming anybody. That's the problem. A
But,
person
but-
being trans is not
but-
harming you. That's the problem.
But okay.
But you make it, y'all
the-
make it your
a per-
problem. Y'all act like that there's nothing wrong, that there's something wrong with being trans. I mean, I'm pushing back against
Well,
that,
there-
right?
Well, there can be. Even you said that. There can be something wrong with being trans. Like you can be.
You could be
trans
gender
person with
dysphoric. There's something wrong there.
Right.
Right. That's a mental
Dysphoric,
disorder that
you have-
results that's intensely negative for a person having to go through that. But that's different.
Right. Right. But you understand that there should be. That you agreed once during the conversation that we had that there should be laws protecting like women's autonomy and women's privacy and women's ability to like do the things that they do without having men interfere in those things. You admitted that, and I don't think you would change your mind on that.
I just
right?
think
Like,
that trans people should be included in society. I'm sorry. We just fundamentally disagree.
But trans people, it's not illegal to be a trans person. It's not illegal to practice life.
No,
as a
I
trans.
mean, like, I think Trump himself says it's practically illegal to be to be woke. I think Donald Trump himself said that.
I mean, I think it should be, but I don't think it
Okay,
is.
so
right? Like,
you were sitting there saying that, oh, it's not illegal. You actually want it to be illegal. You want somebody like me to not exist.
Maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic. I disagree with. I just what I'm saying is that like for sure.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like disheartening. Like you and I, like we've talked as friends, right? And it's like you're saying like my very identity shouldn't exist.
I was joking, right? Like obviously, bro. I said this earlier. It's not illegal to be a trans person. Like I don't think that you should be murdered for being trans, and I don't think that you should be like chastised for being trans. You know what I mean? But like there's a limit, right? Because we already have this understanding that the reason we have laws protecting women's female sex spaces is because there is a inevitability that if we let men into these spaces, harm will be caused to women, and we can't just say, well,
yeah,
men,
but the women don't get harmed by trans people. That's just nonsense.
Well, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying it's just transphobia.
Okay,
it's not the reality of the situation. I'm not going to repeat what you said exactly because I can get one thing just slightly wrong. See, you're not listening.
No. I just want to make it very clear. I never referred to protecting women from trans people. I said from men, right? Because men cause harm to women.
Yeah, so overwhelmingly it is cis men that cause harm to women in women's spaces. It's not trans women.
Right.
Even per capita, it's they just don't harm women. Like they don't. Like it just doesn't it hardly, if at all, exists.
Sure, I would even go as
you may be able to pull like a handful of claims, like literally can count it on one hand out of 300 million Americans.
I wouldn't say, well, yeah, but you could also, like in percentage-wise, trans people are like an extreme minority in this country.
Yeah, no, I'm saying per capita, trans people harm women much less than cis men. It's not even close. Even per capita, right? So even addressing the difference in population, it still doesn't match.
Right, but you understand the perspective of conservative men, which is to be
transphobic and hateful towards women wanting to exist.
Well, no, we are okay with women wanting to exist.
I'm saying that's my perspective. That's what I think. I believe that. I believe that trans people I think that a lot of this comes from like a biblical worldview where they feel like it must be this way. It must be this binary thing. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And the concept of trans people make them uncomfortable. It also turns them on a lot and they have a hard time dealing with that. Yeah. And the way that they push back against that is they go anti-trans. That's what I believe.
You know, I agree with you for the most part. There's
the Republicans
a lot of
are
that.
into trans women?
No, bro. I mean, look, dude.
I think there is. I think they got a lot of projection there.
Yeah, and I agree with you, bro, because I come from a conservative background, dude. But like, you know me, bro. Like after I graduated from high school, I started like hanging out with different people, and I met like some gay people that were pretty cool, and that's when I really started to study my stigma against people that are gay, and then that's when I realized, well, shit, they're just normal people. So I have this understanding that you have, right? But the problem is that it doesn't take away from reality, right? The reality is that, like,
Bro, I'm
sure,
clipping
there
that.
are a lot of conservative men that are closeted, that are fucking projecting.
Bro,
You know
you
what I
just
mean?
went you just went from like, I was like, oh, I think that like Republicans are just secretly attracted to trans people and it's really uncomfortable for them. So
No,
they
some of
just go
them.
like fully anti-trans. And then you're like, bro, I completely understand and I agree with you. I'm a
Yeah,
Republican and
no, because I can tell you that, like, from studying my own people, yeah, I could tell right away that that's what it is, bro. It's not like
they're
it's
just
something that
turned
is hard
on
to
by
tell.
trans people
Well, some of
and it
them
makes
are,
them
bro, but this is the
uncomfortable.
point. No, this is something that,
I think
like,
that's
you
it,
need
dude.
to
I do. I believe it. I
No,
believe
but it's
that.
not 100. It's not 100% it though, bro. I'm trying to get to the other side. The other side of the coin
That's
is
funny.
people like me, which don't really give a fuck, bro. We really don't care. The only thing that we're concerned about are the things that are, like, practical, right? One, I think me and you both can agree that, considering men are the biggest victimizers of women, that we should try to give women spaces so that they can be in the privacy of their own.
Yeah, I'm telling you that trans
think that
people aren't the cause of the harm, right? Trans people, that it's just false rhetoric that has been pushed by right-wing institutions that like to argue a biblical worldview, and propaganda pieces such as Fox News and podcasters, people not reading into the topic, foment hatred towards trans people, which causes people to want to discriminate against trans people. That's what I believe. I believe
Well,
it.
no, I actually think it's the opposite, bro. I think it's the most woke shit. I think my position is my wife, which is my wife, who is an actual woman, an actual female with not gender dysphoria, the real deal Holyfield, the real McCoy, does not want men in the women's restroom.
Yeah, did you know that most women... Okay, so did you know that there have been Pew Research to show that most women don't actually care about this?
Does Pew Research say that 100% of women?
No, it's not 100%, but most women are
Okay,
perfectly okay with it. But like, here's the thing,
what
right?
is
Like, if
most
I did
women?
a
Most
survey,
women?
let me ask you this, right? If I did a survey saying that most people don't want black people to be in the same bathroom as white people
That would be the
because that
case.
they could cause violence towards them, would you say that? Would you think that we should abide by that if that's the case?
Well, I think you're I think you're trying to muddy the waters here, right?
No,
Let's
I'm
go back to
pointing
what we're
out. I'm
talking about,
trying to
right?
point out the
Well,
logical inconsistency
Yeah,
here.
but
It's
but they're not the
logically
same, right?
inconsistent
Like,
because
I could
you're
find
saying, well, it
logical-
could
I
hurt
could
people,
create
but
a
I'm telling you that they
that
don't
would
hurt people, right? And so even if you had a majority of people say, hey, we don't want these people in this location, first of all, without me getting too far into the weeds, trans people just want to use the bathroom. That's
Sure,
it.
They can use
They
the
should be
restroom.
able
There's
to
not
use the
illegal for-
restroom, right? Or
They're
whatever
not- it's not
restroom that they
illegal
want to
for
do.
them to
They
use the
should be
restroom, yeah.
free of
Never-
harassment. In fact,
Nobody-
there has been
is
an
there a law that
increase
says that
in
they can't use
harassment
the restroom?
towards cisgendered women thinking that they are transgender women because they don't look as pretty as regular women.
Hold up, bro. Is there a law that says that trans people can't shit
Huh?
in the restroom?
No, the problem is because of the there are in some states
Can you
there
show
are
me the law
laws
that
that
says
specifically
that
state that
trans
trans
people are
people
not-
have to use the bathroom of their sex assigned at birth by
Okay,
law.
but they can use the restroom,
And
right?
well, but
they
that's
can
the
use
problem is that even if
So
they
why are
do
you saying-
use
wait,
the
wait,
sex,
why are you saying
stop.
that? Wait,
Even
wait,
if they
hold on,
use
hold on,
if
correct
they
yourself,
do
bro.
use the
Why are
sex
you saying
assigned,
that they're
stop
not allowed to
talking.
shit when,
Stop talking.
this-
Stop talking. Even if they
You're
do
lying.
use the bathroom of the sex assigned at birth, they often get harassed anyway because they're among transphobic men who are in that bathroom. So so you know what they end up deciding? They end up not using the bathroom. They
That's
just
their choice.
assume that like if it's not unisex, they don't use that bathroom, right? Because then they end up with a fight with an ultra conservative being a fucking psycho. I'm serious. This happens a
Man,
lot.
I really don't see that happening, bro. I'm sure.
No,
you
no,
can
that
find
that is
cases
happening. That is happening. That empirically,
No, I'm
that is
sure
the
it
case.
Like, I'm sure you can find it with your hands.
It's
like,
not. No,
count
no.
with your
I
hands
can't
how
find it
many times
with
it's
my
happened.
hand. I can show that to be the case. That's one of the number one
Sure, I can show
instances
you
of
times when
assault
trans
in the
people
United
rape
States.
women but I could also show you cases of trans people fucking raping women in restrooms, bro. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like
I'm
I
telling
said,
you,
you could probably count that down to like literally a
okay, and I
single
could
hand.
probably
Like
count
on a
down
single
the
hand, you
times
can
when-
count out of 350 million Americans who is affected by
And
that. I'm telling you, dude.
Okay, and I could also do the same thing with trans women getting harassed in male restroom, bro.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's
the
not on a
same
single
deal.
hand though. There's thousands of cases of that. There's thousands. In fact,
shit, bro, I
ask
don't know about
any
that.
trans woman. Ask any trans woman where they elect to use the men's restroom. Right? You can ask them.
Well,
They get harassed all the fucking time. They just choose not to use the bathroom. They're like, fuck it. I'm not going to use the bathroom.
Hey, bro, listen, dude. If a trans woman goes into a male restroom and the guys over there are like, you know, like whistling at her or him or whatever, you know, like.
Hey, wait, you did it right for once.
Yeah.
You
know,
called them a
or
her.
him,
Look at
whatever
you.
the fuck they want.
Look at
Or
you.
whatever the fuck they. Yeah, because I'm telling you, Amanda, I don't care, bro. You know I don't care, bro. Like, really? What?
Then why are
what
you
does
so
it matter to me,
fascinated
bro?
with this?
I'm not fascinated at all.
I feel like you are.
Not even a little bit.
You bring this
I
up
put, like,
almost every conversation we have.
No, well, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's tied to what I was speaking about earlier, which is like in our hopefully spacefaring society, we won't have issues with like people being born with dysphoria, you know. And you just got upset that like you think that like the status quo should be people being born with dysphoria, which I don't.
No, I
understand,
just think that
right?
the status quo should be let people use the bathroom that they see fit. That's it. Leave them the fuck alone. Stop bothering them. Don't make laws that are
to be fair,
designed
bro,
to
you're the one that
discriminate
brings
against
it up,
these
bro.
people. Just leave them the fuck alone. Leave people
Your
alone.
whole
They're not
identity,
hurting
the whole
anybody. They're not going to hurt
the
you.
whole-
You can be all right. Don't worry. Relax.
Yeah, they're not gonna hurt me. I mean, I'm not worried about it. Look, the whole construct of
I don't know, man. Have you
the
seen some of these
idea
trans men? They look bigger than you.
Oh,
I
yeah,
promise you that.
No, some of these trans
Some of these
women will
trans
beat the
men?
shit
No,
out
no,
of-
trans men. Trans men.
Trans men. Nah, I'll fuck up a trans man. Bro.
No, bro.
I'll
Dude,
fuck
some
up
of
a
these
trans
men,
man,
I'm
bro.
like, son of a bitch, dude.
Some of them, sure. If it was Brock
I'm like,
Lesnar's
dude,
daughter,
they look
with a beard-
manlier way manlier than me.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brock Lesnar's daughter with a beard, bro? Hell yeah. Fuck no, yeah. Fuck. You know what I mean? Ain't no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubting that, bro.
Yeah,
I'm going to run away. You
I'm
know
gonna pull
what I
up
mean? Yeah, just pull up Brock Lesnar's daughter for reference. And just to be clear, in case Brock Lesnar's daughter is hearing me right now, I truly respect your capabilities, man. Please don't hurt me.
check this out, right? Check this
but,
out, dude.
you know-
look at this guy. This picture that you see on the right. That is born female, transition male. So that is a trans man right there on the right. That dude would fuck me up.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that guy. He looks like a lumberjack.
Well,
I'm going to sit
look
there
at
and
that
just put
chick.
up my dukes.
But Amanda, you know what I don't understand, bro? Like, if we're gonna be so fucking woke, why can't we just be like, man, look at that chick. She's fucking buff. That's a great beard.
That is not a chick,
why-
dude. I'm sorry.
That
Dude,
is-
I'm
that
looking at
is
them.
a
That's not a
woman.
chick.
Okay, bro, but like.
Sorry,
why
hot
can't it be
take.
that?
Yeah,
Why-
that's not a
is it-
chick.
why
Just
is it
FYI.
offensive-
That's
why
a
is it-
dude.
Why is it offensive
That is a
to
dude.
them as a person
Bro,
for me to
that's
be
a
like,
guy.
man, that chick has some fucking big ass muscles. Like that's
No,
impressive,
that's a
and then move on
dude.
from that. No, that's a chick with muscles and a beard, which is cool. Like that's fine. That's fine, Munder. There's nothing wrong with that. God bless
You're
them.
wrong, man.
Why
You're
do you
wrong.
have to muddy the waters? Why do you got to be
I'm
like,
not
oh,
muddying
that's a
the
man.
waters. I'm
This looks like a
showing
man.
this person that is clearly, very clearly a
woman.
dude.
A woman, bro, with
How does that
muscles
look
and a
like a
beard.
girl? How does that look like a? Does that look like
So
a woman to
wait,
you?
wait, hold on. So you're wait. Just to be clear, bro, you're saying that like if you're Amanda, you don't have a sister, right?
Son of a bitch, dude.
I don't think. Wait, hold on. I just want to make. I don't want to be.
Yeah, I'm
offensive,
sorry.
right?
That's
But,
a
like, if
dude.
you're-
That's a dude.
No, okay, but look, Amanda, hold on. Just
That's a
let me
dude.
get this straight, bro. I just want to. I don't want to hurt your feelings, right? Like, let's say your sister has a beard and looks like that guy, right? Like, are you gonna say that your sister who is?
I mean, like, you
does
look like a
not gender
dude.
identify- Your sister is a dude because
No,
she
I'd be
looks
like,
a
you look
dude?
like you'd be a dude, man. I'd be like, yeah,
Okay,
you got a
yeah,
beard and you look
exactly.
like that,
She's a
bro. You're
woman
definitely
that looks like
you've
a
definitely
dude, but
transitioned
still a woman.
successfully.
You're right.
Look at
Exactly,
you.
Amanda. No, you said
You're a
it.
fucking
You got it.
dude.
You did it right in the head. Just because you look like
Holy
a dude
shit.
does not make you a dude, bro. That's like you just said it. You just admitted it. Just now.
That's a dude.
Over-
That's a dude.
Rewind that shit back, man. Hey, everybody, y'all heard it first, bro. Here, Amanda just said that if your
Oh, that's a
sister
dude.
looks like a man, it does not mean she's a man.
Bro.
It's true. You just said
Good
it.
talk,
Don't deny
dude.
it. Wait, hold up. Before you let me go, bro. Please, bro. Just admit it,
I
bro.
didn't let you
If
go.
okay, fair enough. But like if a woman, right, with a beard, right, walks up to you, but she's just a really not attractive woman. She's just like a very unattractive, masculine looking woman, right? And she comes up to you and she says hello, and you're like, "Hey, sir, how's it going?" And then she starts to cry. Are you gonna dismiss her feelings?
Hey man, how's it go? I mean, like this gets into a question regarding a person, like in all seriousness, it gets into a questions of a person's internal gender identity, right? And sometimes it doesn't match with what their external body is, right? So I would just abide by whatever their sense of gender is in all seriousness.
Or you could just be like, in all seriousness, hey, you know what? That's a woman. Like, she might be a masculine-looking woman, but it's still a woman.
Yeah, I would look at their internal identity. Yeah.
Right, in the same way that if I were to see that dude, and
I mean, like the initial predicate is like we look at them how they initially look, and we assume based on what they look like, and then they go, well, actually, I'm this. And then when they say, actually, I'm this, I go, okay, then I go in that direction. That's what I do.
But my thing is that, like, I don't give a shit. If they tell me, hey, I'm a woman and I look like a man, I'm just going to be like, okay, well, you're a woman, right? I'm going to use she, her pronouns or whatever the fuck you want, because I don't give a shit. I have no interest in caring at all. No dog in this fight. You know, I'm not trying to fuck. You know, it doesn't make a difference to me, right? But if my daughter, right, sees a dude, like a trans dude, right, a dude that identifies as a woman, and she's 7 years old, and she walks in there and she's like, "Daddy, I'm scared. There's this fucking man in there with a dress." I'm not gonna go up to her and tell her, "Well, honey, let me explain to you that although this person was born with a penis, they actually identify as a woman, so you don't have anything to worry about."
I would just say, it's okay. They're not going to hurt you. Here, I'll go in with you.
No, you know what I would do, Amender? Ironically, I would tell them not to use the restroom. I would just wait.
Okay. I would just say they're not going to hurt you. Here, come with me.
Yeah. No, I'm not taking that chance.
What chance? Like, bro, I swear to God. What chance? What are you talking about? You're not taking any chance. The trans person's not going to hurt you.
I don't trust men, Amanda. I'm sorry, bro. Maybe you have maybe you as a man can say that you have more faith in men. I don't.
Oh. All right.
I mean, should I, Amanda? What do you think? Should I just like risk it? Like put my daughter into insecure places where I feel insecure about? Like,
I think there's like a meaningful amount of risk that you need to show your children that your children can overcome. I think that's like a part of growth.
Sure. How many times does the person need to get raped, right? Like only once.
Dude, you think like I'm okay with rape? Like, I don't know what the...
No, I don't think you are. That's why.
Also, trans people have a lower propensity of sexually assaulting you. They have a much lower propensity than that of cisgendered men. It's not even close.
Yeah, I don't know.
Even by a per capita basis.
I actually don't even know if that person is trans or if that person is just a dude that wants to see vagina.
All right,
I don't know.
Come on.
You know?
No one's doing that.
Oh, no one's doing it.
Yeah, no one's doing
Never
that
happened.
shit.
Never happened before.
It's just stupid.
Men
More
don't do that.
transphobia.
No, men don't do that. Men don't ever try to get away with shit.
I never
see
said
how
that.
ridiculous it sounds?
Well, yeah, because I never
see
said
how
that. I never said that.
Well, yeah, you would never say that, but you are saying it right now.
I'm not.
Essentially, you're saying that you don't
really
have to
not.
worry about it. I mean, although it's happened a few times, it's not going to happen to you. What you're saying?
No.
Well, then I just shouldn't worry about my a man in any form being in the restroom with my daughter. Yeah, I shouldn't have.
I'm saying, like, if there's a trans person, a trans woman in the bathroom, no, you shouldn't have to worry about them being in the bathroom. You'll be fine. You can go in with them if you want. You'll feel better.
No, usually I just don't use the restroom, or I'll go in the restroom with them to make sure that nothing's like going on. But most of the time I just don't, bro, because it's not worth it, right? Like I don't know if that's a dude with a dress or a person that gender identifies as a frog. Like I don't know what's going on, you know? It's a weird world. I'd rather not take that risk. I'd rather, actually, on the contrary, I'd rather be able to take that risk with the sureness that the government is protecting that area exclusively for women.
Yeah, no,
or
you
female.
fuck right off with that shit.
No, bro, because I mean, my daughter's feelings matter, right?
No,
my
no.
wife's feelings matter. Or you think that because my wife disagrees with you politically?
I think trans people should have a right to exist, man. I don't know what to tell you.
They do have a right to exist, bro. You tell me
And they have a right to use the bathroom. They should be able to use the bathroom. Let them use the bathroom. That's it, dude. I don't know. Agree to disagree. We're moving in circles, man. I've been talking to you for about 48 minutes. You got anything else?
That long?
Yeah.
Hey, bro. Listen, bro. I didn't know Bear Brew was a trans person, bro. Help him out a little bit, dude.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, now you know, bro. Amender, salam alaikum, bro. Try to relax, dude. Homeboy that you were talking to earlier, you did kind of shit on him for no reason, bro.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I loved shitting on him. Oh, shit down his throat.
Bro.
Fucking transphobic piece of garbage.
He's not transphobic, bro.
Yeah, he was.
See, you're making enemies where there isn't one.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
You know? And you know what, bro? In the future, when Space Apache injects you with the butthole juice that makes you immortal, bro, I hope you can recognize that us normal people are people too, bro.
All right. Us normal people.
All right, bro.
As opposed to being trans. You're not normal. Jesus. Bye. Good God. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Let's see the status of these Pokemon. All right, so we now have a what? What is this? We have a level 70? Level 70 Charizard? Yeah, that thing's ready, dude. But what we need right now is we're going to switch out that Articuno. Calls are open. I'm out of that. Just got to use Steel Wing. Still got 5 of those. Fly. Level up. Ooh, I lost my Zapdos, or my Articuno. So sending out Zapdos. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Drill pick. Say drill pick. Honestly, it's freaking. It doesn't even affect him. Alright, just freaking do that. Sucks that Zapdos can't hurt the Onyx. That makes it really hard to train here. Aw, lost that one. Lost my Zapdos. Let's see. Strength, I guess? Hey, level up. Haywall says, this is crazy. First is sensitive as hell today. White people need to feel safe from black people. So can Buds McCool say, right? Because my daughters and wife need to feel safe. From what? Trans people? Trans people aren't there to hurt you. But black people have a higher propensity of committing crime. So I don't want to be around black people. That's why they need the black and the colored and the not colored. It's just transphobia. It's the same kind of crap, man. Total nonsense. They're not there to hurt you. I'm sorry, they're not. Machop. Let's see, we got bite. Oh my god, I lost my freaking... Damn it. Alright, let's headbutt with a Snorlax and be done with it. Guacamole Kid says they've brought it a lot on themselves. Trans people, I'd just be like, hey, we're here. And then everybody's reaction to it was, let's treat them like garbage. I gotta get the hell out of here, bro. I'm gonna... Like, can I deal enough to this Vaporeon? Like, can Vaporeon make it? Or am I gonna faint? Am I gonna go cold? Let's see. Surf. Okay, good. Maybe it dies, and then I can leave. Okay, good. It died. Hey, Vaporeon, you did it. Good job. All right, let's get out of here. You're on the line with First Amender.
How you doing, First?
Hey, how you doing, AWOL?
I am pretty good, man, but I gotta go ahead and warn you, we're probably gonna beef this whole call.
Okay.
I'd like to start off with well, you know, I like to pick up right behind what Extremo was talking about.
Yeah.
The first caller was not transphobic in any way.
They weren't?
All he did was disagree with you. He made several good points, and you took it very personal, and you started attacking him.
So let me just be clear.
Yes.
I look at when someone says that being trans is a mental disorder, that's transphobic.
Okay.
100%. Because that's not true.
When y'all were talking
empirically speaking, that's not true. We know that's not true. Okay. So when you akin it to there's something wrong with you, that's the problem, right? It's like if someone's being left-handed, there's something wrong with them, right? It doesn't actually map onto reality, and it's just phobic towards that person. So that's why I called him transphobic. And when you say,
can you give me all right, first, can you give me your definition of transphobic? Because I think a lot of things seem to fall under that when you're talking.
Intense fear or hatred of trans people.
Okay, well, do you think that him saying that he thought that it was a mental illness said that he has intense fear of you?
No. But he does have hatred. It's a hatred thing, right? Because you're saying, hey, there's something wrong. Yeah, because you're saying there's something wrong with a person just for being trans.
Okay. Earlier when y'all were talking, you were talking about I always mess up the three initials. The medical, you went through the definition of
the American Psychiatric Association. Dysphoria?
Yes. That was amended, right?
So amended is not really the word. It would be added on to.
It was updated.
They changed the word of gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria because they realized that all trans people don't have gender dysphoria. It was discovered. And so they're like, okay, that's not correct.
I went back and I looked and they changed that in 2019. So before 2019, if someone thought that someone...
It's almost earlier than... Hold on. Let me pull that up.
Go ahead and look it up. Yeah, pull it up. But while you're looking it up, you can answer this quick question.
No,
at the time when that was printed...
So gender identity disorder was removed by the DSM-5, and that was by May 18th, 2013 that book was released.
2013?
Yeah, back in 2013, yes.
Okay, fair enough then. So anyone before 2013 who thought that transgender had something to do with mental illness, would that person have been transphobic then?
I see what you're saying. Like the criteria changes.
Okay. So
I would say that there wouldn't have been enough evidence to know for sure. And so you would not have to be transphobic. But the problem is that we do have that evidence now, and people choose to kind of go with the old understanding of it in order to exclude trans people or say that there's something wrong with trans people, which is transphobic.
Okay. So I'm going to go with what you just said. That first caller, he was trying to find common ground with you. He was asking these questions.
No.
So wait, no, stop. No, don't interrupt me yet. Just let me finish for a second. He was asking you certain questions. He was pushing against your logic. Mm-hmm. And instead of you actually trying to educate him, you just got snide, started calling a lot of names.
Well, so I did educate him, right? I pulled up the APA and he says, well, I don't know if I believe that.
Oh, so
and I'm like, believe what? What do you believe? Like, there's no belief here, right? There comes to a point where it's like, this is what the evidence points to. But no, what this guy was doing, he was doing a form of, it's effectively a form of trolling. But basically what it is it's called sea lioning. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't. Go ahead.
So there's a good comic that it originated from, and I'll go ahead and read it for everybody. It says, I don't mind most marine mammals, but sea lions? I could do without sea lions. Don't say that out loud. And then a sea lion shows up behind, says, pardon me, but I couldn't help but overhear. Now you've done it. I would like to have a civil conversation about your statement. Would you mind showing me evidence of any negative thing a sea lion has ever done to you? Go away. There is no need to raise your voice. I'm right here. I'm just curious if you have any sources to back up your opinion. You're in my house. You made a statement in public for all to hear. Are you unable to defend the statements you make, or would you simply unwilling to have a reasoned discussion? Told you, dude. Sea lions. I have been unfailingly polite, and you two have been nothing but rude. I am trying to eat breakfast. Very well. We shall resume in an hour. Sea lions, dude. I could show them the information. I can provide them the APA, and then their response is, I don't believe the APA. They said they think that the APA is wrong. They're correct. Meanwhile, they have accreditation.
Wait. You went for a second. Just like we were talking about earlier, these things have changed, right?
Yeah, science changes as you get new evidence.
So what? Okay, so wait. If he was working with outdated material, or come to think of it, I used to think that most of the things involving trans was mental illness. I don't believe that now, but I believe that one time it didn't mean that I hated trans people, and I damn sure wasn't afraid of them. That's why I don't like you using the transphobe thing.
Well, the problem is that I have provided the evidence, and rather than accepting the evidence for what it is, instead they have to backtrack and then say, "Well, I don't believe in the evidence. I believe in my own personal beliefs when I am not an accredited psychologist." Like, what value do you have to provide to the psychological field if you have no training in it? You don't know anything about it. You're just trying to be transphobic. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's just what it is.
First, you do a lot of debates, and when you debate a professional, how many times have you refuted some kind of report or survey that they've brought up?
Yeah, because I have evidence to refute it. I don't refute something based on my own feeling. I pull up relevant evidence. Like, what is the consensus of an argument?
Oh my God! Stop babbling. Stop for 1 second.
Why is it
what I'm saying to you is, if you first stop for a moment, just for a moment, if you can present something to someone, they should have the right to try to refute it also, the same way you would, right?
Okay, but they don't have any evidence. That's the problem.
Well,
they just have their own internal fee-fees, right, or whatever other bullshit they want to believe in.
You presented your evidence, and then he said, well, I don't know about that, and then you went off.
What evidence did he present?
He didn't. He said that he didn't understand
he had no evidence.
He said he wasn't right. He wasn't sure about your evidence, and that he was just going to look into it himself, and he went off on it.
The APA? We can't trust the APA? Do you believe we can trust the APA? Can you trust the APA? Just curious.
Okay, you know what? First, let's move past that. Let's just say that you were wrong on the beginning of your first call.
What? What do you mean?
You were wrong.
No, I wasn't.
Like, straight up.
No, I wasn't.
No,
he's the one.
No, I'm not saying that your trans point was wrong. I'm saying the way you treated the caller was wrong.
All right, I was mean to him. I'll grant you that.
Well, I mean, you were mean to him, but you were wrong.
Yeah, because I don't like these fucking transphobes, dude. They suck. These people suck.
He wasn't a transphobe.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was. Because I present the evidence. We have to agree to disagree.
According to you.
I don't know what to tell you. I think he's a transphobe, right? I think if you get shown evidence of trans people and how it's not a mental disorder. And by the way, just FYI, just because someone has a mental disorder doesn't mean you could treat them like garbage. Like, there's so many factors where it doesn't really work, right? Or like you deny someone's identity because they have a perceived mental disorder, but they don't even necessarily have a mental disorder.
You were screaming
on every single factor. It doesn't make sense
because the caller didn't say any of that shit. The caller didn't say anything about treating people like a piece of garbage. They didn't say anything about denying a person's identity. They didn't say any of that. That's just you railing at them because you were mad about the transphobe thing.
Yeah.
You need to calm down. Stop being so sensitive.
No, he's a transphobe.
Anyway, so earlier, by the way, you should actually give me some props. I help your channel out in a lot of little ways.
I appreciate that.
I got you with the timestamps. I got you to update your hot take.
I appreciate that.
No problem. But speaking of your hot take,
I don't think you're a bad guy. You know.
That's why I like you too. First, I think you're dangerous as shit, but I do like you as a person.
You think I'm dangerous? How am I dangerous?
Yes, because you're naive. What you think? You're like the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Oh my God!
You think that you're helping people, but you actually do more damage than good.
No, I don't think so at all. I think these right wingers.
That's true, but we don't have to get into that right now. So, your hot take list. I wrote down a bunch of them that were wrong.
Uh-huh.
If you want to pull it up, we can start with number 18.
Number 18?
Mm-hmm.
Let's pull it up. Now, the current one, right? Because the numbers are going to be off.
Oh, yeah, because you updated. I'm sorry, you did erase some of them.
Yeah, so the one that I have here is the afterlife is false.
Yes. How can you prove that?
So I can't prove it like definitively, but I think there's a lot of evidence.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a
That's
lot of
the end
evidence
of the debate.
that points that it's false. No, it's not the end of the debate because while I don't think you can effectively prove anything 100% that something is false or true. Like there's always going to be like some level of subjectivity involved regarding that. The reason why I say that the afterlife is false is that empirically we can't show in any way, shape, or form the existence of the afterlife. In fact, when we analyze the brain and how it functions and the way it works, we find that the energy that is going into it is coming from the food that we eat, the water, the liquids that we drink, and the oxygen that we consume. And all of the chemicals are fully accounted for in the nutrition of the brain. And when you stop eating or when there's like an imbalance in your nutrition, it just stops. And your brain succumbs to entropic principles, which is it just dissipates out into the universe.
You don't believe in this. You don't believe in the spirit at all, right?
That's correct. No spirits.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then I'm just going to say that you can't just prove it, plain and simple. So let's move on to number 33.
No, hold on. There's a lot of evidence that shows in the antithesis, right? Number one, mind-body dualism is false. Get it out of your head, the idea that mind-body dualism is true, because it is not true. All right, mind-body dualism has been proven false since the 1870s. There's been numerous instances of that. So the idea that there's like a spirit that's controlling the body, the way that you can prove that to exist is observe some sort of mechanistic property that goes from the some unknown source to control of the body. That would be an indicator that there is a soul. We never found that. We could never find that. We know much more about the human brain than we ever have, and we still haven't found it. I conclude that if it's not there, I'm sorry, it just doesn't fucking exist.
Okay, stop for a moment. You're saying that we learn more about the human brain every day. Yeah. Our knowledge improves every day, correct?
Yeah.
So you still can't disprove it.
Well, you're not going to find that mechanism.
We don't know.
It's like if I asked you,
we don't know where technology is going to go, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. It's like there's a level of plausible deniability, and then what can likely be untrue. For example, I don't need to check every bush in Ireland to determine whether or not that there's leprechauns. We know there's not leprechauns, right? There's not a little man running around, laying pots of gold at the end of the rainbow. Light doesn't work that way. Matter doesn't work that way. right? A leprechaun can't just, oh, you see them and then they just suddenly disappear. Matter doesn't disappear like that. It can't do that at a macro scale. It's not possible. It will never, ever, ever, ever in 100 million years ever happen. So I don't need to check every bush.
Very forcefully.
Well, I'm saying I don't need to check every bush to know leprechauns aren't real. Leprechauns aren't real, right? We know leprechauns aren't real.
I would agree with you on that.
Okay, but
now,
we haven't checked every bush, have we?
Can you use that same?
Have we checked every bush in Ireland?
Say that you can't disprove it.
I'm saying, have we checked every bush in Ireland?
Can you say it in that same voice that you can disprove theory?
So
you can't.
Regarding,
so can we move on to number 33? Can we move forward, man?
We can move on with number 33 if you want.
Move forward.
Can't really disprove 100% anything. Also like the concept of proof. That's a mathematical term. It's not even something that would operate in what we're talking about.
Move along, sir.
All right, 33. What's 33? Going against the scientific consensus is putting a giant middle finger to thousands of scientists that know more than you because you watched a YouTube video. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Actually, you know what? I think that's one of them that changed because that wasn't the one. It's cool.
Which one is it?
Try 63.
63?
Because I don't know how the numeral order changed when you erase some of them.
Because it'll be nearby. There, I posted it in the chat. You can click it. You can watch it. You can look at it.
I can't right now. First, I'm on my phone on my porch.
Ah, man.
All right, I'll tell you what. Read me the one that's right over that. Maybe that's it.
Okay, number 32. If it has no interaction with reality, it doesn't exist, with subtle exceptions to the current evidence where it is likely to exist, such as galaxies where light has not reached the Earth.
That's close, but I think that ties into the afterlife.
You shouldn't be afraid of who you are, even if who you are is weird.
No, that one's good too.
Okay. Let's try 30. Smartphones in combination with social media are destroying adolescent brains and are the cause of increased anxiety and depression.
Yes. But also, do you think that being woke is part of that too?
No.
No?
Nope.
Why is it that people who are, and I know I'm saying woke in the wrong way because I guess I'm just kind of getting on your skin a little bit, but like the people who seem the most aware of injustices and how bad the world is, aren't they the ones who feel the most anxiety and depression?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so, yeah.
Don't you think
they're
that
aware
might
of what's
be
going
because
on?
Well, that's the thing though. Like, I'll take you for example here. We had that little argument about whether the first call was transphobic or not. But if you walk around thinking that most people are transphobic, then aren't you putting more stress on yourself if they truly aren't?
Probably, maybe to an extent. But I think they are transphobic.
So I'm saying that, like, well, yeah, that's by your point of view first. But I'm going to tell you the truth. Most of the people who you say are transphobic don't really seem like it to most people. And like, if you're living a worldview,
I'm pointing out that what I see is the reality, right? And I can take you through the mechanistic paths that lead me to that conclusion.
Yes, that's your reality. I get that. But just because you feel that way doesn't make it reality, correct?
I suppose so, but I mean, why would they still deny the? Why would they still think that? Why would they still think that trans people is a mental disorder, even though I showed them the facts? Why would they do that?
Okay, I can tell you why. I can tell you why because of the way I used to think. It's simple. If I was born in a body that isn't what my brain is telling me I'm supposed to be in, that seems like a mental illness. That's not me being rude or harsh. That's just what
it seems like. But then I show the evidence and find out, oh, it's not a mental illness in and of itself. It's the negative feeling associated with that.
Stop.
That's the issue.
You show them the evidence, and all of a sudden their worldview is supposed to change in that exact moment. Let me give you a hypothetical first.
No, I'm not saying that their worldview should change in that exact moment. I'm saying that, okay, maybe, it would take at least a moment of pause,
that, right? Not
a moment of pause and reconsideration, right? If somebody presents me evidence, I mean, maybe I'm not like most people, but when someone presents me evidence against the contrary, I will change my opinion on a dime instantly, right? If there is evidence that I have not considered, you'll see it. You've probably
seen you
seen
do
it
it before.
prior. Yeah,
I'm only going
I
to give
do
you
it.
a sometimes on that. You're a 50-50. Don't. I'm just being honest with you. I've seen you change your mind before, but it's difficult to get you to change your mind. Especially if it's something that doesn't come from like a survey that you can literally look at.
Not yet. Well, it has to be a credible source. You can't, dude, did you hear that last fucking dude, the guy on Woo's News?
Yeah, I did. That was kind of funny, actually.
That dude was yelling, man. He was like, you gotta look at it. You gotta look at it. Look at Woo's News. I was like, bro, Woo's News? Really? I'm like pulling up AP News and Reuters, and his answer was Woo's News. And then I told him that the article, he says, that's all propaganda.
Well, he was very passionate about his
very, I would say,
responses.
very.
All right, so wait, how much time we got left first?
I've abandoned the timer thing.
It's all good.
Whenever the
All right,
conversation
here's another
ends.
random question for you then.
All right.
Oh, wait, no, wait. I was going to give you a hypothetical. What was it? Damn, I forgot the hypothetical. I just asked the other question. How do you feel about people like Buck Angel and Blair White, who are also in the same community but who have very different views from you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like there will always be groups of people that go against the overall consensus on it, and it's often for like grifting purposes. Like they actually make money by allying themselves with people that are against their own self-interest.
Well, why do they have to be grifters? Why can't they just really believe that?
I don't believe that they actually do. I think that they likely are just making money off of it, right? They're an Uncle Ruckus for trans people.
Okay. So, I mean, if you wind up being successful, can't people level the same claim at you?
That
just
I'm an
because
uncle,
you're making money at it?
That I'm an Uncle Ruckus of what?
Yeah,
World people?
that, like, I mean, okay.
I mean, like, all
You could
I'm
be one
doing
of
is
those
like
people-
arguing basic human rights and decency towards people that are not like you.
Does that mean you wouldn't be a shill?
No, because I'm going to tell you this, right? I legitimately believe these things. I mean, and you know,
I know.
I
really do believe you believe
I
them.
legitimately believe these things because here I am debating people and not making any money off.
Well, yeah, I believe that you believe it. But what I asked you was if you were making money, couldn't they levy that same claim at you that, oh, well, he's just a grifter because he's only
Grift
he's
what?
only saying
I'm
that
not
because
making
he's
any money.
Well, that's because you're bad at debating. Once you get good at
You're
debating,
such a douchebag.
you'll probably make
Come
money.
on, don't say that. You know I'm a good
You know what,
debater.
Bert?
You're
No,
just
seriously.
being a douchebag. Come on.
No,
You're just fucking with
seriously.
me.
As someone who watches
Little
your
fucker.
channel, I think that you're a decent debater. But I
Okay,
don't think
thank
that
you.
you listen to your opponent, and that's
Sometimes
why you lose so
it's
many debates.
ADD, man. I got the ADHD, bro. Sometimes I that's why I have to like write down what somebody says, so that way I can address what they were saying.
I get that, but it's more you make up opinions in the middle of someone's sentence, and then you go off of that instead of what they actually say, and it derails a lot of your debates, and it makes you look either like you're not listening at all or you're just being disingenuous. And this is not
am
just
I
because I
listening to
read
you
the
now?
comment section.
Well, yeah, no.
Huh?
Hold the phone. The only reason why you see the comment section like that is because I've been exclusively on Modern Day Debate, which is like, let's be honest, it definitely has a right-wing skew, like by a long shot.
I will not say it doesn't.
And so
I agree with you. It does have.
And so because I've been on Modern Day Debate that much, there's a lot of people that, you know, they want to get my goat, right? I just haven't gotten, you know, my audience yet. I believe that.
Well, okay, here's the thing. When I look at the comment section like that, I'm going to dismiss a comment that's like, yo, he has no chin, so his argument is stupid. I already know that's a hater comment. But if someone is actually breaking down a part of something you said and showing why it's wrong, that's a valid comment, whether they dislike you or not.
Well, I have brought up like, you know, counter arguments, but I'm telling you, dude, a lot of this stuff, it's endless, right? They're never, ever going to acknowledge that I was right on the topic, right? They're just going to dig their heels in, and they're just wasting my time at that point, right? In a comment section, right? In which case I just go, okay, I'm not going to bother anymore. You know, I think you would be the same way, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, okay. I got another question for you because Bobro was irritating everybody in the comments section like he normally does.
What's wrong with Bobro? Why do y'all hate Bobro?
I don't hate him. I pity him, actually.
I
think he's just very, very confused. Yeah, he's very confused.
Xander Katz says, First Amender is an excellent debater. He understands the arguments perfectly. I like that.
Yeah, that sounds really simpish.
Wait, no, hold on. If they agree with me, it's a simp. But if they agree with you, they're correct. What? Bro.
No, it's just
bro.
No, it was the amount of the amount of glazing in the sentence.
I just thought it was nice. It's nice.
Oh,
listen, I like a positive comment every once in a while. I'm a human. Don't you know that I'm like a human being and I go to bed? You know, and I appreciate it when people say nice things to me. I read a positive comment. I do. I read these comments, and sometimes I wake up in the morning and I see a new comment, and then I read that comment and I'm like, oh, that sucks. And then other times I read a comment and it's like positive and I'm like, hee.
Well, fair enough. Then bask in the glory of your positive comment. You still seem a little glazy.
Xander Katz says they're educated.
Look, in my defense first, I've given you positive
Thank you, Xander Katz. I really appreciate it.
You're just not right a lot.
But by the way,
right,
if you guys are not subscribed, please subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, and we're on the road to 1,000. We're getting close. Dude, we're getting close.
Yeah, you're almost there.
We're almost there. We're less than 100 away. Bruh. Won't that be amazing? I'll have a special, right? You'll see the special. It'll be cool. It'll be cool.
Okay, just nothing too soyish though. Yeah.
All right. So get this, right? Here's what I was planning on doing.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I have a drawing tablet, right? And I'm good at drawing.
Yeah.
Okay. What I plan on doing is I'm going to have my drawing tablet out. This is the 1,000 subs special. And we're going to come up with the mascot of my channel.
A mascot?
The mascot of my channel. And so here's how it's going to work. I'm going to make like a sketch of somebody, right? Like a human body. And then I'm going to ask the comment section, what do I add to this, right? To be a part of the mascot, and just anything, whatever it is. I draw that thing, whatever it is, I just draw it. Okay. On the mascot. It's got to be one item, right? And then as soon as I'm done drawing, I'll write saying next. I'll say next in the comment, right? Whoever is next, that's what gets drawn.
Okay. That sounds like it would work. Wait, you didn't do
really fun. It's really
illustration for your old one, right?
Huh?
You used to, back in the day, you used to have like a little picture animation thing on a corner of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goofy guy in the t-shirt. Did you draw that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well, that one looked doofy, though.
Do you want to see my drawings? Do you want to see a drawing?
Nah, not
Why
really.
Why not? I want to share my
well,
drawing.
I already told you I'm on my phone on my porch. I can't see it.
All right. Well, I'm going to show the chat. All right.
Well,
what's my latest drawing?
Okay, show the chat, but let me ask you the question I was asking.
I'm just trying to see.
We were talking about.
What's my latest drawing? Hold on. Let me. Yeah. I did this drawing. Here, I'll show a couple. I'll show a few here.
You wuss.
What?
You're eating up my time to show drawings.
Dude, there's no timer.
Okay. In that case, go ahead, because I still got 2 more beef questions.
Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to get like a little bit of each. I want to share also like my text work as well. Hold on.
All right. Well, while you do that, I'm going to go get my iPad. That way I can see it.
All right, here we go. All right. So I'll show you a collection of what I got. And this is all like my tabletop role-playing game that I do. But all right, so here's one of them. It is called Macncheesewhiz of Arcs. And it the quotation is the quote is, the gods have left you, but I am here. The men have cast you away, but I am here. The econom turn their noses at your presence, but I am here. The monsters wish your entrails dashed upon rocks, but I am here. They entrapped me for many cert, but no more. My arcs expanded the skies and render it lifeless. Thus say I, by the name of commoners, Macncheesewhiz of Arcs. It's a boss in my game. I drew it. Drawing tablet. Here's another one. This is the God of Greed. Another drawing tablet. You like the little men? Look at that. Little men. Next one is just an adventurer. He's got a janky looking face, but I'm here for it. This is a character named Abram. Once again, janky looking face. This is my pen work. I do pen drawings, and there's some of my better ones, I think, because I've just been drawing pen for a very, very long time. So I know, I have a good grasp of value, but I probably need more work on, I don't know, perspective or maybe some other things. But anyway. And then here's another pen drawing. Anyway, there you go. There's my drawings.
Are they elves?
Oh, these are called Animal Sapien. It's a whole thing, dude. There's no way I'm going to be talking to you about this whole thing. It goes way too deep.
Okay, fair enough. I like the wooded math.
Oh, you do? Okay, good. I worked really
Is this
hard on my
part of
drawings.
the world you're creating?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
But enough of that. Let's get back to arguing about things.
Back on topic.
Okay, so I'm not even gonna call him names. Bobro. If a Hollywood actress has 3 trans children, would it be safe to say that they might be influencing those children to be trans?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Okay. If a Hollywood actress has 3 children and all of them are identifying as trans, is it safe to say that person is probably influencing them that way?
Probably, yeah. I would say so.
Okay. He was arguing that in the comments because he's a psychopath.
I mean, the probability is just very low. I mean, is it possible? But the probability is just too damn low.
Yeah, the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so first, now this one's going to be a little bit more controversial because it was something you were talking to Extremo about, and me and you had a slight debate about it before. And I think it's a matter of perspective. If a woman still sees a trans man, if a woman sees a trans woman and still sees her as a man, is their fear of that person invalid?
No, I don't think it's invalid, but I think that it's similar to where people feared being around black people, in like the 1940s. And it's like they should have their own separate spaces. It's an irrational fear. And, the idea is to learn out of it.
Okay, let me add one caveat then. Because let's say that woman has been assaulted sexually. She would have even more fear of being in an enclosed space with a man. And again, if she doesn't think that a trans woman is truly a woman, then that fear would be valid.
Yeah, it's not a valid fear.
Though, right?
I don't think it is a valid fear. I think it is an irrational fear. A trans person is not going to hurt you.
Why not?
Because but per capita, the probability of being assaulted in a women's restroom is higher to be done by a cis man than it does from a transgender woman. By a long shot. It's not even close.
Yeah, by a long shot. But that doesn't negate the fact that because someone is trans, you're basically saying that because they're trans, they're good, they're innocent, they won't do anything. Do you understand that that's kind of like a flawed point of view, right?
So, I mean, maybe it's possible that they're going to do it. I'm just saying it's an irrational fear. Like, is it possible for you to get into an airplane crash? Yes, a lot of the times people feel safer, say, being in a car than opposed to an airplane because they're in control. But in reality, it's way safer to be in a plane than it is to be in a car. It's an irrational fear.
Okay, so are irrational fears valid?
No.
No. Okay, if a trans woman got beat up by some teenagers, and a week later they see some other teenagers, and they're afraid when they see those teenagers, is that a valid fear?
No, it's an irrational fear. Teenagers, just because the fact that they're teenagers don't mean that they're going to attack you.
Okay, so how would you address that trans person's feelings then?
Psychology. You got to go see a psychologist. You got to see a psychologist. Seriously, you got to go see a psychologist. You got some. Yeah, I mean, like my grandma, she passed away in Chile. I have a step grandma here that's still alive, but my
condolences.
My grandma, my biological grandmother in Chile, she passed away recently, but she had been assaulted from somebody. She got injured and she got robbed while in the subway. And ever since then, she just had a fear of the subway. I mean, she needed to go, get psychological treatment for that.
That sounds like a very valid fear, though.
So it's not a valid fear because generally speaking, people thousands, in and out, they don't get assaulted when in a subway. Right. And so it's just a matter of time before you are able to kind of face your fear, the irrational fear. But it is an irrational fear.
I don't know first. I think you're going on a probability of something so much that, it's unlikely that most people get mugged in their life. But it happens so often, even if it's a small part of the population, that it's a valid fear.
I don't think it's rational to assume that when you go outside, you're going to get mugged.
Why do you lock your doors at nighttime?
Yes.
Are there a lot of break-ins in your neighborhood?
No. I mean, that's just like a precaution. That's not really like
so
a reasonable precaution. It's not
is that irrational fear?
No, it's just a precaution. I don't think it's a
fear.
So
what's the difference?
I don't actually fear getting robbed right now. Like I don't.
So what's the difference between the precaution? Like when Extremo was giving the example of the trans woman and his child, and he's like, I'm just not going to go in that bathroom right now. Wasn't he taking a precaution?
Yeah, but it's a irrational fear based on an irrational fear. It just doesn't happen. There's nothing going to happen to their child because there's a trans person in the bathroom. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Okay. All right. For a complete curveball, how do you feel about the fact that with these whole Epstein things coming out, that a lot of Democrats got a lot of donations from him? Yeah,
I mean, they should go to jail too. I'm not tied to the Democratic Party. I think I'm tied for what's right. I want to argue what's right in the world, right? And that would mean not
I'm glad to hear
defending pedophiles. Like,
okay, good. No, I'm glad to hear that because personally, I go back and forth because I call out both parties whenever I can. And sometimes, of course, you favor certain things. Oh, damn. I just remembered. I have to call you out about something else. You had a caller who called in. He was talking about how ICE agents had raided an apartment house and they put a bunch of kids into zip ties.
Yeah.
And they roughed up some old women.
Uh-huh.
He told you, do you remember this conversation?
They left kids in their underwear, apparently.
So you remember the conversation?
Yeah,
vaguely?
I remember it. Yeah. I don't vaguely remember. I remember it.
Okay. You never pushed back at all about his story.
I didn't. I didn't push back on it. I mean, to be fair, though, I did not. I'll tell you, I did not find evidence of that story.
Okay. I made a note of it when I was watching because I was sitting here thinking to myself, like, because he's talking the type of things that you like to hear, not like to hear as far as like you're, a ghoul, but you like to hear bad things that ICE is doing. You didn't even question his story.
In your defense,
went through the whole thing.
In your defense, number one, I didn't push back on it. Number two, I did look for that story and I found something somewhat related, but it wasn't the exact story. So it did lay a red flag, but I did not communicate that red flag.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just calling you out on that.
Okay.
Okay. First, I've enjoyed this conversation. I hope
know
that
that
you can treat
I'm
your
not a
next
bad
callers
faith
a little
actor.
bit better.
Well, then don't be a transphobe. I don't know.
He wasn't a transphobe, man. You got to stop yelling that word at everybody.
I show the evidence,
Anyway,
man. I don't know.
Enjoy your day.
All right. Bye-bye. That was awolthoughts. The phone lines are open. 202-998-5218. 43. Guacamole Kid says they are men technically, and they live as a woman and dress like a woman, even have surgeries, but technically they are still a man by sex, but by gender they would be woman. Blaze Steered says, "Are you a troll, Amender?" No, I'm not a troll. Xandercat says, "Acquaintance meaning someone you mingled it with a party of two." Oh, I would assume they're talking to somebody else. Macncheesewhiz says, "Cats. If they do not commit violent crime, why are they transing in prison?" I have no idea what you're talking about. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-988-5218. I'm trying to train my Pokemon to level 85 to murk the Elite Four. I don't want to beat them. I can already beat them. I want to murk them. I want to look at them and then just insta-kill one of their gay Pokemon. Sorry to use gay as a pejorative, but you got my point. GGM says, "First Amendment, are drag queens women by gender?" Depends. Some of them are, some of them are not. It depends on what their internal sense of their sex is. Metal claw. All right. Flamethrower. 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 This is what training looks like. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. By the way, if you've not subscribed to this channel, consider subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount, it really does count a lot. I do want to hear what you guys have to say, and I do like having these debates. Consider subscribe. It really does help. Metal claw? Flamethrower? Just going to keep doing Ember. Hell yeah, level up. Guacamole Kid says, "If I think I'm a polar bear, does it mean I'm really a polar bear?" Yeah, but we're not talking about... there's no, hormones that cause you to feel polar bear. There are hormones, however, or the lack thereof, that cause you to feel woman. Right? That's the difference. The difference is I can show empirically the existence of trans people. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. You want to have a conversation? Otherwise, you're going to watch me train really, really fast in Pokemon. He's level 74? Need more work. But he's getting up there. Excadriller says, yo, I'm back. GGM says if a man gets fat, gets high estrogen, breasts, and more female fat placement, does he become a woman by gender? Depends on their internal feeling of sex. If it changes, then yes. Thunderwave. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. I think Aerial Ace. Yeah. It's not very good. It's better than nothing, though. Thunderbolt. Did. Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace. Is there a better move? Does Drill Peck kill them? No, it doesn't. Almost does. Thunderbolt. Dead. Thunderbolt. Dead. Thunderbolt. Oh, it doesn't hurt him. Drill Peck. Drill Peck. Ooh. Aerial Ace. Ooh, that's also not good. Dang, man. Zapdos is weak against these ground types. Alright, so Gyarados. Send out that Gyarados. Alright. Fight. Should I just use these hydro pumps? Why not? Why not? There's no PP for hydro pump? Hyper beam. Hyper beam. Alright, good. Bite. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Hey, no, we're out of our big Pokemon. Oh boy. Spicy. Spicy. Guacamole says every conquered society became slaves. I don't know. I don't think that's true. Sometimes, yeah. Not all, though. Not all. First Amender dismissed my source because he thought the name was weird. No, you were dismissing AP News and Reuters in favor of some guy who's streaming on Rumble. And you're like, that's more valid. I know, because this like super, very much not empirical source, that's more valid. That's the problem. It's 12:30. I should grab my food. I've got still got Thanksgiving leftovers that I got to dig through. So just hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Give me like a few minutes, like 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And here, I'll put some music while we wait. Where's the music? Hold on. FFX music. FFX music. That's loud. Let me see. There we go. That works. We'll just put that on loop, I guess. Give me a little bit. Just a little bit of time. By the way, if you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount really does count a lot. Anyway, we'll be right back. table. All right. Okay. Okay. Yo, is the centrist perspective just Wikipedia now? I mean, Wikipedia is just going to kind of give you like the facts as they are, as what we know. macncheesewhiz says, I'm pretty sure that the motives are the same. Scale is bigger and the structure is more secure. Are you saying it's just worse today? And what's the difference between mining operations today and Antebellum Southern? We are taking calls, by the way. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you guys have to say. If you disagree with a soy boy, woke, liberal, I'm right here. I'll hear out your conversation. Bavra says, can you unban net? Unban from what? What are they banned from? Is it Discord? Is it a call? What are they banned from? Looks like there's a conversation going on in the chat. Are female bodybuilders men by gender? Again, it just depends on what their internal sense of sex is. Some of them would be. First Amendment, Net is the guy who spoke about Ukraine all the time. What was, hold on, is it on Discord? Was it a call? Was it Discord? What are they banned on? What makes any person a woman by gender? An internal sense of sex, being female. So, I'll try to illustrate what I'm talking about, but all right, I'll show you. Okay. Okay. So, when a fetus is developing, what they find, typically if it's male, is a surge of testosterone in two separate regions. So it says right here at the bottom, circulating levels of testosterone in the human fetuses and neonate. Males, blue line, have been shown to have higher levels of testosterone than females in the red dashed line, particularly from about week 8 to 24 of gestation and week 2 of 26 to postnatal life. So it turns out that these two surges do different things. The first one is that it affects the genitals. The second one affects the brain. it is possible for her to have one of these surges and not the other. Chris Roman just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Chris. I appreciate that. I'm a very small YouTuber, so even one subscription is like success today. So, what happens here, let's say, for example, that you have an increase of testosterone in the prenatal period, but then in the postnatal period, for whatever reason, you did not get that second surge of testosterone. That means that your brain develops the same of that of a female. But your external genitalia is male. Trans people. That's how that works. Yo, Jack, can I just say, my cooking is fire. I make good food. Hey, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yes, hello. My name is macncheesewhiz. And you said that the difference between gender and sex is one is a mental facility and one is a physical facility. Okay. So then my next question here is every other... Didn't you just say one deals with the brain, one deals with genitalia?
No.
Oh. What did you say then? Can you please explain to me the difference between gender and sex and how they're not linked?
Yeah. Well, they are linked. So gender is an internal sense of your sex. And sex is going to be typically XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes, resulting in large or small gametes that result in secondary sex characteristics, typical of XXXY chromosomes.
So it's what you think then, right? It's what you think your sex is in your head, right?
No.
Can you please explain this to me like I'm a 6-year-old so I can clearly understand this?
Sometimes inside you feel that you are the opposite sex than what your external genitals show.
So one is to deal with your genitals, and the other one is how you feel your sex is inside.
Yes.
Now do I understand this?
Yes.
Okay. So then whenever we do... Hold on. Let me just really unwrap this a second. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, if it's how we feel inside and it's not an external source, why is there no test to know the difference between a trans person and, we'll say, a prisoner trying to get a sex change to get into a female prison?
Well, we've actually done
every
MRI.
other mental diagnosis we can test for. Can I have that explained to me?
Yeah, so we have there's no single test, but we have done analysis of, say, MRI scans that is able to show exhibitedly the differences in trans brains in comparison to cisgendered counterparts, both male and female, by sex.
Okay, so then if we can do that, why do we not do that, for instance, to anybody who wants to castrate themselves with these processes? Like, for instance, male prisoners trying to be a female to get inside of female prisons. This is my best example because I don't know why we're not testing these people if we want to save women.
They don't have a right to go into a separate prison just because they want to. I'm a least harm kind of guy. Sorry, give me a sec.
Okay.
Which means whatever causes the least amount of harm is what I'm going to go for. For example, if somebody passes like really, really well and they're not found having committed sexual assault to a woman, and they're a trans woman, probably should be in the women's prison. Because if they were in the men's prison, they would likely be sexually assaulted day in and day out. And it just would be more harm to that individual than it would be for them to be in the women's prison.
Let's say armed robbery that isn't to a female. Should they be allowed to get a sex change and go to a female prison then?
I mean, it's going to be a case by case. Again, like I said, you got to look at...
just that case. Do you think that they should be allowed to?
I don't have enough details to tell you. I think you got to...
It's a male who committed armed robbery against another male. Should he be able to transition into a female and then be put into a female prison?
It just depends. It really does.
Any prisoner,
it's not a black and white.
Should any prisoner be able to transition and go to any female prison?
Sure.
How do you know the ones that are truly women?
I mean, I would probably have to look at like
take
their
advantage of the system.
A level of conviction. Yeah, I mean, that would be a factor to consider. Be like, you would have to figure out whether or not that they're interested in sexually assaulting women in any way.
I
right?
understand.
And it's got to be a risk to reward ratio.
Can you explain to me the process of how you would know?
I'm not a lawyer. I would not be able to give you
a 6-year-old.
I would not be able to give you a distinct process. Right? I'm not a lawyer.
I understand that. I'm the ignorant 6-year-old here. Can you please explain to me how that process would work? How would we know? Like, can you explain to me in your imagination how that should work?
Yeah, I just think it's a least harm. And so whatever causes the least harm is what we go to.
Okay. Can you explain to me, for instance, a male prisoner thinks he's a woman or feels, I'm sorry, you're right. You did say feels.
If it would cause more harm for them to be in the women's prison than in the men's prison, then I would go in favor of the least harm.
Step by step, how do we get there?
Yeah, we would have to look at individual cases. There would be a court proceeding.
Just whatever's the least amount of harm.
They just go to a court and then talk with a judge who could adjudicate what would be the least harm based on the evidence.
How do you what evidence can you show potential harm?
Yeah, like if they've committed sexual assault towards women in the past would probably be a non-qualifier.
Okay. Just that's it?
I mean, that's one aspect. How well do they pass? Do they pass really, really well, or do they pass really badly? I mean, would they be sexually assaulted in the men's prison because they pass really well? That would be another factor I would consider.
Okay. Here's the better question, since I just don't understand this. Can you please explain to me how you would show harm is reduced?
I would have to just figure it out.
But how? Because harm is a very subjective term. Like, it can mean
really not.
Thing to me, but it's not?
No, because you're talking about like physical, emotional harm. I mean, it's not really like subjective, really.
It's not?
No.
Then can you explain to me how the Israelis and the Gazans can't explain what harm is to each other? Because I seen half of Gaza leveled. That seems pretty harmful, but the Israelis don't think so. Can you explain to me why they disagree?
Because of political differences. Often stemming off of religion.
Can be different. Oh, so they can see harm differently.
Yeah, but religion's irrational, so that would be the reason why.
Okay. You think that So harm can be perceived in different ways if it has a political motive.
No, I'm saying
to make sure I understand.
Harm could be exhibited itself in like the number of joules, for instance. Like how much physical force are you talking about? Or harm could be exhibited by the amount of trauma that it causes. Whether or not it empirically causes a significant amount of trauma. What is the probability of a significant amount of trauma? It could be an empirical lens. Yes. It's not.
So it can change then. Two different groups of people can find two things harmful or not. As an example,
I mean, the amount of joules of force. What's your
point?
Point? Why don't you help me out here? Like, what are you trying to get at here? Right? It sounds like you're trying to railroad me into something, and I don't really understand where you're going with this.
I'm not really going anywhere. I'm trying to understand and flush out the idea to understand how this will work, because I still don't. If it's a
so let me get back into the topic,
thing,
right? Specifically regarding trans people, instead of talking about Gaza and Palestine.
Fair enough.
So you have here,
I'm just trying
right,
to show you that they can
this
harm
this
differently.
chart.
Am I wrong?
So we have this chart here. You see this chart? It's about 12 seconds
No,
behind.
I'm on the phone with you.
Are you able to open up your browser and just see it?
No, I'm on the phone with you.
You need to be able to see it. You don't have my stream up muted?
No.
How
I
did
have my
you-
phone with you.
Yeah. So did you know that you can actually have your phone while being on the phone? You can hit the home button and then pull up your YouTube app at the same time?
Oh, I'm not poor. I have an iPhone. I don't have a home button. That's silly.
Okay, well then you could just, it's the same thing. You can go, also, Samsungs are often more expensive than iPhones.
But that's fair, but I'm just saying in general, I have an iPhone. I definitely don't fucking have a home
All right, well, you can
button. Are we kidding,
multitask.
bud?
Can you at least try?
But
Can you
why
make an
can't you
effort?
explain it to me? I
yeah,
am making an effort.
so you
I'm
have
trying
two
to
separate-
understand
yeah,
how
So I'm going to explain it to
how
you.
harm
right?
affects this,
You have
and have this
here
explained
this chart
to me
here,
where two
which,
people don't
hey,
disagree.
Hey! Fuck, dude. Fucking debate bros.
Ooh.
So
I'm not a debate bro. I'm a literal
let's say,
nobody.
for example, that we have this timeline here, which shows two separate instances of a surge in testosterone of prenatal and postnatal life for babies.
Okay.
And so what we observe is that there is a critical period called the amniocentesis window, which is around 8 weeks of gestation, where there is a sudden surge of testosterone. The sudden surge of testosterone is what takes the ambiguous genitalia to become a penis and scrotum. The labia fuses together, and it has an enlarging of the clitoris to become a penis. That's how that works. Then there is a separate area post this situation where there's a secondary surge of testosterone. This secondary surge of testosterone affects the brain. It changes the way that the brain physically is formed. It changes for the rest of your life what kind of hormones show up in the brain and the way that it synthesizes those hormones. Now, it is entirely possible, and there have been instances of the first one happens, surge of testosterone, but then the second one is not there. That means that their brain is effectively maintains a more female-like status, yet their external genitalia is male.
Okay.
You understand?
I understand what you said there fully.
Okay.
Two separate surges of testosterone, one affecting the genitalia, one affecting the mind. The first genitalia one activates and works great, but the second one doesn't. And it gives I won't use the word deform, I'm sorry. It modifies the brain to make it different than the male brain.
Yes. So their internal sense of their sex is separate from gender. I'm sorry, it's separate from their from their actual sex.
So then that is completely structural, you said, because it physically changes it.
Yes.
So then why would we need to worry about using the harm principle with prisoners transitioning and going into female prisons when we should be able to easily test for that?
Well, because just because that they match that criteria doesn't mean that it wouldn't cause harm. I think it should be a harm thing. I mean, that's just me, like coming from I'm a consequentialist where I look at the consequence of actions to determine whether I should do one thing or another thing. I look at outcomes.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Or potential outcomes, and what is most likely, most probable. I go in that direction. What would lead to the least amount of harm?
How do you know? I know this sounds silly,
you just try your best. You try your best.
Example of this.
You use your cognitive faculties. You think.
But so people think differently.
Yeah, that's fine. I can
So
only be
then
responsible for
people
what's
can
going on in
think-
my own brain.
Two people can think one action has severities of harm.
Yeah,
or
so then we
one
can
person can believe that they're not harming the other.
Yeah,
when
yeah. I
they
mean, there's
are,
going to be
right?
disagreements. Yeah, of course.
Right.
So that's why
then
we
if
would
there
look
can
at
be
empirical.
disagreements. Why would we? If
Well,
it's
we
not like
would look at
concrete and it
empirical
can
metrics to
change.
see if one causes more harm than the other.
Okay. So can you explain to me how male prisoner transitioning into, air quotes, a woman going into a female prison reduces harm at all?
Yes. So there's instances, rare instances, where a trans individual they just pass too well. And as a result, their probability of getting sexually assaulted is pretty much, it's a 100% chance. And
In
if,
theory,
say, for example, they have an
if you're
instance where
smaller
they're
than your
not,
roommate,
if
isn't
they,
it 100% too?
no, it's not 100% chance that I'm going to get sexually assaulted by my roommate. It's in fact a 0% chance.
It's a 0% chance.
Yeah, it's a 0% chance that I'm going to get sexually assaulted by my roommate.
I never knew roommates had. I never knew nobody was ever put up on the top bunk or the bottom bunk. My bad. I didn't know. I was always pretty sure that sexual assaults happen in prison due to they're reported a lot.
Yeah, sexual assault happens in prison, which is why I would want to mitigate harm of sexual assault in prison.
But you just said it never happens between roommates when we have plenty of incident
You asked me
reports
about
to
my
say it
roommates, and I told you that the probability...
In prison?
You said my
in prison.
roommates. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I meant in prison.
You need to clarify
if your roommate's bigger than you, wouldn't you almost have a 100% chance of getting raped?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they're gay. I mean, they might be gay. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, that's possible. That's fair. But, yeah, I was just kind of curious of that. I still don't quite see it the way that you do. I think that they're definitely linked and intertwined, and we should definitely be understanding what a woman is before we change their safety and circumstances.
I think I understand what a woman is.
I cannot think of a... Can you please define it?
Yeah. Do you mean by sex or gender?
No, I can define the word.
No.
Can you define the word woman in a way that we
depends.
can all use it in a sentence?
Yeah. So there's multiple definitions to words, right? Like if I use the word bat could either mean the tool that is used in baseball to hit a ball, or it could be the mammal with the wings and screeches.
But every time I hold up
the point is that a word has a word can have multiple meanings.
What a woman is?
So when I'm saying woman, I am asking you, do you mean by sex or gender?
I think that they're linked and intertwined.
They're not.
In my opinion, the word woman
let's try it this way, okay?
one definition.
I'll
Adult
answer,
human
yeah,
female.
Yeah, I know. No, there's more than one definition. So here, I'm going to help you out, right? If it's by sex, it's XX chromosomes that results in large gametes, which results in secondary sex characteristics such as fat placement around the hips, the chest, a more rounder face, typically a more diamond-shaped jawline that has a receded brow. There you go. That's woman. That's woman by sex.
Is that in
by
the
gender,
dictionary?
it's an internal sense of female.
Internal sense of female.
Yep.
So then, is your first definition just female and not woman?
Well, it's an adult.
Yeah,
of
it
that.
is?
It's an adult of that form. It's basically what it is.
Oh. So, hold on. So, if I hold up the same person, according to you, they can be defined two different ways?
Yeah, I mean, the word woman can refer to gender or sex.
But what if I'm holding up the same person? Am I a woman?
I'm asking you if it's referring to the word, not the person. I'm saying that woman can refer to
we use
gender
a word, we
or
use it
sex.
to describe something, am I right?
We use
When
words
use
to
a word, we
describe
use it to
things.
describe
Yes, correct.
something,
We
right?
do. We use words to describe things.
Can you tell me what I'm supposed to hold up when you use the word woman?
Hopefully you're not holding up a woman.
Why not? My woman, I can
put
lift
her
my
down.
woman up. I can lift her up, no big deal.
Put her down. She didn't want to be held.
But either way, but hold on, how do you know that's the way I'm using woman? We didn't clarify.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's by
doesn't work.
No, it does work. Like, it's kind of like how we use the same word for bat, right? It's talking about two different things, right? Context matters.
We're not talking about two different things. Are we talking about two different things when we're talking about a woman?
It's by sex or gender, silly.
But it's not. But it's the same thing, right?
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Okay. Best wishes with that, bud.
Yep.
Question, just randomly.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the science is in your favor here on this topic?
Yes.
Like that sex and gender are the same thing?
I think DNA is pretty concrete.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Have you ever picked up any book on biology or neurobiology or endocrinology or psychology or sociology? Any of those fields? Have you picked up a book on any of those fields?
I even used to watch Bill Nye the Science Guy when
you
was telling me the same
Did you know
thing.
that Bill Nye the Science Guy says that sex and gender is different?
Yeah, but do you understand that he went through that?
I wonder why he does that now. Why does he do that now? Oh, yeah, he got woke.
Why didn't he?
All right, what about the entire field of endocrinology?
Hold on.
Is that now just wokeified? Is that wokeified?
Hold on, let's go back to
What about the entire field of embryology? Is that wokeified? That got wokeified too?
If it was true in
what about the
90s,
neurobiology? Did that get wokeified?
It?
I just want to be clear, right? Because the science is definitely on your side here regarding sex and gender being the same thing, right? Because all of these fields of science have been wokeified. No, the science is on my side, dude. You haven't done any reading on this.
Why don't you have an empirical test to tell me if somebody inside does not feel how they present outside? If it's so in your favor and it's so concrete, why is there not a clear test to show everybody? There wouldn't be no debate, would there?
Well, I mean, if there ended up becoming a test, then you would be proven wrong, wouldn't you? You would just have to assume transgender people exist.
I would have to assume that then.
Great. We have structural MRI data that specifically is able to empirically show that trans people are real. I could show you that, right? Yeah. I've pulled that study up about 100 times.
Then why aren't we doing that before we castrate
Because MRIs are expensive, and we don't need to have to prove whether or not trans people exist by structurally analyzing every single person's brain structure in order to satisfy your transphobia, maybe?
You think that we shouldn't check before we castrate children?
Who said anything about castrating children? I operate by WPATH standards, and at no point is there ever a suggestion to castrate children. That doesn't exist.
What do you think a puberty blocker is? Can you?
A puberty blocker doesn't castrate children.
It doesn't make you infertile and stop your genitals from growing?
So it
pauses castration?
It pauses your puberty, but as soon as you get off it, you will go through puberty like normal. You can actually naturally induce this by just having a low body fat ratio. In fact, this is done, has been performed by Olympic athletes, where they end up, you'll have females who actually are Olympic athletes, but because they have a very low body fat percentage, it doesn't actually trigger their puberty, and they only get puberty at about 18 years old when they stop competing. And so it is possible to do this without even any puberty blocker whatsoever. But the point is that you could take a puberty blocker if it is medically necessary. And that's not chemical castration. You can get off of the puberty blockers and boom, you're good to go.
You said something key there. How do we know if it's medically necessary? We don't have a test.
If they have gender dysphoria.
For instance, I know I need to take insulin.
If they have gender dysphoria.
Or I know, for instance, my wife needs to take insulin because her blood sugar
is high.
It's a clear test to see.
If they have gender dysphoria.
How do you test for that?
Oh, you look at the DSM-5 criteria, talking with a psychiatrist that is informed on the WPATH standards. That's what you do.
So we should be physically changing people over a mental disorder?
Yeah. We should be addressing the cure for those, or the treatment for those conditions. Yes.
Oh, so then if someone with schizophrenia
what is the
wants to
treatment?
arm,
Hold on, let me ask you
should
this.
we let him?
What is the treatment for gender dysphoria? Why don't you help me out?
Oh,
What is the current known treatment of gender dysphoria?
Currently, let me go through it through the teen health clinic, because this is the current problem I just got done dealing with a friend. But what happens is they go in and they see a clinician for a half an hour, and then after that, they're sent over to the doctor. The doctor, after that, sits down and talks to them for about an hour, and then they are given a script. And in Michigan, you don't even need parental permission for this. And then they are given
and I agree. I don't believe they
filled.
should have to go through a fucking transphobic parent in order to get the care that they need. I agree with that.
So if anybody disagrees or thinks that maybe they're going through a phase, they're automatically transphobic because they don't.
No,
agree with
I think you need to talk to a trained psychologist. I believe that you need to talk to a trained psychologist, and if they determine that you have gender dysphoria, 100%, you should be on hormone blockers. 100%.
Then why do they? Hold on. In Michigan, we don't even need to do that. We just see a basic clinician. No, we don't even need to do that in Michigan.
Okay.
Is that wrong?
I mean, I abide.
Wrong?
I don't know what it is in Michigan, but I abide by WPATH standards, which is the evidence-based care of standards.
Okay, if they don't,
it's not a basis on politics or whatever nonsense bullshit, anti-trans nonsense or pro-trans. I'm simply arguing on the basis of the evidence, and that's what the evidence takes is WPATH standards.
I'm just trying to ask you about what you're saying. I promise you, there is no got yous. I'm not going to dance. You're not going to see me sit here and yell at you. I'm not going to spur. No big deal, bud. So, where we were was that the idea of, you said they should see a psychologist. If they do not see a psychologist, you view that as wrong.
I said a psychiatrist.
Okay, if
you don't see a psychologist for this.
Fair enough.
Let me ask you this. What's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
No idea.
So you literally know. So basically, what you've just admitted to me is that you don't actually know anything about this topic, whatever.
No,
you don't even know. You don't even know 101, dude. This is literally Psych 101, right? And you're telling me, right? You're having doubts about it, right? Without actually knowing anything on the topic. No, I'm pointing out that it's like I think I'm just going to be honest with you, man. What I think is I think you have an internalized. I think you have an internalized transphobia. You're trying to find any and every which way to discredit or say that trans people don't deserve to be treated, or that you think it is an alarmist thing. I think that you have bitten in on right-wing propaganda. And have not actually done any reading on the topic. I would recommend,
but I'm asking you, aren't you the expert?
I would recommend to look at what are the. No, I'm not an expert. I would recommend to look at the WPATH standards of care, and then when you know what the WPATH standards of care are, you can come back with me. There's also a book that I commonly tell people to pick up and read. It's called Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. It was written sometime in 2008 that is able to exhibit the differences between sex and gender and what are everything in between with that. It's very cool.
Oh, okay. That's great. I probably won't read them. But either way it goes, can you please explain to me how that, damn it, now I lost myself in your diatribe. I was trying to ask a question. You said about a psychologist. You said the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and then you went on your diatribe about how I know nothing, and I agreed with you because I'm the 6-year-old in this conversation. I need it clearly explained to me. Hence, asking questions about what you believe. So, is there ever a point in time where transitioning a child is harmful?
Yes.
Can I please have that explained to me?
I think if they don't have gender dysphoria, a lot of it is just social transition, and they grow out of it. I think if you applied hormone blockers in that situation, it would be harmful to the child.
Okay. How do you come to that determination?
If they have gender dysphoria.
Without a test. It's just based on how
no,
someone
it's
feels
not
at the moment?
No, it's not. No.
Oh.
It's based off of very rigorous DSM-5 criteria with a trained psychologist based on WPATH standards. I don't even trust
how
like a
they feel. You
psychiatrist. I don't
said
even
that.
trust like say a psychiatrist that's not trained in WPATH standards. They actually have to be specially trained by WPATH standards to deal with gender dysphoria, because I do believe it is a sensitive topic and that it should be treated with not 99% accuracy, 100% accuracy, as close to as accurate as you possibly can get with evidentiary based standards. I think that's
Calm
really
down.
important.
I only said it like that because you said that's how it is when you defined the difference between sex and gender. Remember, you said it's what sex they feel. That's the reason why I said feel. I'm sorry.
Have you looked at the DSM-5 TR? Do you know what that is?
No, I'm not a psychologist.
Neither am I.
I'm trying to understand the physical reality.
So the
here.
DSM-5
According to you, there's huge physical differences.
Oh my God. So
I don't know why we don't test.
The DSM-5 TR stands for the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It is the 5th edition with the latest text revisions. It is the latest standards of care regarding mental disorders in the United States. There's another version in Europe, but a lot of it they interchange between one another. So it is the material that is used to diagnose the criteria. You can actually pull up the DSM-5 TR PDF, and I can pull up what is the specific criteria that is used to determine gender dysphoria. I can provide it right now. Hang tight.
Thank you. That'd be wonderful.
Sure thing. It's going to be a little lengthy, but give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right, give me a moment. All right, I'm assuming you mean the criteria for adolescents specifically, right?
No, just in general. How do we know a man feels like a woman inside?
Okay.
How do we know?
So number one, we're not talking about whether or not they're transgender. Being transgender in and of itself is not a mental disorder. We're talking about gender dysphoria. As in, it is an internal, it is a negative feeling associated with being the opposite sex from your gender, right? That's the difference.
Okay. So it's still based on how you feel about your sex, right?
So I'm assuming you're interested about the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria specifically among children, not adults. Those are two separate things.
To me, I don't understand how it's different. How does a boy feel like he's a girl differ from ages of 6 to 22?
The standards of care are different because of differences in evidentiary standards or differences in evidence that have been found in studies, right? Again, we're talking about this is the DSM-5 criteria. You're talking about contributions from thousands of psychiatrists and psychologists, top of the line in their field, researching their information and then providing that into one giant book.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So this is specifically for gender dysphoria among children. So this is the diagnostic criteria. It is a marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender or assigned gender of at least 6 months duration as manifested by at least 6 of the following, one of which must be criterion A1. So A1 has to be there. If A1 is not there, they don't have this. So A1, a strong desire to be of the other gender or an insistence that one is the other gender or some alternative of gender different from one's assigned gender. Okay, that's the number one. And then, so they must then have at least 6 out of 8 of the rest of these. Okay, so they have to match almost all of these criteria, save for maybe 2. In order to be marked with gender dysphoria. In boys, assigned gender, a strong preference for cross-dressing or simulating female attire, or in girls, assigned gender, a strong preference for wearing only typical masculine clothing and a strong resistance to wearing the typical feminine clothing. Number 3 is a strong preference for cross-gender roles or make-believe play or fantasy play. A strong preference for the toys, games, or activities stereotypically used or engaged in by the other gender. A strong preference for playmates of the other gender. In boys, assigned gender, a strong rejection of typically masculine toys, games, or activities, and a strong avoidance of rough and tumble play. Or in girls, assigned gender, a strong rejection of typically feminine toys, games, or activities. A strong dislike of one's sexual anatomy, or a strong desire of the primary or secondary sex characteristics that match one experienced gender. And then B, stating the condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment if the social, school, or other important areas of functionings. There are some additional specifications stating with a disorder difference of sex development, as in congenital androgenital disorder such as E25, the congenital adrenal hyperplasia of E34.5, and androgen insensitivity syndrome. And then a coding note, code the disorder difference of a sex development as well as gender dysphoria. Okay. That's the criteria that American psychologists use or psychiatrists use to determine whether or not that they have gender dysphoria in children.
Okay, so we can both agree that that is a lengthy process that you said was over 6 months.
It's not that
and
lengthy.
It has a
this could be done
rigorous criteria where you have to hit multiple scenarios. Am I correct?
No, you just ask them these questions and then can determine numbers 1 through 8 here.
Okay, that's fine. So then, if we have to have this displayed over a 6-month period, you said that in the beginning, my question is if all the brains of trans individuals are clearly different, wouldn't diagnostics be much easier if we just used a physical test? It'd take 15 minutes.
No, because again, it's...
No?
No, because you're talking about very expensive MRI equipment as opposed to just asking them questions from a trained psychologist or psychiatrist.
Ever been to one? They're expensive.
They're not that expensive. And I have been to one.
Oh.
I think it was like $80 a
They're
meeting.
expensive.
It's not that bad.
So because of the cost that generally insurance pay for,
this comes to a different.
Is the reason
this
why
comes to a
we
different
should be able
discussion as
to?
to like whether or not that you should pay. Like I personally believe that there should be like a single payer system that is where it's nationalized, so that way people don't have to worry about this sort of thing, kind of like the European standards. But that's a completely different discussion.
Okay, that's fair. Should they be testing for people with gender dysphoria in Europe, where they tend to always have socialized health care, because they would all be physically different? It would be clearly to see, and then we wouldn't have to torture these children, for instance, for 6 months.
What? When are we torturing the children for 6 months? Where are you getting that?
Well, we're making them wait for their diagnosis, and they have to have behaviors over 6 months. That's a lot of not having your gender affirmed.
Yeah, no. So
isn't that harming children?
It operates EU standards operates on the basis of whether or not that the condition that you can live with that condition until care, or if it's just not possible. In which case you get pushed to the front of the line if it's just not possible and you need care right then and there. It's just giving care where people need it. It's a lot better than in the United States. It really is. But this is beside the point. I mean, I wanted to point out the criteria of distinction here, specifically among children. And I think it's a fairly rigorous criteria. It works really well. And I would operate on the basis of evidentiary-based standards. Don't you agree?
That's fair, but according to you, there is evidence that their brains are different, and it should be easy to see on an MRI.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, like, an MRI that's more work than just asking them a few questions.
It is not. It's lay down on the table. Let me take a picture. My boy just had one done. He had skull surgery.
Is it just as simple as take a picture? Really?
Pretty much.
It's not.
I was standing there next to him the whole time.
It's not. It's like this giant fucking whirring machine that's like really, it's like really expensive and fucking costs hundreds of dollars to be able to do. And it's like you're dealing with this fucking like it's super freaking loud. It's like why are you doing this?
It wasn't that bad. My 2-year-old just did it. That's silly. That's just silly, bud. My 2-year-old easily went through an MRI. I just don't understand why we don't use the easiest solution to a complex question.
I don't know. I would ask the APA then why they don't use MRIs.
I'm asking you. You made the claim.
Yeah, I'm saying that we've observed this.
Why would we not do that?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not a psychologist.
Okay, there. Thank you. I appreciate that. But my wife's calling me. It was good to talk to you, silly. Have a great day.
All right. What was that laugh at the end? That was weird. What does he go like? Man, I've been grinding this area for hours. Middle claw. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender. Aw, what the heck, man? We're 10 calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really, really small YouTuber, so any amount really does go a long way. It does. It really does. Oh, 76 Charizard. macncheesewhiz says, are you just taking the 4 to 80 or is it all 6? I think I'm going to take just the 4. I don't need that many to be that high level. AWOL has already called in, centrist. They called in. Middle claw. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's good, Amender?
Oh, just dealing with some transphobes.
Ah, you gotta love it. So, breakdown, like, I was mainly here for like the combo, but I was missing a few parts. What was the main contention of it, anyways?
I don't know. They you know how it is. Like they come in, they're like, I'm just asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Every freaking time. But you know they're not there to actually be curious, because if they were curious, they would actually know more about the fucking topic.
I feel it. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you know, this topic is, I wouldn't say new, but it is new for, like, you know, us today. So, you know, people take their time.
I think it's just been like a wedge issue that's been pushed by the right in order to, like, foment hatred towards a tiny group of people in order to garner votes. That's what I believe.
I mean, it depends. Like, I don't see it like that. I see it like they personally disagree with it. They don't know how to articulate it. And when they do, no,
I'm saying like the people that propagated. I'm saying the people that propagated this nonsense.
Oh yeah.
The people that propagated it, right, did it under a basis that they could get votes if they fomented hatred and violence against groups of people that were a stunning minority. They used it as a wedge issue in order to garner votes, and I think they were successful in doing so.
Well, I mean, sure, you're going to have, to be fair, any politician can run with anything and you'll still have a minute handful of people that will lock into it. If a topic is a little bit more nuanced a lot of people are going to have pushback towards it. Like even though even my stance on it, I still have pushback towards the topic for certain things. But for the most part, like I don't have too many issues with it. If anything, in the side chat, it was like two things happening. We were talking about trans stuff in the side chat and slavery.
Wild.
The wild mix, though. So it's like, at the end of the day, when it came to, and it's funny because I wanted to talk about like religion with you, but I guess we're going to be talking about.
No, we can talk. Wait, we can talk religion. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
I want to talk religion. Let's do it.
All right, bet. So, I did want to I went through your hot takes list. Which one was it? It was the Bible promotes slavery. My contentions on this one. So I went through it. I was just curious.
You don't think it promotes slavery?
No. What I think is it regulates slavery in certain periods, but it does not promote it the way people think of chattel slavery in the modern world. Because it contains passages that restrict, limit, or undermine slavery, and the New Testament moves strongly towards equality and brotherhood. We can go through all of it in terms of debt servitude, prisoner of war, labor, servants, and foreign slaves, meaning foreigners could be taken as servants, but Israel still had rules protecting them. They had Sabbath rest, just like Israelites. They could not be treated with ruthless violence. Many rabbis interpreted these rules as meaning Israel was to bring foreigners into the covenant community, not abuse them.
Yeah.
So the Old Testament does not encourage slavery. Rather, it regulates a pre-existing ancient system to make it more humane. And with the New Testament, it did even more for it. So now, did
what have I told you that I believe that's just whitewashing it?
Well, hold on. Did Christians historically use the Bible to justify slavery, especially in the American South? Yes. They misused the Old Testament. They ignored that kidnapping slaves was a sin punishable by death, ignored that biblical servitude wasn't racially lifelong slavery, ignored the radical equality taught by Jesus and Paul. Meanwhile, the abolitionist movement in England and the U.S. was almost entirely led by Christians quoting the Bible against slavery.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to see if I can find the PDF. For this.
Yep.
Let me take a look if I can find it.
Yeah.
I have a hard time finding it.
And there was also a lot of prominent abolitionists like John Brown who were just like clapping slave owners and saying, "Yo, Bible says y'all are devils if you have slaves, so I'm gonna have to kill you." So he was just killing slave owners. He didn't care. So there's like a lot to that too. So yeah, man. Yeah, there you go.
Hold on, let me look. I'm trying to find it. Right. Let's see if I can find it. What is this? I don't know if I'm going to find it.
Hey, take your time, bro. It's snowing out here. I got all the time in the world.
All right. So basically, what I did, I'm not going to be able to find the source. I'm so sorry.
Copy.
But the book is called Slavery by Noel Ray.
Okay.
And what it did is that it basically is handwritten accounts of slavery, not just from the slavers' perspective, but from actual slaves of the time. Like you're reading actual words by slaves,
slave records,
able to write things down. By the way, that's very rare. Just so
very
you're
rare.
aware.
Yeah.
Most were not allowed to read or write. But those that were capable of writing, they did write about their own struggles. There was also one that talked about there was like a lady that underwent slavery in the 1870s that was being interviewed by a news agency, and they wrote down their testimony. So there are handwritten accounts, is my point, right? This book is just an amalgamation of handwritten accounts. And one of the common things that was kind of illustrated as a justification for the slave trade in the U.S. was the Bible. For hundreds of years, it was that. They used that as their justification. There's instances where it says, hey, from foreigners, you may buy slaves. Nations that come around you, you may buy slaves. You have to treat them a specific way. And it's directly in favor of slavery. It is in favor of slavery. There's no way to walk away from that.
Well, listen, we have bad people, bad apples justifying it in
but
various ways.
It's not like a bad apple if it's like 1,000 years worth of bad apples, right?
Not only the Old Testament and the New Testament, they ignored everything that was said about it.
But
that's the
okay,
problem.
listen, even after Jesus' death and post 300 AD, where you had the Old and New Testament, they still justified slavery. In fact, in the New Testament, it says, slaves, obey your earthly masters just as you would obey in Christ. It says that. So we know that they are in favor of slavery, even in the New Testament.
But it calls slave and master equal before God. There is neither slave nor free. All are one in Christ.
Yeah, and
Jesus.
you can read it however it is that you feel in order to get a justification. I mean, all you're basically doing is saying, hey, sometimes the Bible contradicts itself, and it does. And this would be an example of that contradiction.
People misread the Bible and used it to justify slavery without looking at all the other passages. That's the problem.
Like, I got news for you, dude. I read the entirety of the Bible, and I came out at the end of that Bible going, it justified slavery. It did. And the fact that you have 1,000 years of justification of slavery is an argument in my favor here, right? And you can't just, what you're doing is a no true Scotsman fallacy. You're like, well, they're not a real Christian if they believe in, if they're in favor of slavery. It was up until in the 1940s. I think it only fell out of favor until post 1940s with the KKK arguing that the Bible promotes slavery, saying that it is the white man's biblical duty to have slaves.
Yeah, but we had a lot of people corrupting the word. We had people like
no, they're just reading the word as is.
It says black people are demons. They're not. And then we realized that's not the truth. That's not the case. And we fought against it, right? So look, here's what I'm saying, right? The Bible don't promote it. It regulates existing ancient practices, prohibits slave trading, kidnapping humans, protects servants from abuse, points towards freedom, equality, and brotherhood, and inspired the abolition movement.
Give me a moment.
Now, I could break down the controversial verses like you said, Exodus 21,
did it
Leviticus
inspire,
25, and
Ephesians 6. Did it inspire the abolition movement? Yes, because there were slaves that were reading the Bible that were able to come to a conclusion that they are all equal before the Lord. Right?
Exactly. That was literally
that's true.
Quote.
But that doesn't shake away the fact that the Bible was used to justify slavery for over 1,000 years. We know that.
I agree. It was used to justify it.
And I wouldn't even say misused. It was used exactly as it was intended. Right? Because you're talking about, it was something that was written by a bunch of ancient people that don't have our modern concept of morality. Right? That's why.
Sure. And I understand that. But the whole premise was the fact that it didn't encourage it. Like the Old Testament wasn't encouraging slavery. It was trying to regulate a pre-existing ancient system to make it more humane.
No, you could have said that slaves are people. That could have been said by God, right? Having perfect morality, he could have said that, but he never said that.
Sure, but okay, I can't answer like why Christ or said these things or not. I have possibly an idea. Right. But I have no like definitive answer of, listen, Christ said this because of this. Right. I can't do that. But I will say this. I think Christ gave us all that we could handle at the time.
I'm gonna pull this up.
Anything else that he did try to give us, we ended up crucifying him for.
I'm going to pull this up, right? So that way you can see it and everybody else can see it. Give me a moment while all right.
Oh, sure. And
so it says here, Leviticus 25 to 44 to 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and the members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them as slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So the context of this was Moses was up on the mount, and he was convening with God, and God was communicating one of the 613 commandments. This is one of them. It literally says that you could just buy slaves from nations around you and some of the temporary residents. So foreigners that are living amongst you, you can buy them as slaves and they become your property. It's giving you a justification. Hey, God says that this is okay. The next thing here,
that's not true. Hold
Exodus
on.
21, 20 to 21.
Hebrew servitude. Hold on.
Anyone
Hebrew
who
servitude.
beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Okay, sure, but we're missing context here. Hold on for a second. So,
I didn't give you the full context. The full context of this is how to treat your slaves. And it is telling you specifically what you do with a male or female slave and how much of a beating is appropriate.
Hold on. Okay, firstly, there is foreign servitude, and then there's Hebrew servitude. Israelites serving Israelites, and then non-Israelites. So the first one with Israelites serving Israelites, it was not slavery, it was temporary, and it ended at Jubilee. They must be treated as hired workers, not slaves, cannot be ruled harshly, must be released with property.
You get to have them for 7, and you're allowed to have them as slaves for 7 years.
Foreign servitude. Non-Israelites. Permanent household labor was allowed, but had restrictions and protections, including full integration into Israel's society and religion. Not the same as race-based, hereditary, brutal chattel slavery.
Do you think it is moral? Let me ask you, like, ancient or not ancient, do you think that it is moral to own a person as property?
I don't think it's moral to own a person as property, but back then,
but here in the Bible, it is saying it is moral to own a person as property. That means that what God is saying here is immoral.
We're going through we're going through the Old Testament, and we'll run it through. The permanent service came from hostile enemies, war captives, and nations practicing slavery already. Okay,
you're not answering my question.
And on top of that, Israel had rights. You understand that they were protected by laws. No kidnapping, you're going to get the death penalty. No beating that causes injury.
You can beat them.
Free the
you can beat them, but if they
Sabbath
survive after a day or two, it's okay since they're your property.
No, full inclusion.
No, that is literally what it says. I literally read exactly what it says. That's exactly what it says. Is you can beat them, and if they survive after a day or two, it's okay because they're your property. It says that.
Which part? Hold on.
I read it out for everybody to read. Do I need to pull it back up?
No. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
It's Exodus 21, 20 to 21.
Papers right now. Say it again. They would be. What do you say? They would be free if they were beaten.
Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Okay, so that's okay. So Exodus 21, 20 to 21 most. Okay, give me a second. Oh, he must be punished. The slave survives a day or two. Must be. Okay, so. Okay, so
what God is arguing here is immoral, right?
Well, no. Hold on.
Is this just curious? Is this immoral?
It's a limitation. Every ancient civilization
it's telling you how to beat your slaves.
Consequences. But in Israel, if a slave died, the master was punished with death. And this was revolutionary because in other nations, slaves were property. In Israel, slaves were protected by the same laws that protected citizens.
Hold on. Let's say, for example, that I'm gonna be crass here and tell you.
Sure.
Let's say somebody is saying, if you're going to sexually assault a child, don't go deeper than 2 inches. Let me ask you that, right? Is that in favor of pedophilia?
Well, is that in favor? Okay, obviously.
I think so. I think it is. I think it would be. I'd be like, that's disgusting, and never say that again, please.
How are we able to apply our current day standards on something completely different?
Like, well, no, I'm pointing out. No. Again, you're moving the goalposts. The idea is, does the Bible argue for slavery? And I show these verses, and it's plain as day. It couldn't be any more obvious that it obviously argues in favor of slavery. And anytime I bring these verses, they're like, well, context matters. Well, it's telling you how to treat the slaves, not necessarily saying that you can have slaves, even though the prior verse literally argues that you can take slaves and own them as slaves and not just how to treat slaves. I mean, it's total goalpost shifting. We have to here. I'll tell you what. You can argue this entirely from a Christian perspective, right? I'm going to help you out. Right? Straight from a Christian perspective, you can uphold your Christianity very simply. Yes, back then, the Bible does condone slavery, but today we believe all people are God's children and that they are to be treated equally. That's simple. But the Bible does argue in favor of slavery. It does.
I disagree. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Give me 1 second. We'll go through this. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. My fucking side is killing me. I got a stitch. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay.
Pokemon.
No, get it done. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So the Bible regulates slavery. It doesn't argue in favor of slavery the way people mean it today.
Except you can buy slaves as foreigners.
But we have to break
foreigners,
down
you can buy them as slaves.
Hold on.
It's not teaching you how to treat the slaves. It's teaching you
to break down that you could just slavery meant in the ancient world versus modern.
It doesn't
slavery.
matter. It can be chattel or like in the form of like a loan. It's the same it's the same thing. It's owning a person as property. That's the problem. It is. So, like, here's the thing, right? When people say that it was biblical time slavery, not modern slavery. Okay. So, biblical. Like stop. Biblical time slavery did have both chattel and like loan slavery. Like you owe a debt of servitude, right? It was treated as the same thing. The New Age, they had chattel. Right. And not the loan kind. Right. But they still had chattel. Right. This is part of chattel slavery. This is why you can take you could take foreigners from nations around you. Right. This is why it was thought of that you could go to Africa and steal people as property and maintain them as property. That's how the slave trade was upheld.
It's okay. First, I got to ask you a question. Do you see the regulation of servitude as slavery?
The regulation of no, I see the regulation of owning people as property as slavery.
Well, it regulates ancient servitude, limits it, humanizes it, and pushes towards justice. It does not present slavery as morally good, only as a reality of a brutal ancient world that had to be controlled.
Yeah, that argues slavery.
Great on God's fucking. No,
yeah, it argues in favor of slavery.
It's ancient servitude. The Bible does not promote
which is
modern-day slavery.
No, it does. It does.
No, it does not.
It does. Both chattel and biblical slavery were understood. The same thing. You're just talking about the difference of loan slavery versus chattel slavery. But guess what? The Old Testament had both.
Sure.
Right? Again, this is an attempt to whitewash the 1,000 years of history that were used to justifying slavery because it's not a good look.
It's not even about justifying slavery.
It is. It was an attempt to
not at all.
No, it's an attempt to whitewash the Bible.
That is advancing and being the liberal country in this situation, while everyone
I'm saying that it is an attempt to whitewash history, right? The history doesn't go away just because in the 1930s and 1940s they were like, "Hey, this is a bad look. Let's not argue this anymore."
It's not even that.
It is that. Completely. That's exactly what happened, right? Because it was the KKK until they fell out of favor. that the argument finally died. It had made its last breath. Nobody makes this argument anymore. But just because it died in the 1930s doesn't mean that it wasn't a thing for like 1,000 years prior.
Sure, but Israel was literally the liberal country.
Actually, it would have been Islamic society because they allowed women to work.
I know, right? But like during those times, Israel was considered the liberal country. Why? Because they actually had consequences for what you did with war captives and people that you took in like that, POWs, if you will. No other area had nothing. They didn't give a shit, but Israel was progressive, right? So
okay.
I don't
agree with that, but
I mean, to those standards, they were progressive because if they're the only ones punishing people and no other country's punishing people, would you say that's progressive?
Is what progressive?
If one country is punishing people if they do something to, let's say, a person that's indebted to servitude, as opposed to every other country where they're like, yeah, we don't give a shit what the fuck you do to these people. But Israel says, no, if you do something crazy to them, you will face the death penalty. Right? You feel like that's progressive?
No, I don't think it's progressive. I mean, it's about as progressive as like, I don't know, maybe I mean, I tortured somebody to death, but I gave them a moist towelette on the way.
Yeah, but hold on. The entire mindset back then was, I don't care.
Like it's a really, really low bar. I'm just saying, like the god of all morality, right? The predicate of all morality. I feel like could have probably thought a little bit further on this one.
I mean, sure. No, I agree with you. Listen, I would personally tell, like, Christ, be like, listen, I think we should just change it up. I don't think we should. We're getting progressive.
Yeah, you would have been deemed a heretic and a blasphemer, and you would have been stoned to death. How dare you say these people can't be property?
That's true. That's true. But I'm reading through this, and apparently historians and theologians give a consistent answer to this, which is interesting. I didn't know this. So apparently the ancient economy depended on it. So a 100% ban would cause mass
We're going to make the Southern argument now for why they needed slavery.
Watch this. Hold on.
The ancient economy.
Hold on. 100% ban would cause mass starvation, mass execution of war captives, and a collapse of social order.
Yeah, we should have maintained the order. Yeah.
We got to maintain that order.
That's literally right. Holy crap, dude. You listen to yourself.
Listen,
dude, I got news for you, man. In order to prop up your society, you have to like cause the invariable suffering of an entire group of people and treat them as property. Maybe your society doesn't deserve to live. How about that? How about just literally just end that society? No more society. I'm sorry.
I mean, listen.
I'm sorry. Honestly, like we're just gonna agree to disagree there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that.
Fuck that shit, bro. Fuck your society that says, hey, we can only exist if we treat people as property. Like,
I mean, you gotta understand something. Every single society was like that back then.
No, I don't care. I don't care. It shouldn't exist. It's simple. It shouldn't exist. I agree with you. Right? If God is the ultimate morality, right? He should have known this. It's so ridiculous.
Like, at the end of the day, I can't tell you why he did things. It maybe. Hey, how about this? I think we can agree to this. Maybe if we didn't put a spear through his chest, he could have gotten to it.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I don't know. But let's see. This was definitely a good one. I enjoyed this. Hell yeah.
Oh.
Heck yeah.
Got anything else?
All right, brother. Actually, hold on. Yes, I did want to say something. Give me a second.
Man, dude, look at this Charizard is just crushing it, bro. Look at this Charizard. It's just one after the other, bro. It's not even trying anymore. It's like, yeah, death. All right, sorry.
No, I was going crazy. Heck yeah.
See how fast I'm training?
Believe it was, yeah. Just a heads up for people in the side chat. Yes, during the Barbary slave trade, they did capture Americans as well. And it's a big reason why, like, we had a war over it, and why even to this day in the Navy, there's a specific line that we say, to the shores of Tripoli in the Marine Corps hymn. That's where it comes from. Because after the U.S. became independent, American ships were no longer protected by British treaties, so the Barbary pirates enslaved American sailors. and this led to the First and Second Barbary Wars. Just a heads up for that. And the word slave came from Slav, Eastern Europeans, because they observed the treatment of the Slavic people akin to slavery, used it as that word, and those people ended up getting trafficked into the Mediterraneans, where a lot of the Barbary trade was also taking place. Anything else? It's snowing. It's snowing here. So.
Good job.
Yeah.
All right. Good talk, buddy.
Heck yeah. Have a great day, brother.
Bye-bye, Chaos. That's chaoswhy, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good one. Let's see here. GJM says, whether Americans were captured or not is irrelevant to the point that whites were captured. Okay. macncheesewhiz says, I think so. I ran into a feud mods like this guy. Girl, I don't know. I mean, there's no way he would have mod a mouthpiece and a mouthpiece for first offender. Wow. Jesus. First Amendment, I can debate you on abortion not being a practical issue. I'm not a stage in Piscord server. Yeah, I'm, you can call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I only got one more drill pack in me. Then I got to use aerial ace, which is terrible. All right. Zapdos died. It's a terrible place to train for Zapdos. Can you name a scenario where you wouldn't believe their self-identity? Oh, they're talking about the trans debate. Bite. Shit. Bite. If it's a rock, bite. Yep, bite. Next. Primate. We can just use, yeah, Hydro Pump. Why not? Hyper Beam, maybe? Yeah. Strength. Why not? Hydro Pump. Welcome. Hyper Beam. Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump. No PP. Bite. 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 Hyper Beam. Hyper. Oh shoot, I did the wrong move. Let's see. Cowcrapper says, I've never played a Pokemon game except Pokemon Go for 10 minutes. Really? Pokemon's great. You love it. Yeah, I think, yeah, all I got is bite. Can they even kill it before, like, all the moves run out? Like, I don't think so, man. I think he's going to run out of moves before he can die. That's wild. Oh, no, he died. Okay, cool. He's dead. All right. Send out the Vaporeon. Cowcrapper says, yep, I'm an oldie. Cool. Based. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Want to call in and have a discussion? We can do so. Let's see. Does surf hurt? Does surf work? St. Michael of Cigarillo says, so I want to hear what goes beyond that which could make yourself start to ask questions. I don't even know, man. I'll tell you what, though. Bobro's really good at, like, getting people to engage. You just got Bobro. They're great. Ah, shit. I gotta leave. Gotta run. Get out of here. All right. I'm gonna walk out of here. There we go. All right. Let's, I mean, already I'm pretty sure my Pokemon are strong enough to kill the Elite Four, but I want to get them all to level 80. Just like be like psychotically strong. Like they just will not be able to handle my Pokemon at all. Let me look here. Yeah, level 79 Charizard. 72 Articuno, 66 Zapdos. I think I gotta take Zapdos to a different spot because Zapdos keeps dying too easy. We're taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. We're back into the training spot. I think like you want to use Steel Wing. Yeah. Just Blizzard it. Blizzard. Steel Wing. Ice Beam. Still got Blizzard. 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 Steel Wing. Ice Beam. Steel Wing. Hey, level 73. Excadriller says, so there's been a historical evidence that many punishments weren't meant to inflict pain, but more to humiliate people, such as shame barrels and pillories. That is not true. There's a ton of torture instruments that were used entirely to inflict pain. They loved inflicting that pain, baby. Ice Beam. Steel Wing, dead. Steel Wing, dead. Ice Beam, dead. Ice Beam, dead. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Right, we're out of that. Steel Wing. Fly. Fly. Steel Wing. Steel Wing. Dead. Fly. 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 Steel Wing. Fly. Steel Wing. Fly. Man, is he going to run out of moves just like the, is he going to run out of moves just like the Gyarados? Because that'd be sick. Oh, I'm at a PP. Yeah, I guess I gotta just use Steel Wing from here on out. Level up. Sick. Level 74 Articuno. Oh, he's using Struggle. Wow, look at that. That's wild. Honestly, like, I could just do this until it dies. Wow, look at that. That's wild. All right, now we got Charizard, who's almost level frickin' 80. Damn. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the Eagles comments for about 5 to 10 minutes. St. Michael of Cigarillo, so give me a justification of I believe 95% statement. Okay. They're all talking with Bobro. Bobro's just going to town, dude. They're going to town. I'm not against it. I think people want to just tackle Bobro instead of calling me. They get into a freaking lion's den, but Bobro, he's just like fun. Bobro should start his own YouTube channel. He'd be good. All right, let's see. Metal Claw. Yeah, Metal Claw. Flamethrower. Honestly, I could just like flamethrower a bunch. Yeah, everything dies to flamethrower here. There's not a single item that spawns here that doesn't die to a flamethrower. Yeah, they all die to a flamethrower. Yep, dead. Dead. Flamethrower, dead. Flamethrower, dead. It's not very effective. Still kills them instantly. Don't care. Kills them. Flamethrower. 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 See? See how quick they die? Alright, I think we're out of flamethrower though. We can do cut, we can do ember, and metal claw. So for rock types, we're going to do metal. All the others are going to do the others. Let's do ember, I guess. Ember, dead. Ember, dead. Metal claw, metal claw. Ember. Metal claw. Metal claw. Ember, dead. Let's see. Michael said that he had a history of lying. That is how he has questions. At bro, I can prove that by spanking you in front of a mender. Jake. Specific scenarios that would happen. Anybody want to call in? Damn, man. Y'all guys going wild in chat. Oh, man. He's paralyzed. Oh, snap. He just got to 80, bro. Bro, he's at 80. Hold on. Let me look at the Charizard's movesets. Let's see here. Movesets. Charizard. Okay. Yeah, I think the last thing he learns is Fire Spin. And that's it. He's done. So it doesn't matter if I level him up anymore. That's it. We're done. He doesn't have like a super powered move later on. So we're going to move him all the way to the bottom here. Right. We're going to replace him with Zapdos, I think. Yeah, because Zapdos is the one that's least. But Charizard is basically done. Once we get to Charizard, we got to switch. Get out of there. AWOL says, First Amendment, are you trying to shadow ban Alpha Eagle? Are you trying to suppress your upcoming opponent? No. Where did you get that? Not at all. No, I did not suppress them. No, not at all. Did not. Maybe I should just run. Just keep doing thunder moves. Yeah, just like Thunderbolt. 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 Curious though, drill peck might work. I mean, God, a level 34 versus level 66, and that doesn't kill him. That's wild. Cowcrapper says it's a known YouTube issue. It could be sensors, or it could be the speed of the chat. It happens in multiple streams. Alpha Eagle says, my comments are disappearing, perhaps because I mentioned my video. Which video? You mean another one? You mean another one? Thunderbolt. Dead. Thunderbolt. Dead. Let me see. What else do I got? I got drill peck. I got aerial ace. Thunderbolt. Level 67. God, he's so weak. Why are you so weak, Zap? Why are you so weak? Thunderbolt. Wait, that's not what I want. Drill peck. How much XP do I get for killing this Onyx? 740? Like, honestly, it's probably better off that I just run. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, there we go. Basically, they got squishy body. Stick around. Hard body, get out of town. Squishy body, drill peck him. Hard body, get out of town. Squishy body. Alright. Hard body, get out of town. How does aerial ace work? Does it work good? It's not bad. It's not the best, but it's not bad. Drill peck. Ooh, get out of here. Out of PP. I think my Alright, guess we got Gyarados. Bobro says, it was easy to debate you, AWOL, and if anybody wants to schedule a debate with me, hit me up, Amender. Hey, Bobro and AWOL, you guys want to have another debate with one another? We're not getting any calls. I'll platform you. Just add me on Discord. First Amender, 1ST Amender. I'll platform you. Why not? Alright, so we got Hydro Pump, Strength, Bite. Bite's good for that, so we're just going to Hydro Pump him. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, honestly, we could just Hydro Pump anything. Like, Hydro Pump's just going to kill anything that moves. It's a shame that it runs out quick, but we can Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam, dead. Hyper Beam, dead. Level 70 Gyarados. Hyper Beam, dead. Hyper Beam, dead. Strength. Will Strength work on all of them? I think it will. I should use Strength on the not rock types, but use Bite for the rock types. Yeah. Strength. Strength. Now it's Bite from here on out. Oh my. Alright, we're done. Alright, just yeet this. I'm gonna run. Well, First Amendment gave his blessing. Bobro, who are you going to debate? Bobro, if you want to, we can do it again. I don't mind. We'll do a 3-way call. It'll be fun. No, they're already healed. All right. All right, let's see our Pokemon. See what we got. Let me put this table away. Okay. Much more comfortable. Okay. Articuno's level 74. Zapdos level 67. Charizard is done. He's level 80. Bro's gonna crush. He's gonna crush. That Charizard alone is terrifying. All right, here we go. Victory Road. All right, so we want to Ice Beam that. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Ted Hitchcock says, oh, hi, is this the debate the F-bomb call-in show? Yes. Call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Feel free to call in. We'll have a discussion. Gay shirt? Just says Levi's. What, you don't like Levi's? It's just some random shirt that I put on today. Fly. Gay phone number, gay voice. I think you gotta you got some internalized homophobia there. That is displaying itself very externally. You should probably call in the show if you want to have a discussion. I'm not the one running. I'm right here. Take calls. Yo, this Articuno is just freaking crushing this. So strong. They're getting really good, really strong, really fast. I think from here it's just Steel Wing. Timu says gay show. Yep, it's pretty gay. Yep. I mean, you're watching. So there's that. You better stop watching or the gay will rub off on you. What happened? Oh, shit. I have to drill peck this. Another drill peck. No, I have to run, actually. Yeah, they're too chonky, these guys. Now that I can kill. 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 Nope. Run. Run. Dude, what is all the freaking rock types? Stop it. There. My voice is so gay. This guy sounds like Chuck Norris. Okay. You're running. Dude, how many rock types? Stop. Thank you. Chalk89 says, genuinely asking, do you guys apply these labels woke liberal so you can feel part of something? No, I just like the right. They just kind of like assigned me that label. And then I was like, okay, might as well roll with it. And that's what I did. Also, we're born in the same year, 1989. Drill pick. Nope, run. Drill peck. Honestly, it's just the onyx that I need to run from. Like the drill peck works on that as well, so we should be fine. Yeah, it's like this guy. We just gotta leave. Not equipped. Yeah, we're just gonna run. All right. Okay, so let Bobro up to debate somebody. First Amender, you are giving that label as simply as a way of explaining what your positions are. Yes. Yes, that's what labels do. Gay chat. You heard that, guys. It's a gay chat. Oh my god. Run. I thought you and AWOL and Bobro were gonna debate. Wasn't that gonna happen? All right. Looks like my Zapdos is down. Now we got Gyarados. No, not me. Who wants to debate somebody else? Who do you want to debate, Bobro? My vid is short. All right, let's pull up your fucking video. God damn it. Alpha Eagle. Hold on. New video preview. Here we go. All right, everybody, here we go. This is Alpha Eagle's video. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Firing a gun. Is that Tribes Ascend? Alpha Eagle. Dun, 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 dun.
Everyone, Alpha Eagle here.
Dude, I can't get over your voice. It's just not the voice I expect, Alpha. Hello, everybody, it is me, Alpha Eagle. Bruh.
Here again, welcome back to my channel. I pray you're all doing well, and may God bless you all. Before we begin, be sure to like, share, comment,
Everybody,
and subscribe.
like, share, and subscribe.
What follows is a preview of my next video, in which, yet again, I proved the First Amendment wrong.
He proved me wrong. Show me the mainstream Democrat that argues for violence. I couldn't find it. I genuinely want to hear it. Show it to me. Give me an example of left-wingers that argue open violence. I have not found a single authoritative body that has ever said anything of the sort. Never. And I await your response to that. Not a single random person that has got no followers on freaking Twitter, TikTok, whatever. Show me an authoritative body where this says, yes, violence is okay.
Needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives. And unfortunately, there's plenty to go around.
Hold on. Who was that? Who just said that? There needs to be unrest in the streets? Let's see. Okay. Let's take a look here. Let me see here. Where is... Where is it? Let's see. In Presley. Who is this person who said that? Unrest in the streets. Okay. Fact check. Quotes from Democratic leaders about riots, unrest taken out of context. Let's take a look here. The claim. Democratic leaders in the House and Senate called for violence during BLM protests. Democratic leaders applied a double standard to Black Lives Matter protesters and supporters of President Donald Trump who breached the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, according to a Facebook post. The January 6th post posted a meme of images Representative Anna Presley, Democrat of Massachusetts, Representative Maxine Waters, Democrat of California, and Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris superimposed over images of buildings on fire. Text overlays of quotes purportedly from last summer's BLM protests attributed. Direct quotes when BLM was burning down cities, killing people in the streets. Peaceful protests, as the media called it. User Kyle Rubenstein wrote, has over 600 shares. Action shares taken by insurgents who infiltrated the Capitol on Wednesday, while the results of the 2020 presidential election were certified, were labeled differently, according to Rubenstein. Trump supporters, don't take the Capitol, don't burn or loot. News call it domestic terrorism. This is why we're fed up, the caption ends. An email response on USA Today. Let's all see the lies the media news has been feeding the country. Where is this post? Hold on. Quotes taken out of context. Yeah, I mean, I would have to look at the individual context of these people.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
This
is what.
That's not even an argument in favor of like violence, but it wouldn't surprise me that there should be more protests regarding what's currently going on.
Kicking the out of fascism looks like.
They're still
that kicking the shit out of fascism, that would easily be like metaphorical as opposed to like
going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
When they go low,
Donald Trump, and that's a fact. They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and
who is saying that to actually do that?
that's a fact.
when they go low,
I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Where's the
Missouri
context?
State senator is under investigation
I
by
hope
the
you applied
Secret
context
Service
in your
after
new video.
saying she hopes President Trump is
Where's your context, bro?
I will go and take Trump out tonight. And if you
Bro, I need to see the context on these.
in a restaurant.
This is like that moment where it's like they were like, look at all these people that do like Nazi salutes, and then they like showed like people holding up their hands like this, and they're like, oh, they're doing Nazi salutes, only to find out that the video is like them doing this. They're like, okay, hi, bye everybody. Like, bruh, this is like the level. I don't know what to tell you.
At a gasoline station.
You're so brain rotted, Alpha. And by the way, you really just do me a favor, get the voice changer, because bro.
Well, here again, welcome back to my channel.
You can't sound like that and call yourself Alpha. You can't. I'm sorry. You're not allowed. It's in the rules. It says so. It's in the rules, homie. It's in the rules. I don't know what to tell you. It's in the rules. You can't sound like that and say that you're Alpha. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. Sorry. Too bad. It's just in the rules. It's in the rules. What should I do? I think we're going to be doing bites. Yeah, but we're otherwise going to just use regular moves on everything else. Yeah, so this bite. This bite. Bite. Hydro Ball. Excadriller says First Amender is voice phobic. Yep. You can't call yourself Alpha and you sound like that. I'm sorry. There's no freaking way. You're not allowed to call yourself Alpha and sound like that. Like, I'm sorry. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. You can't sound like that and be Alpha. You're not Alpha. Ooh, what level is my Gyarados? 71? God, we got such a long way to go. He's only level 71. Bruh. First Amendment, if it's in the rules, that would mean you need to change your username as well. First Amender, what's wrong with my name? I'll let you talk. And by the way, I used to run it was like a blog where you could just like write whatever you wanted. I did believe in the freedom of speech. I just think now like there needs to be like hate speech laws. I'm sorry. Direct evidence of yeah, I don't know, dude. Context required. Show context. Prove me wrong. Show context. Show context. What are they talking about when they're saying that? Okay, so bites for regulars, for Rocky boys, and strength for the squishy boys. Is this a squishy boy? I don't think he's a squishy boy. Strength. Bite for the Rocky boy. Rocky boy, bite. Squishy boy, strength. Squishy boy, strength. Squishy boy, get strength. Bite. Squishy boy. Squishy boy. Squishy boy. Bite. macncheesewhiz says, I'm surprised I have not been either, so it's good man, Bo. Alpha Eagle says, finish the video. Yeah, I did. What do you mean? I finished it. It was 2 minutes long. It was done. How much more do you want? What do you want out of me? Alpha, you really gotta, we just gotta get into the debate. You gotta get with Max. You're the only one that's like, oh, maybe after December. Like, what? What? After December? Motherfucker, what? Bro says after December. Bro is like living with his parents, and he's like, oh, maybe after December. St. Michael Cigarillo says, read my suggestion for your new username based on voice being a standard. Okay, what's my new voice? What is it? I didn't read it. Centrist Perspective says, I'm opposed to 25-minute video and you have to play it on stream, Amender. LOL. Bite for the rest. I think I just have one more. Yeah, that's it. And then he's just going to struggle a bunch. Just struggle and keep killing stuff. He has no moves, but he's still killing Pokemon. Do it. Keep going until you die. It's the eye of the tiger. He's now level 72. And he's gonna die because... Anyway, here we go. Pull out the Charizard because he's already level 80. And then we're gonna go back and do it again. Time to flamethrower. We are taking... Oh, he says Obergfell v. Hodges. It's funny. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion? I'm right here. Come discuss with the soy boy liberal. I'm right here. You have to go after the soy boy. I'm right here. Flamethrower is not effective, but it's still going to kill them. It's just too strong. Too damn strong. My Charizard is OP. You gotta admit, that's a good one. Yeah, it's funny. Have y'all subscribed? Please tell me you've subscribed. If you have, thank you. If you have not, what are you doing? Subscribe. What are you doing? Come on. Come on. Throw me a bone. I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you. Dude, I am training the shit out of these Pokemon. My Pokemon are beefcakes. Look at this freaking level 75 Articuno. Just ready to freaking just annihilate. Okay, so every other move, Steel Wing for the Rocky Boys, and every other move is open for every other Pokemon. All right, here we go. Pop, pop, pop. Steel Wing. Steel Wing. Fly. Ice Beam. Steel Wing. Ice Beam. Ice Beam. Steel Wing. Excadriller says, I'm subscribed, but you saying that might make me change my mind. Cow Scrapper says, I have subbed. I have smushed the like button. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for having to repeat it over and over. I got to do that thing where you like got to be like a YouTuber and fucking do that thing. We're close. We're close to 1,000 subs. We're climbing, baby. We're climbing. It looks like we are gonna beat King Sithis. Let me take a look here. So we have Steel Wing, Ice Beam. Yeah, what was I doing? Okay. Ice Beam. Boo, 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 boo. Steel Wing. I'm surprised that that's not insta-killing the Onyx. Ice Beam. Let's see. I still think that you should let Bobro and somebody else go at it. I agree. Who wants to go at it with Bobro? Add me on Discord. First Amender, 1ST Amender. Roderick Aldrich, 1681 says, what's the topic? We don't have a topic right now, but you can call in. I'm about as woke as you can get, man. So if you want to have a discussion with a woke liberal, I'm right here. I'm willing to hear out your statement, and I'm playing Pokemon. I'm like very quickly training my Pokemon. Let's see, I'm out of fly. All right, let's fly. Ooh, level 76 Articuno. Nice. Let's see, guys. First Amender becomes famous. We would be the OG. True! You would become the OG. St. Michael of Cigarillo says, 1. Extremely rural, low population. Or 2. High shrinkage area. awolthoughts says, that's true, Driller. Who wants to debate Bobro? Add me on Discord. 1ST Amender on Discord. Nobody has tried to add me on Discord. 1ST Amender. If you want to debate Bobro, you don't have to debate me. I'll get Bobro on the line. Anyway. Steel Wing. Come on, keep going. Steel Wing. I mean, we don't need a Steel Wing. Fly. Steel Wing. Are we out? Are we out of Steel Wing? I think we're done with Steel Wing. Yeah, we are out of Steel Wing. So we got Blizzard and Fly. I guess we'll use Blizzard on Rocky Boys. This is one hell of a grind. What is going on? I have no moves left? Oh. Oh yeah, I do have no moves left. I guess I'm struggling to win. Wow. Let's let it die, I guess. Struggle. It's funny. Alright, now we got the Zapdos. So now we get Thunderbolt. St. Michael of Cigarillo says, dying population and high shrink are the real reasons for food deserts in the United States. Dying population and high shrink? What is shrink? High shrink? Food deserts have... well, actually, why don't we pull up what causes food deserts? Let's pull it up. Let's see here. Okay. The New Roots. Who's the New Roots Institute? Just for fun. I've never heard of these group, so I always like to research that. New Roots Institute. Wikipedia. American nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing education with the goal of advocating end of factory farming practices. Okay, so kind of biased. But let's see. What's the Humane League? The Humane League. International nonprofit organization that works to end the abuse of animals raised for food through corporate, media, and community outreach. It operates in... Okay, so it's another anti... Like eating? I don't know. Let me see here. All right, USDA. I'm cool with that. Characteristics and influential factors of food deserts. Okay. USDA's Economic Research Service previously identified more than 6,500 food desert tracts in the United States based on 2000 census and 2006 data on locations of supermarkets, supercenters, and large grocery stores. In this report, we examined socioeconomic and demographic characteristics of tracts to see how they differ from other census tracts and the extent of which these differences influence food desert status. Relative to all other census tracts, food desert tracts tend to have smaller populations, higher rates of abandoned or vacant homes, and residents who have lower levels of education, lower income, and higher unemployment. Census tracts with higher poverty rates are more likely to be food deserts than otherwise similar low-income census tracts with rural or very dense, high-populated urban areas. For less dense urban areas, census tracts with higher concentrations of minority populations are more likely to be food deserts, while tracts of substantial decreases in minority populations between 1990 and 2000 were less likely to be identified with food deserts in 2000. Okay. There you go. Hope that helps. What? I watched your whole video, nerd. I watched your whole video. Good God. All right. Zapdos. We're going to run from onyxes because I don't feel like dealing with an onyx. Do. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Oh, shit. I made a mistake. Drill pick. That's the move you want to use for the rock types. Ooh, I lost my Zapdos. Back to Gyarados. A lot of words, but no real pointing to any specific reasons. Causal, 42 million EBT recipients needs to be cut by 75%. Jesus, fuck. Yeah, I want starving children. Fuck the kids. Ugh, fuck them. Fuck kids. Like, bruh, what is wrong with you? Are you okay? Did someone hurt you? Did someone hurt you as a child? No. Fuck it. Hydropump. Hydropump. Hyperbeam. Bite. Hyperbeam. Bite. Hyperbeam. 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 Strength. Strength. So we are taking calls, by the way, 202-998-5218. Call in if you want to have a discussion. I'd love to hear you out. You know, maybe you got something for me that I don't really understand as a soy boy liberal. Aw, all my boys are dead. All right, go ahead and clean up, Charizard. Let's be done with it. Man, dude, I cannot believe I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Holy crap. We got to call it. All right, y'all. I think I'm going to... Whoa, we got one more call. What the hell? I was about to stop. All right, fine. I'll take a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender. How you doing?
How you doing? What you want to talk about? Oh, can I get your name first?
Good. Adam.
Adam. All right, Adam. What do you want to talk about, Adam?
I was just curious about your position on. I'm not sure. Do I have to use a friendly language for the stream or anything like that?
Well, I'd like it. I'm a very sensitive boy.
And it's for abortion. I'm just curious on your position on it.
Yeah, I think women should have a right to decide whether or not they want to have a child.
At any point?
My only cutoff would be under very specific circumstances. My cutoff is roughly around 20-25 weeks unless the life of the mother is at stake.
Okay. Can I ask you why you chose that specific time?
Because that is where I believe that fetuses are able to establish a human conscious experience.
Okay. So any time before that, it's not a conscious being then, correct?
Well, a conscious experience, not consciousness.
Right. It has an experience.
Like capable of external sense stimuli.
Correct. So I guess if we were to take that and we were to just kind of rationalize it and we were to say, okay, well, you wouldn't say it's a person then. Anything before your
it's a person. The question is whether or not it's worthy of moral consideration. It's a person.
Okay. When does it become a person?
Right at the beginning. It's like taxonomically speaking, it's a person.
Okay. And what makes somebody a person?
Eukaryotic in origin and having specific DNA.
I'm sorry, can you say it again? You said specific DNA and what else?
So a cell that is capable of developing a creature that would be of Homo sapiens sapiens. Person.
It would have to be a Homo sapiens sapiens. So it is a person, then you.
Yeah, it's a person. It's just whether or not it's worthy of moral consideration is the question.
Okay, and what makes it, from your understanding, is that it's because it's a consciousness then. So it's
No, it's not consciousness. It's a conscious experience.
Okay, so like if the fetus was able to hear a heartbeat and feel blood pressure and feel warmth, you don't classify that as an experience?
Conscious experience. So what needs to happen is that the body needs to be connected with the brain. Did he just hang up? No. That was a good one. I didn't hang up on them, chat. Call back. What happened? Bruh. I didn't hang up on them. Just FYI, I did not hang up on them. I want to go down on record that I did not hang up on this person. Ice beam. Ooh, my Articuno leveled up. Level 77 Articuno, bruh. This Articuno is gonna fucking annihilate the Elite Four. They don't got a chance, bro. Not a chance in hell. They're dead, dude, as far as I'm concerned. I wonder how long it takes to, like, level up all Pokemon to, like, level 99. Okay, anyway, where was I? Call back. Whoever that guy was. Man, dude, this Articuno is terrifying. Even paralyzed is terrifying. Oh, no PP. Shit. I got no PP. I can only fly. We're out. Alright, so Articuno fainted. Moving on. Alright, I was just about to end. Bruh, this guy's not calling back. Alright, y'all. I think I might... I'll cut it. I'll cut it. Hold on. Let's quickly... Let's just yeet this dude real quick. Drill pick, I guess. Alright. Alright, let me go back to the Pokemon Center and just save real quick. God damn, bro. Actually, let's go to the Pokemon Center first. They'll sign out for the day. Okay, taking my Pokemon. All right, saving. Bruh! Just as I'm about to sign off. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, I was just calling back. My phone died.
Okay.
Is my wife's phone. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, we were talking about abortion, and yeah. So you said a human or a conscious experience. Is that what I heard you say?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would classify as something as a conscious experience?
So the brain stem is then connected to the brain and the body is able to move and respond to external sense stimulus.
So why wouldn't a fetus fit that category?
It does. 20 weeks.
Well, but before that, if like you play
yeah, I don't care.
music
Just
or you
yeet us
can
the
feel
fetus.
warm, Like
it's not connected. It's not connected to the body. I don't consider that to be a conscious experience, being stuck in your own brain.
Okay, can I propose just a hypothetical for you really quick to test test your logic?
Sure.
Hypothetically, if we could take that fetus at 20 weeks and cause it to permanently never develop consciousness, would there be anything wrong with that?
At 20 weeks?
Yeah, let's say we could go in medically.
Yeah, that would be wrong.
And cause that fetus. Well, why? It's not.
If the mother
at that
wants
point,
the baby, that is.
Well, hold on, now you're changing your criteria.
I'm not.
It wasn't about wanting the baby. It was about.
I mean, there's multiple criteria that I would apply. I mean, it doesn't need to be just be one. You can have multiple series of criteria and it's still valid.
Well, if it's not worthy of any moral value at that point before 20 weeks, what you're saying then is, well, it's
yeah,
it's up to
yeetus the
mother
fetus.
to
Like, I don't
determine
care.
if it has moral value.
Like, I don't care. You could just yeetus the fetus.
So it would only be up to the so if we were to let that child to continue to grow then, but it would never develop consciousness, and you birthed that human, would there be anything wrong with turning it into like a child sex doll?
What? I'm not following you.
Yeah, take a fetus. You're saying you could do whatever you want with it because it's up to the mother. So she chooses to permanently cause it to never have the ability to develop consciousness. She lets it grow and mature and gives birth to it. This is a being that has never developed consciousness and will never develop consciousness. Is there anything morally wrong with abusing that child or that human being?
I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. It's like you're just talking about like desecration. It's like desecration of a corpse. Like I would find it morally reprehensible on the basis of desecration.
I guess I'm just not. You just think it's wrong because it wouldn't be doing any harm to anybody, right?
It's desecration.
But it's not doing any harm to anybody. So what would be the problem with it?
Well, it kind of would. Like if you find that to be morally permissible, then it would result in the harm of people.
Well, but if I don't feel like it's causing me any harm, who are you to tell me that it is?
Well, like I said, man, you know, it's like if you like marred a grave, or you know, you defaced a religious building, or you profaned an object of worship. You know, it's you're just desecrating it. It's like societally seen as a terrible thing.
Okay, but it wouldn't be morally wrong then, right? Because it's not a person and it's never developed consciousness.
No,
so
it's morally it's morally wrong on the basis of desecration.
I wouldn't say it's morally wrong for me to go up and like kick a rock.
No.
So if you owned a rock and I went
unless
up
of course
and
it's going to hit
rock,
something and harm something, as a fact of kicking a rock.
nobody's being harmed. So you have a rock, and I go up.
Well,
and
it's still
it
depends on whether or not that they want the child. I mean, I'm assuming if they don't want the child, that they desecrate a corpse. No, I don't agree with that.
So it's just based on want then.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels like it's shifting a little bit. Like if you had a rock and I went up and I kicked your rock, would you say that was morally wrong what I did to your rock?
If I didn't want you to, yeah, it would be wrong.
It was an immoral.
Yeah, if I didn't want you to, then I'd be like, no.
So you could do whatever you want with your property then, right? As long as you want it.
Sure.
So if there was a mother who birthed a child and decided not to want it anymore and just left it out in the cold,
yeah,
what's wrong with that?
Oh, because it's a conscious human being capable of human reason. It is a conscious entity. It has a.
Well, now you're but we said it was based on want. I thought so. Now you're changing it to
no, because there comes to a point where if they have a conscious experience, then it's up for moral consideration. It's the same thing. It hasn't changed.
So if we were able to make that child permanently take the ability for it to be conscious away permanently, then what would be wrong with that?
With what? You're losing me.
Like medicine, like a lobotomy kind of thing, where you can permanently remove the ability to be conscious. You know, kind of put them in a comatose state. So you put them in a comatose state, and then you decide.
I mean, it is of less. If it is completely comatose and can't, I mean, it would just be of less moral consideration.
So if the mother wanted to do that, there would be nothing morally wrong with wanting to do that, then, right?
Prior to 20 weeks, I mean, it just comes down to the same desecration thing.
No, I'm saying even
It's like
after
not
birth,
necessary
let's
to
say
do it.
that-
Just
that-
terminate the pregnancy instead of like inflict like unnecessary torture.
Well, wouldn't you agree that killing something is probably worse than torturing it?
No, I would probably say torture is worse because the sadistic nature behind it. In fact, there would be many people
Or
that have
the-
been tortured would rather have been killed instead of being tortured.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people also that are paraplegics who don't have any arms and legs who prefer to live even though they're going through a tremendous amount of suffering.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that it feels like you're changing the standard from one thing to another every time I catch you in your argument.
No, it's a multifaceted approach.
So from your perspective, then, there would be nothing wrong if the mother birthed the child and then caused it to be permanently unconscious. You're saying there would be nothing wrong with that because the mother...
there would be a problem, right? Because it is a conscious entity at that point. If it's viable outside of the womb, it has autonomy.
But she caused
I'm
it
saying
to be
specifically a
perfectly-
fetus.
Yeah, but she didn't want it to be conscious anymore. So I'm saying, but I thought it was based on want. It was,
If it's
it was the mother
post
wanted
20
that
weeks,
thing.
it's conscious. It is having a conscious experience.
Is it the want or is it the consciousness? Because I thought you said
If it
that
is
was
having
the
a
mother's
conscious
want.
experience post 20 weeks, no, you can't. It would be up for moral consideration. Right? We would have to consider, okay, is the mother's life in danger? No, okay, you have to have that child, right? Or put it up for adoption. Induce a pregnancy, or induce a birth would be the example for that.
Okay, do parents have any duty to take care of their children?
Yes.
Based on what?
Human decency, reason, society.
Well, why does that go out the window when before 20 weeks? Don't you
Well,
have
if
a
you're
duty
talking
to
about
take care of
like
that child?
by reason, I'm telling you right now that the when you have access to abortion, it leads to multiple better outcomes for a lot of people.
Not for the child.
I suppose not. I mean, if you consider it under moral consideration, then I could see why you would be so upset about it. But I don't consider it under moral consideration. It's up to the mother
it's a
to decide.
person. At 20 weeks, it's a person, but because it doesn't it's not having a conscious.
It's a person.
experience.
I'm saying that it's not up for moral consideration. There's lots of people
Right.
that you don't give moral consideration to.
Well,
Just
and
because
then-
it's a
but
person
why
is
when
not a point that, oh, it has a right to life. I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, how often is it? Like, let me ask you this. Like, would you be in favor of making school lunches free?
I would. Yeah, I don't think that would be a bad idea.
Nice. I like that.
You know, I make all my kids' lunches, so I don't have to worry about that. Because
Yeah.
I have a duty. I don't rely on the school to take care of my kids. I actually have a duty to take
So-
care of
some
my
people
kids,
are really poor and it's
regardless of
hard.
their. Yeah, but regardless of their mental state, like even if my child was mentally handicapped beyond to the point where they could take care of themselves, they're probably going through a lot of distress.
No,
and
but they're still
discomfort and all
having a conscious experience. Like, this is a very low bar, right? The bar is that they're able to, as in they're able to respond to external sense stimuli with their body akin to their mind.
Okay, at what point do we stop having a conscious experience?
When you become a vegetable.
Or like when you die, right? Like if
Yeah.
you died and you cease to have brain activity. Can you
Yes.
tell me when you have the ability to develop consciousness? When does that start?
At the start, like right away. Conception.
Right at birth, right?
No, conception.
So wouldn't
Not
the
at birth.
symmetry here be that if you permanently lose the ability to be conscious when you die,
Yeah.
wouldn't it make sense that you permanently have the ability
Yeah.
to have conscious
It comes into the question
when
as to when it matters. One thing that I've used as an example is like when people are that they're brain dead and they have zero chance in the future of becoming having a meaningful conscious experience. Then it's perfectly viable to say terminate that person's life under that premise that they're never going to recover. There is also an aspect to make that argument on the aspect of prior to having a conscious experience. Like, had they ever had a conscious experience prior, establishing a connection of some kind. And regarding fetuses, it's the fact that they prior have never had a human conscious experience, but could in the future. So there's a limited amount of time when you can terminate that pregnancy. I believe that the mother's autonomy is greater than that of the fetus.
Okay, can you tell me what would be inconsistent or irrational or absurd about this position? Is that you gain the ability to develop consciousness, because consciousness is, you're probably a lot more conscious today than you were when you were first born, right? Like as a newborn, how much of that do you
again,
remember?
the criteria is not the level of consciousness. The criteria is the conscious experience, as in being able to respond to external sense stimuli with your body.
Okay, but now my position, I've heard your position. My position would be that at the moment of conception, you are the kind of being that is capable of having a conscious experience. Therefore, you deserve moral consideration. Can you tell me what is irrational or illogical about that position?
It doesn't take into account the immense amount of trauma that the mother has to undergo.
What makes that illogical about the position, though? That just sounds like an emotional argument.
So it is an emotional argument, but I look at things in terms of outcomes, like what would be more beneficial to society. And I think when people have a choice to have children versus be forced to have children, the actual outcomes of not only the mother, but even children, infant mortality increases when people do not have access to abortions.
Do you think that there are women who
so there's also the fact that it also ruins your body to undergo that experience permanently. It never returns back to its original form. And I believe in the autonomy of individuals. And I just think that women that have to undergo the procedure of a pregnancy ought to have the choice.
Right, but you're pumping a bunch of stuff in there, I think, because you could have a C-section.
I'm just telling you my perspective.
Very early. It could
I'm
be
not
a
pumping
very
in
easy
anything. I'm just pointing out my position. And no, it's not a matter of easy delivery. It literally ruins your body. You're stretching your body to the point of limits, right? It will completely change your body by having birth, both cesarean or non-cesarean. Your body will never look the same in its same youthful appearance forever. That's the way it is. All right. That's just how pregnancy works. And I just think that should be up to the mother to decide if they want to undergo that, not some politician or no, I mean, that is the case though. That is the case. That does happen.
Dude, like, do you have any kids? Are you married?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, dude, my wife is smoking hot. She has had 3 kids and she is just as everything about her is just the same before the. So I don't accept that argument, but you still have not pointed out. You're just an emotional appeal. From
it's
my
not
position,
an emotional appeal.
But from
it's
my
a person's
position
right to be able to decide if they want to have children versus not have children. There are permanent changes that happen to the mother that never return as a result of pregnancy.
Okay, but 2 gay guys having a bunch of anal sex does the same thing, man. Like,
but that's consenting adults. They can decide whether or not that that's adults that decide what they want to engage in.
Yeah, but your argument is the body's destroyed when you do that, and it's never going to go back to its natural.
The body isn't destroyed by having gay sex.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Also, what does this have anything to do with my position regarding like you didn't have to bake in your homophobia. Like you could have just stayed on topic and not plastered in your homophobia.
Their body. Your argument was it was destroyed
so then but I'm not the one arguing that people are forced to have gay sex. Do you understand the difference? Like you can't, if a woman gets pregnant, they should be able to choose whether or not they undergo that pregnancy, not forced to undergo that pregnancy under the basis of a Supreme Court judge or a politician 100 to 1,000 miles away who, let's face it, they're literally going to make policies against women being able to have children, right? Because they're going to be against paternal care. They're going to be against corporations having to pay for paternal care. They would be perfectly okay with corporations being against wanting to hire women in positions because they feel that they will have to compensated for paternal care. There's also the fact that they're perfectly okay. Now you wouldn't, but most Republican politicians perfectly okay with wanting to deny access to SNAP benefits or willing to deny access to school lunches, even though we can empirically see that it actually makes a profit to provide school lunches to kids. It's complete. No, here's what I believe it is. Where this comes from, it comes down to a desire of control of women. It's wanting to force women to be a specific way, that they must have children regardless. It is an idea of using the child as consequence for their action. They say, well, you had sex, therefore you deserve to suffer to having that child. I don't believe in using children as consequence. I think women have a right to decide whether or not that they have that child. And it's an intensely risky move to have children. And if as an adult, you decide whether or not that you have that child. Very simple. It's that simple.
One thing at a time. Do you support then a man's ability to leave his child and not provide any sort of support? That if he doesn't want to be a dad,
I believe that once the child is brought into existence, that you are effectively responsible for that child, which would include the father, regardless of the father's desire to abandon that child.
If you didn't want it, based on your criteria, I'm just using your criteria of bodily autonomy, want, and
you're not the one that is undergoing the pregnancy, but you are responsible for that child if the mother wants the child. Yes. I believe. This is where it comes into like the full.
Because that sounds like a huge double standard.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're talking about once they have autonomy.
Standard, but you can admit
oh, Jesus Christ!
No problem admitting.
Calm down. They want autonomy. They do not have autonomy in the womb. Once post 20 weeks, I believe there's a level of autonomy to be had. However, I believe at the life risk of the mother, I don't really care. Yetis the fetus, right? Even up until birth. However, once they're born, they have full bodily autonomy. They have autonomy over their own body. They, however, are non-reasoning, non-consenting human beings, which means whoever brought them into life must take care of that child. And that's not up to you. Now, or give it up for adoption. Like you are responsible to ensuring the safety of that child, right? Otherwise, it's murder, right?
If your criteria is that if you bring a child to life, which life starts at conception, and you have a duty to take care of that child, then we're on the same page. I think dads should be forced to take care of their children,
you're just trying to put in your bullshit. Anyway, do you have anything else for me? Because I've been streaming for about 6 hours.
Man. I appreciate it.
Good talk.
I know, man. Get some rest.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty.
Jesus Christ. Fucking anti-abortionists. 51. All right, everybody. Well, I'm done. I'm tired. Appreciate you guys calling in. We do these shows all the time. I guarantee have the show every Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I'm doing them more often, and hopefully one day, I can make this a career where I can do this all the time. Huh? Anyway, thank you all very much. You have yourself a